Introduction. Once upon a time, all a person had to do was go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, buy a house, get out of debt, invest for the long term in the stock market, and live happily ever after. That fairy tale is over. One of the primary reasons for the growing gap between the rich, poor, and middle class is this fairy tale. Simply put, the people following this fairy tale are falling into the chasm between rich and poor. People who still believe in this fairy tale are in financial trouble today. 20 years ago. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was first published. It was self-published because not one of the publishers we contacted thought I knew what I was talking about. And I believe most of my Rich Dad's lessons did not make sense 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was written as a warning of the coming economic crisis we are in today. And 20 years ago, I was lambasted for saying that your house is not an asset and savers are losers. But times have changed. You may recall 20 years ago, in 1997, the stock market was booming, jobs were plentiful, and the most popular book was The Millionaire Next Door, published in 1996. The Millionaire Next Door was a story about the people who followed the fairy tale, go to school, get a job, save money, get out of debt, and live happily ever after. Simply put, in 1996 it was easy to get rich. Almost everyone was getting rich. The millionaire next door had a college education, a good job, drove a conservative car, owned a house that was going up in value, and money in the stock market via a pension plan or a personal retirement plan. Life was good. It was easy to become a millionaire. The American dream was a reality. A warning. In 1996, Federal Reserve Bank Chairman Alan Greenspan warned of irrational exuberance, which meant people were drunk and delirious, believing getting rich was easy. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was released. Rich Dad, Poor Dad was on the opposite side of the coin from The Millionaire Next Door. My rich dad did not believe in job security, saving money, living below your means, driving an economy car, getting out of debt, or investing for the long term in the stock market. The world changed. Then in 2000, the dot-com bubble burst. 9/11 drove home the fact that global terrorism was not that far from our doors. The real estate bubble bust in 2007, and the nation's biggest banks crashed in 2008. Interest rates were cut to below zero, and savers became losers. Oil prices plunged, causing oil-based economies to wobble, and the war on terror escalated. The European Union came under strain as Greece, Italy, and Spain struggled. The rich got richer as the stock market reached new heights, but the working poor and middle class got poorer. Today, the world is tossing and turning through the toughest economic crisis in history. 20 years later. Today, many millionaires next door are unemployed, and their house is the foreclosure next door. Today, young people are going to school, graduating, burdened in many cases with crushing student loan debt, and often unable to find that mythical high-paying job. Today, U.S. student loan debt is $1.2 trillion, greater than U.S. credit card debt. Many students will never be able to afford a house because they do not earn enough money and are paying off their student loans. Many students and college graduates still live at home. Many educated young people have found jobs but are underemployed. The failure of young people to gain priceless, meaningful, challenging, real-life work and business experience is another time bomb for our future. Savers are losers. Today, savers are losers. Interest rates on savings are at historic lows. Japan, Sweden, and the Eurozone have negative interest rates. Pensions are in trouble. Most pension plans, private and public, operate on a 7.5% return on pensioners' savings, CalPERS. California Public Employees Retirement System, and the biggest government employee pension plan in the United States, is operating at less than a 2% return on equity, which means millions of government employees' pensions are underwater. Social Security and Medicare are in the red. Is another massive taxpayer bailout on the horizon? The robots are coming. Making matters worse, the robots are coming. In his book, Rise of the Robots, Technology and the Threat of a Jobless Future, Martin Ford explains why the fairy tale of going to school to get a secure job is delusional. Odds are that even if you are a medical doctor, a robot can replace you today, not tomorrow. The world's richest countries are racing to develop robots, technology to replace human beings. Not only may McDonald's employees soon be out of work, but the future of journalists, teachers, and professionals like lawyers, doctors, and accountants are also problematic. Martin Ford was not writing about jobs going overseas to low-wage countries. He is writing about humans being replaced by robots. He states that America can now compete with low-wage countries in manufacturing. Unfortunately, America will compete with robots, not human labor. The message is clear. Mass unemployment has arrived. Our new president. In 2016, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States in a landslide. Millions are afraid of him and what he will do. On the flip side, millions voted for him because they know the pain of cities dying and unemployment rising. I voted for him because he represented change. And in my opinion, many things need to change. Donald Trump is a friend of mine. We have written 2 books together. While I cringed at some of his off-the-cuff, insensitive remarks about women, race, and religion, the person I got to know is a good man, as well as a great parent and a great leader. His 3 older children are fantastic young people. Kim and I have been invited to their weddings. His staff is made up of powerful, self-determined, articulate women who have been with him for decades. His wife Melania is elegant, beautiful, and speaks her mind, as well as 5 languages. My wife Kim respects Donald Trump because of the way he treats women. Donald Trump and I got together to write books because we are both concerned about the first line in the fairy tale. Go to school. We chose to co-author books because we are both educators. We both had rich dads, and we are concerned about the quality of education in America today. We believe real financial education must be made available to all students. President Trump has a tough job ahead because the United States and the world are in financial trouble. He, too, knows the fairy tale is over. Why this book? This book is written as the graduate school version of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. This book explains what real financial education is and why the rich are getting richer. The difference between rich, poor, and middle class is education. Unfortunately, not the education found in schools. Real financial education must include a bit of financial history. This crisis did not just happen. This financial crisis has been brewing for over 100 years, since 1913, the year the Federal Reserve System and the U.S. tax system was created. This book will go into a brief history of this crisis. When you understand the historical events that have led to this crisis, you will understand why the millionaire next door, the person who continues to believe in the fairy tale, is in financial trouble today. The millionaire next door is very much like my poor dad. For years, no one cared that factories were moving out of the country. For years, no one cared that once high-paying jobs were leaving the country. For years, no one cared that towns across the United States were dying. For years, the financial, political, and academic elite lived well, out of touch with the parts of America that were dying. Senator Bernie Sanders got it, which is why he almost beat Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary. Donald Trump gets it, which is why today he is President of the United States. Who will save you? My concern is that too many people are counting on President Trump to save them. While Donald Trump is a great man, he is not Superman. I doubt he can save anyone unless they are first willing to save themselves. Donald Trump and I got together because we do not believe in giving people fish, as Bernie Sanders and many others believe. Donald Trump and I believe in teaching people to fish. My first book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, was written 20 years ago in 1997 to teach people to fish. Warning number 1, real education. This book, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer, is the advanced version of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Rich Dad Graduate School. If you have not read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I suggest you read that book first before listening to this book. This book is for graduate students of Rich Dad, those already familiar with the principles and lessons in that book. As with all Rich Dad books, I have done my best to keep things simple. This book is simple, but what the rich do is not easy. The 90-10 rule of money. There is a rule of money known as the 90-10 rule. That rule states that 10% of the people earn 90% of the money. This book and Rich Dad, Poor Dad are about the 90-10 rule of money. The good news is that with real financial education, almost everyone can be in the 10% who earn 90% of money. In this book, you will find out why it does not require a high-priced college education from a prestigious school to be part of the 10%. In fact, many of the richest people in the world never finished college, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, and Walt Disney being among them. The challenge for you is to decide. Do you have the spirit, determination, and drive to gain a real financial education? If you are a quitter, don't want to work hard, or are not willing to study, this book is not for you. If you are a person who believes that life should be easy and the government should take care of you, then this book is definitely not for you. The point is, this book is about real financial education, the education not found in school. Warning number 2, taxes. President Barack Obama beat Republican candidate Governor Mitt Romney in 2012 for many reasons. One reason was taxes. Barack Obama disclosed that he paid 30% in taxes. Mitt Romney paid less than 14% in taxes on income of over $20 million. Donald Trump never released his tax returns, which drove his opponents crazy. Whether that was smart or devious depends on your point of view on taxes. Much of this book is about taxes. If you love paying taxes and want to pay more in taxes, this book is not for you. If you want to learn how people like Mitt Romney and Donald Trump make millions and pay very little in taxes, this book is for you. Taxes are fair. Many people believe taxes are unfair. What is unfair is the lack of real financial education that would help people to better understand taxes. The fact is that tax laws are for everyone. Anyone can pay less in taxes if they have real financial education to use the tax law to their advantage. Since taxes are such a hot and controversial subject, I have asked my personal tax advisor, Tom Wheelwright, to be my adjuvant, my authority on the subject of taxes in writing this book. Tom is the smartest, brightest, most diligent CPA I have ever met. One reason the rich get richer is because they have advisors like Tom guiding them. The challenge is that an advisor like Tom Wheelwright can only do so much. If you truly want to earn millions and pay less, even zero in taxes, you have to do what the rich do. Tom can do very little to help the millionaire next door. Tax lessons from Tom. Taxes reward the financially educated. Taxes are not intended to punish people. They are intended to reward those who do what the government wants them to do. It takes financial education and action to know and to do what the government will reward you to do. This book will give you insights into how the government rewards those willing to follow their policies. For more in-depth information on the tax rewards for being financially educated, I invite you to take a look at my Rich Dad Advisor series book, Tax-Free Wealth, or visit taxfreewealthadvisor.com. Warning number 3. You can't do this. You can't do this here. Tom Wheelwright and the other rich dad advisors travel the world teaching the lessons taught in this book. Everywhere we visit, including cities across the United States, there are people who raise their hands and say, "You can't do that here." In most instances, the person is like the millionaire next door, often a medical doctor, lawyer, accountant, or financial advisor. As you listen to this book, you too will probably say, "You can't do this here." The reason most people say they can't is because they lack real financial education. Tom Wheelwright often invites another CPA from the country we are visiting to join us on stage to verify that what we teach can be done in the country we are in. Even then, people will argue, "You can't do this here." And the fact is, they can't. Without the real financial education described in this book, no one can do what the rich do, even if they are medical doctors, MBAs, lawyers, or even other CPAs. The following explains who cannot do what we do. Imagine 4 quadrants with the letter E at the top left, the letter S at the bottom left, the letter B at the top right, and the letter I at the bottom right. Each letter stands for a type of person. I call this the Cashflow Quadrant. People who say, "You can't do this here," are most often E's, employees, and S's, small business owners, or specialists such as doctors or lawyers, or the self-employed, people like real estate agents, web designers, and hairdressers. Considering the cash flow quadrant again, you may get a better idea of why some people say, "You can't do this here," and why some people are doing it. Barack Obama is an E, and Hillary Clinton is an S. Donald Trump and Mitt Romney, on the other hand, are Bs. The B quadrant stands for big business, businesses with 500 employees or more. The I quadrant represents professional investors. Most E's and S's invest like the millionaire next door. They are retail investors who invest in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. Professional investors are people who manufacture their own investments or invest at wholesale prices. The people who say, "You can't do this," are E's and S's who invest in paper assets. This book describes what people in the B and I quadrants really know and do. You can do what the B and I quadrants do if you are willing to invest in your real financial education. If you do, you will be one of the few who truly know why the rich are getting richer. Joining the 90-10 Club. If you are willing to do what it takes to make it to the B and I quadrants, you will join the 90-10 Club, in that 10% that makes 90% of the money. If you are not willing to join the ranks of the 10%, you can join the crowd who would rather say, "You can't do this here," even if they could. The reason most people say, "You can't do this here," is because it is easier to push back and challenge the prospect of actually doing it than to do it. This book is for anyone, rich or poor, highly educated or not, who wants to do it. Robert is not a Republican or Democrat. He is an independent voter and an advocate for financial education. The mission of the Rich Dad Company: to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. Part 1. Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. Introduction to Part 1. The Other Side of the Coin. All coins have 3 sides: heads, tails, and the edge. Intelligence is found on the edge of the coin, and in the ability to see both sides. Part 1 of this book focuses on the side of the coin of the rich. In Part 1, you will discover how taxes make the poor and middle class poorer. Yet on the other side, the very same tax laws make the rich richer. The same is true for debt. Debt makes the poor and middle class poorer, while debt makes the rich richer. After listening to Part 1, you will be better able to stand on the edge of the coin, appreciate both points of view, and decide which side is best for you. Chapter 1. What should I do with my money? Poor Dad. I'm not interested in money. Rich Dad, if you are not interested in your money, someone else is. A question I am often asked is, I have $10,000. What should I do with my money? I've lost track of how many people in cities around the world have asked me that question. Everyone is looking for that magic pill, the easy answer. And although the amount of money may vary, ranging from $1,000 to $2.5 million, the question I'm asked is always the same. What should I do with my money? My standard reply is, please do not announce to the world that you are clueless with money. If you do not know what to do with your money, there are millions of people who will tell you what to do. In many cases, what they'll tell you is, give your money to me. The small picture. What you do with your money is the small picture, the final step, the last piece of your financial puzzle. This book is about the big picture, an attempt to look at the whole picture, the entire puzzle. Then you can decide which pieces of the puzzle are best for you. As Rich Dad often said, there are many doors to financial heaven. The middle class and the poor get poorer. The world is printing money. Our money is toxic. Our money is unstable, causing instability in the world economy. The more toxic money that is created, the wider the gap between the rich, poor, and middle class. Another reason the rich are getting richer is because the poor and middle class focus on the small picture. Most people have been taught to work hard, pay taxes, save money, buy a house, get out of debt, and invest in the stock market. These are small picture action steps. These are the same steps most parents, teachers, and financial experts tell you to follow. Words from Warren. Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the world and arguably one of the world's smartest investors, has this to say about financial advisors. Wall Street is the only place that people ride to in a Rolls-Royce to get advice from those who take the subway. Rich Dad said it this way. The reason the middle class struggle financially is because they take advice from salespeople, not rich people. A salesperson must sell to put food on the table. They need money. If they do not sell, they do not eat. That is why it is foolish to announce to the world, I have $10,000 and I am a financial idiot. Tell me what to do. Warren Buffett said, never ask an insurance salesman if you need more insurance. The answer is always yes. Buffett should know. He owns one of the largest auto insurance companies in America, Geico. He is a very rich man who hires salespeople to sell for him. Ask most financial salespeople how much financial education they have. The honest answer is not much. Ask how many books on money they have read, and the answer is probably the same. Not many. Then ask them if they are rich. Ask them if they can stop working and still put food on the table. Man versus monkey. Years ago, there was a contest between a monkey and professional stock pickers. The monkey picked stocks by throwing darts at a dartboard, with names of companies as targets. The stock pickers used their education, training, and intellectual skills to analyze company values before choosing a stock. The monkey won. High-paid losers. March 12, 2015. CNN Money ran an article stating, a staggering 86% of active large-cap fund managers failed to beat their benchmarks. The highly educated, high-paid experts could not beat the market. The article goes on to say, and no, that wasn't a one-off blip either. Nearly 89% of those fund managers underperformed their benchmarks over the past 5 years, and 82% did the same over the last decade, S&P said. In other words, if a monkey had simply picked the S&P 500 index fund, the monkey would have beat 90% of the experts over 5 years and 80% of the experts over 10 years. The lesson here is that if a monkey can beat the high-paid experts, so can you. The S&P 500. Just because a monkey can beat the S&P 500 does not mean the S&P is making money. The monkey and the S&P lose money. The S&P also had its ups and downs. So why invest for the long term? Why lose money when markets crash? Diversification won't protect you from losing money. The S&P is an extremely diversified group of 500 stocks. Warren Buffett. Even Warren Buffett's company, Berkshire Hathaway, did not do much better than the S&P 500 after the crashes began in 2000. I wonder what will happen when the next crash arrives. Question. Are you saying Warren Buffett did not beat the S&P 500? Are you saying he lost money too? Answer. Yes. Question. So who invests with him? Answer. People who ask the question, what should I do with my money? Question. What about the people who lose money? Don't you feel badly for them? Answer. Absolutely. Why do you think I teach, write books, and create financial games? I've been broke. I've lost money, so I know how it feels. It breaks my heart to witness people struggling financially. If Warren Buffett can lose money, don't you think you should consider investing in your financial education before you turn your money over to the experts? After all, if a monkey can beat the experts, why can't you? Chapter 2. Why Savers Are Losers. Poor Dad. Saving money is smart. Rich Dad. Savers are losers. August 15, 1971, was the official start of today's financial crisis. August 15, 1971, was the day President Richard Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. It's the money, stupid. August 15, 1971, was the date the United States began printing money. August 15, 1971, was the official date the rich began getting richer and the poor and middle class began getting poorer. August 15, 1971, was the day savers became losers. The warning. On April 8, 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was officially launched. The book was self-published because every publisher we took the book to turned it down, a few commenting, "You do not know what you are talking about." The publishers did not agree with many of my Rich Dad's lessons on money, especially Rich Dad's lesson number 1. The rich do not work for money. Rich Dad's lesson number 1 is the cornerstone of Rich Dad's financial education. There are many reasons why the rich do not work for money. One reason is taxes. Rich Dad often said, the people who work for money pay the highest percentage in taxes. The primary reason is because after 1971, the U.S. dollar stopped being money. It became a fiat currency. Question. What is a fiat currency? Answer. A fiat currency is valueless money and not backed by anything of value except by government decree. Question. What is a government decree? Answer. Simply put, the government creates laws saying that a piece of paper is money, legal tender. For example, people must pay their taxes in a country's fiat currency. You cannot pay your taxes in gold or in chickens. Question. What's wrong with fiat currency? Answer. Governments tend to spend more than they collect in taxes. They make promises they cannot always keep, so they print fiat currency to pay their bills, making that fiat currency worth less and less. Question. So I have to work harder and life gets more expensive? Answer. Exactly. Question. Have fiat currencies become worthless? Answer. Eventually they all become worthless because government bureaucrats do not know how to make money. They only know how to spend money. The French philosopher Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, said, "Paper money eventually returns to its intrinsic value, 0. As long as the U.S. dollar was backed by gold, it was difficult to print money. Once the US dollar was no longer backed by gold, the printing presses began printing, and savers became losers. Money is toxic. After 1971, the US dollar became toxic. In 1971, the US dollar became debt, an IOU from American taxpayers. As long as the taxpayer did not complain, the presses kept running. Printing toxic money was like giving alcohol to a drunken sailor. Alcohol makes an alcoholic feel good, and so does money, even if it's toxic money. For 29 years, from 1971 to 2000, the world partied on. Unfortunately, the party is over. The 30-year party. The party began to wind down around the year 2000, the start of the 21st century. 3 giant crashes. In the first 10 years of this century, the world has gone through 3 giant crashes. First, the dot-com crash in 2000, then the real estate crash in 2007, followed by the stock market crash in 2008. Each time the markets crashed, the printing presses were kicked into gear, printing more money, hoping the economy would not collapse. Question: so the boom between 1971 and 2000 was created by printed money? Answer: yes. Question: but now the party is over? Answer: yes. Question: and they are still printing money, hoping more printed money will save the economy? Answer: yes. And this is why savers are losers. Today, interest rates for savings are near or below zero. Once again, savers are losers. Ironically, the banks today have too much money, yet people are getting poorer. The reason for this is that our money is toxic. Money is making people poorer. People who work for money and save money are getting sick. Why savers are losers. In 1976, a person could save money and become rich. For example, in 1976, $1 million in savings times 15% interest equals $150,000 annually. You could live well on $150,000 a year in 1976. Things are very different today. Today, $1 million in savings times 2% interest equals $20,000 annually. That is how much the value of money has gone down. And 2% interest is high today. Let's look at interest rates relative to inflation. If inflation is at 5%, you're looking at losing 3% on your money per year. There is inflation because governments continue to print money. Add this fact to the mix. In 30% of the world, interest rates are below zero. Question: the banks will charge me to keep my money? Answer: that is what negative interest rates mean. Question: why would anyone save money if the bank is charging me money to save my money? Answer: I do not know. It makes no sense to me. One reason why the rich are getting richer is because the rich love debt. The rich know how to use debt to get richer. Low interest rates are saying to me, please come borrow money. Money is on sale. Rich Dad's Prophecy. In 2002, Rich Dad's Prophecy was published. Rich Dad predicted that the biggest crash in world history was coming in 2016, plus or minus a few years. He also predicted that there would be several large crashes before the biggest crash of all, which he targeted for around 2016. Question: and those crashes came in 2000, 2007, and 2008? Answer: yes. Question: how was he able to be so accurate in his predictions? Answer: there are many reasons. The main reason is that this is not the first time governments have printed money to pay their bills. Lessons from history. The Chinese were the first to print money. The first widespread use of paper money was in China during the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 AD. The use of paper money spread to India, Persia, and Japan, but its spread was short-lived because trade stopped when people stopped accepting paper money. Question: Why did people stop accepting the first paper money? Answer: because governments always print too much money. Governments are doing the same thing today. The Roman Empire collapsed, in part, because it began taxing the farmers to pay for their wars. When tax collections could not cover the expenses of war, the Roman emperors debased their coins. Debasing coins was their way of printing money. Question: what does debasing mean? Answer: it means they took precious metals such as gold and silver and mixed them with base metals like nickel and copper, devaluing their coins. Soon, people did not trust the value of their coins. The United States did the same thing in 1964, which is why our silver coins have a copper tinge on the edge. The U.S. prints money. George Washington printed Continentals to pay for the Revolutionary War. Soldiers stopped fighting when the value of the Continental went to zero. Today, the saying, "not worth a Continental," lives on. During the Civil War, the South printed money to fight the North. The Confederate dollar was soon worthless. Question: so Rich Dad based his prophecy on history? Answer: yes, and on other factors. Real financial education must include financial history. History allows you to see into the future. As New York Yankee great Yogi Berra once said, "It's deja vu all over again." Today, our money grows more and more toxic as governments around the world print money. Question: why are they printing money? Answer: to keep their economies from collapsing. Consider the 120-year history of the Dow. After 1971, the year Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, the economy took off. Printed money blew the United States and the world into a bubble. In 2000, the bubble started to leak. To prevent a crash, the government printed more money. The bubble began to burst again in 2007 with the real estate crash, and then in 2008, the banks crashed. All the while, the printing presses kept running. Question: and now the global economy may collapse? Answer: yes. After 2008, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, along with the U.S. Treasury, began the biggest printing of money in world history, an event known as quantitative easing. This is what happens to fiat currency when governments print money. The U.S. dollar lost nearly 90% of its value between 1913, the year the Federal Reserve Bank was created, and 1971, the year Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. Between 1971 and 2016, the dollar has lost another 90% of its value. Question: so our money is the real reason the rich get richer, while the poor and middle class get poorer? Answer: yes. There are four main reasons for the gap. They are: 1. Globalization. Jobs move to lower-wage countries. Since the rich own the factories, they get richer when they can hire lower-wage employees. U.S.-based multinational companies added jobs overseas during the 2000s and cut them at home. 2. Technology. If a person who works for money wants more money, an enterprising engineer will create a robot or software or AI, artificial intelligence, to replace the worker. Robots do not need benefits or time off and will work 24/7. Not only have middle-class incomes stagnated, but the share of households that are earning middle-class incomes has also been in decline since the 1970s. The share of American households earning between 50 and 150% of the median income was 42.2% in 2010, down from 50.3% in 1970. 3. Financialization, the science of printing money. Here are a few definitions that might be helpful. Financialization is a process whereby financial markets, financial institutions, and financial elites gain greater influence over economic policy and economic outcomes. Financialization is the process by which financial institutions, markets, etc., increase in size and influence. Financialization is commonly known as financial engineering. The brightest financial engineers are building Frankenstein monsters. Monsters are known as derivatives. One of Dr. Frankenstein's monsters was subprime mortgages, sold to people who could not afford the American dream. These financial engineers re-engineered these toxic mortgages, had them rated as prime, and sold them to the world as assets. Warren Buffett has called derivatives financial weapons of mass destruction. He should know how lethal they are. Moody's blessed these toxic assets as prime. In 2007, these weapons of mass destruction started to go off. The global economy nearly collapsed. The taxpayers bailed out the bankers who were paid bonuses rather than carted off to jail. 4. Kleptocracy, crony capitalism. There are several definitions of a kleptocracy. 1. A government or state in which those in power exploit national resources and steal, rule by a thief or thieves. 2. A society whose leaders make themselves rich and powerful by stealing from the rest of us. Today, kleptocracy is rampant not only in America, but all over the world. Corruption is rampant in government, sports, education, business, and even religions. Today, there are many people who believe that Washington, D.C. stands for District of Corruption. Financialization cannot take place without kleptocracy. 5. The baby boom bust. Baby boomers, 1946 to 1964, caused much of the boom from 1971 to 2000. Unfortunately, baby boomers are no longer babies. They are now senior citizens. Their peak spending years are over. Their McMansions will go on sale. There is a saying, demography is destiny. Much of Rich Dad's prophecy was based on baby boomer demographics. This generation's peak earning and spending years are behind them. They will live longer, act younger, and shake and rattle the global economy until 2050, many taking more out of the economy than they put in. There are 75 million American baby boomers. The next baby boom is the millennial generation, 1981 to 1997. There will be 81.1 million in the United States by 2036. The old and the new. The Western world is old. The New World is young. The New World is the emerging markets such as India, Vietnam, Middle East, South America, Africa, and Eastern Europe. The New World is the millennial generation's world. They are tech-savvy and born into a cyber world. Just as American baby boomers shook up the world, the New World millennial generation is already shaking up the world. Terrorism, vast migrations of people, Uber, Airbnb, and cyber warfare are the start of the changes. The end of growth. If you listen to financial experts, they always talk about growth. The word growth makes hearts pound harder. The word growth makes people excited. Grow the economy. Grow our wealth. After the crash of 2008, experts kept talking about green shoots. That means they are looking for fresh growth. Savers really did become losers in 2008. That was the year the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank began the biggest money printing operation in the history of the world. And the printing has not stopped. Warning to savers from Buffett. In September 2010, Warren Buffett had this to say to savers. The one thing I will tell you is the worst investment you can have is cash. Everybody is talking about cash being king and all that sort of thing. Cash is going to become worth less over time. Our leaders are still hoping for more green shoots, more growth. They hope printing more money will save the economy. Lord Rothschild of the powerful Rothschild banking dynasty is often quoted as saying, This is the greatest experiment in monetary history in the history of the world. The Rothschild family should know. They set up the modern global banking system back in the 1760s in Germany. Question: can our politicians save us? Answer: no. The problem is not political. It was Rothschild's bank founder, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, 1744 to 1812, who is credited with saying, "Give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws." Question: so it makes very little difference if Republicans or Democrats are in control in Washington? The rich control the world? Answer: correct. Always remember the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. Rich Dad taught me to play by the rules of the rich. If you want to learn more about the rules of money the rich play by, keep listening. Chapter 3. Why taxes make the rich richer, legally. Poor Dad: paying taxes is patriotic. Rich Dad: not paying taxes is patriotic. During the 2012 presidential election, President Obama told the world that he paid 30% in income taxes. His opponent, Governor Mitt Romney, declared he paid 13% in income taxes. Taxes were another nail in Mitt Romney's coffin in his bid for the U.S. presidency. Millions were outraged. Millions called him a crook and a cheat. Millions voted for Obama because they felt a bond with the Democratic candidate, believing Obama is like me. The word ignorance does not mean stupid. The base word of ignorance is ignore. To ignore something means a person must actively not want to know something. Definitions according to Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Ignorance: destitute of knowledge. Ignore: refuse to take notice of. Most of us know taxes are our greatest expense, yet most people choose to ignore the subject of tax. They choose to be ignorant, then get angry at people like Romney who know how to make money and pay less in taxes legally. Without financial education, most people are financially ignorant about taxes. Many of these people vote for politicians who promise to tax the rich. Then they wonder why their taxes keep going up. The problem is not taxes. The problem is spending. One of the reasons for wealth and income inequality is tax. Simply stated, the rich do know how to make more money and pay less in taxes than the poor and middle class, legally. The rich are not always smarter, they simply prefer not to be ignorant. Taxes upon taxes. There are more taxes than just income tax. There are taxes on taxes. It is estimated that for every dollar a person spends, 80% goes directly or indirectly to some kind of tax and back to the government. For example, if you pay $1 for gasoline, not only is your dollar net after tax, which means your dollar has already been taxed, most of the money you pay for the gasoline is going to other levels of tax. The oil company receives very little of the dollar you use to purchase your gasoline. Then the oil company pays taxes on the tiny bit of your dollar they receive. Talk about pennies on the dollar. I think many people would agree that the lack of financial education shows up in our political leaders. Most are employees, like my poor dad, people who know how to spend money but have no idea on how to make money. Financially ignorant leaders are the core of this global crisis. A brief history lesson. 1773, the Boston Tea Party. It was a tax revolt, the spark that led to the Revolutionary War. In 1773, it was patriotic not to pay taxes. Save for a few sets of circumstances and wars like the Civil War, America was pretty much a no-tax or low-tax country from 1773 to 1943. Not paying taxes was patriotic, and America boomed. 1943, the Current Tax Payment Act. World War II was expensive. The government needed money to fight the war. The Current Tax Payment Act was passed as a temporary tax. The significance of this act was that it was the first time the government was allowed to remove taxes directly from paychecks before workers got paid. Talk about putting their hands in our pockets. This is one more reason the rich do not work for money. After 1943, the government kept taking more and more from employees' paychecks. In the early 1960s, I remember opening my first paycheck and wondering where my money went. The problem is that the 1943 Current Tax Payment Act was not temporary. It is now permanent. The government now has a legal vacuum cleaner sucking money out of your wallet. Taxes shorten wars. If we really want world peace, just use taxes to pay for war. In 1961, during his farewell address to the nation, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, former head of the Allied forces in Europe, warned the world of the growing power of the military-industrial complex. America has been at war ever since. Question: why has America been at war? Answer: war is profitable. War creates jobs and makes many people rich. The Last War. Eisenhower, a 5-star Army general, knew firsthand the horrors of war. He was the last president to fight a war with taxpayer dollars. Question: what is the importance of using taxpayer dollars to fight wars? Answer: taxpayers demanded that the war end soon. Eisenhower knew taxpayers did not mind war, but they hated higher taxes. So taxes played a role in ending the Korean War. Question: how do we pay for wars today? Answer: America pays for wars with debt, not taxes. Future generations will eventually pay the taxes for today's wars. Question: is that why Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard in 1971? The United States was spending too much money fighting in Vietnam? Answer: that was one of the reasons. The military-industrial complex was spending money on a war we could not win. I know. I was there. War may be stupid, but war is profitable. The poor and middle class send their sons and daughters to fight wars, and the rich get richer. I am afraid we are in a war on terror, a war that may never end. The rich on both sides are getting rich, while innocent people die. Question: so taxes can be both patriotic and unpatriotic? Answer: yes. It all depends on your point of view and your financial education. Petrodollars. In 1974, President Nixon signed an agreement with the royal family of Saudi Arabia. The deal was that, from that point forward, all oil in the world must be traded in U.S. dollars. The U.S. dollar became the petrodollar. Question: why did they do that? Answer: because after 1971, the year Nixon broke the promise to the world that the U.S. dollar would be backed by gold, the hegemony of the United States, the power and influence of the U.S. dollar, was threatened. By forcing the entire world to buy and sell oil in dollars, the United States and the dollar regained its status in the world. Remember, oil is the lifeblood of the world economy. Oil replaced gold as money. The nations that controlled oil controlled the world. World War II was about oil. Japan attacked the United States because it cut Japan off from oil. Vietnam was about oil. The United States did not want Vietnam selling oil directly to China. In 1999, the euro was launched, threatening the power of the dollar. In 2000, Saddam Hussein declared he would start selling Iraq's oil to Europe in euro, not dollars. In response to 9/11, the United States attacked Iraq, although most of the terrorists identified in the 9/11 attacks were from Saudi Arabia. Did the same thing happen to Muammar Gaddafi, leader of Libya, the African nation with the largest oil reserves? In 2011, Gaddafi proposed the African and Muslim nations join together to create a new currency backed by gold, the dinar. The dinar would be used to buy and sell oil in exclusion of the U.S. dollar. If his plan had worked, it would have disrupted the power of the central banking system of the world. In 2011, Gaddafi was dead. Today, ISIS and other terror networks are disrupting the world. Question: why is the history of oil important? Answer: taxes. Some of my biggest tax breaks come from investing in American oil. Question: you mean investing in oil companies like Chevron or Exxon? Answer: no. Those are investments for passive investors. I am a professional investor. Question: so passive investors do not receive the same tax breaks as professional investors receive? Answer: correct. The tax rules are different. You will find out more as you listen to this book. To be a professional investor, I suggest you seek professional tax advice. Question: is investing in oil and receiving large tax breaks patriotic or unpatriotic? Answer: it doesn't matter what I think. What do you think? Tax lessons from Tom. Tax breaks for oil development. Every country decides what is important to their economy. In the 1960s, the United States decided that oil independence was important to the U.S. economy. To encourage oil exploration and drilling, the U.S. Congress enacted 2 tax breaks for those who invested in U.S. oil exploration and drilling. The first tax break allows investors to deduct 100% of their investment into drilling new wells, about 80% of which is deducted in the first year or 2 of development. These are called intangible drilling costs. The second tax break allows investors to report only 85% of their income from drilling. This tax break is called percentage depletion. These 2 tax breaks combine to create an incentive for U.S. taxpayers to invest in U.S. oil and gas development projects, effectively becoming partners with the U.S. government on all exploration and drilling activities. All accountants are not equal. Tom Wheelwright's contributions to this book are both important and valuable. Tom is the smartest CPA and tax strategist I have ever met, and I have met many. Some CPAs are really stupid. Years ago, when I was just starting out, I asked a highly respected CPA, "How do I pay less in taxes?" His reply: "Make less money." Another CPA from a well-respected accounting firm advised me, "You have too much real estate. I suggest you sell your real estate and put your money in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds." He said that in 2006. If I had followed his advice, I would have been wiped out in 2008. Webster's definitions. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines stupid as 1. Slow of mind, 2. Given to unintelligent decisions. Synonyms for stupid include dull, dense, and dumb. I know I am stupid in some respects. I know I have made stupid decisions. We all have. When it comes to taxes, I am very stupid. That is why I've paid these tax experts for their professional advice. If not for my rich dad and my ongoing financial education, I might have followed stupid advice from CPAs. This is another reason the rich are getting richer. The rich have smarter advisors than the poor and middle class. Question: so how does a person know a smart advisor from a stupid one? Answer: you have to get smarter first. If you do not know good advice from bad advice, any advice will do. In all fairness, an advisor like a CPA can only give me advice to my level of education and experience. For example, if I cannot drive a car, I do not need racing lessons. I need to learn to drive a car first. Better tax advice. Tom Wheelwright has been my personal advisor for years. Tom has guided me through the racetrack of life and business. He has made me and Kim millions and saved us millions in taxes. He has been one of our greatest teachers. My point in saying this is that I had to get ready for Tom. He could not have guided me if I had not done my part first. I asked Tom to write his book, Tax-Free Wealth, so you will know what you have to do, how you can prepare for the world of the rich. Question: are you saying even if I have a college education and a good job, Tom cannot help me? Answer: that is correct. In fact, if you are an employee, there is very little Tom can do for you. All you need is a tax preparation service like H&R Block. Tax lessons from Tom. Great advisors have great financial education. When we get better financial education, our risk goes down as our results increase. This is true for advisors as well. When your tax advisor knows very little, your risk of an audit or of paying too much tax is very high. When your tax advisor knows a lot about the tax law, your risk of audit goes down, as do your taxes. Many people ask me if I am conservative or aggressive. I believe I am the most conservative tax advisor alive because I spend so much time every day studying the tax law. Who pays the highest taxes? Consider the Cashflow Quadrant. That book, Rich Dad's Cashflow Quadrant, was the second book in the Rich Dad series. E stands for employee. S stands for self-employed, small business, or specialist, such as doctor, lawyer, real estate agent, or sports superstar. B stands for a big business owner with 500 employees or more. I stands for investor, active investor, not passive investor. The quadrant also tells the story of who pays the most and least in taxes. Tax percentages paid per quadrant. S's pay 60%, E's pay 40%, B's pay 20%, and I's pay 0%. Question: so after the Current Tax Payment Act of 1943, anyone who works for money pays the highest taxes? Answer: yes. That is why Rich Dad's money rule number 1 is, the rich don't work for money. Question: so professional investors pay the least in taxes? Answer: yes. Question: I am an investor. I have a retirement plan. I invest through my company pension, and I have a small portfolio of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. I have tax-free returns, and I am ex-military, and I have a military pension. Am I in the I quadrant? Answer: no. You are probably a passive investor. Professional investors are different. Think of it this way. One of the great golfers in history is Tiger Woods. Even if I used Tiger Woods golf clubs and wore Tiger Woods' shirt and shoes, I would still never be a professional golfer like Tiger Woods. In other words, professional investing is not about the investment. It is about the investor. And the financial education required to live life in the I quadrant is massive. Question: do you think I can do it? Answer: that is up to you. Only you can answer that question. Tax lessons from Tom. Consumers versus producers. Think of the E, S, B, and I quadrants in terms of consuming and producing. Someone in the E quadrant produces whatever they can produce by themselves and consumes an equal amount. Someone in the S quadrant produces a little more if they have some employees and consumes a little less than they produce. Someone in the B or I quadrant, however, produces much more than they consume. In the B quadrant, they are creating hundreds or thousands of jobs, and in the I quadrant, they are producing energy, food, and housing. They still only consume the same amount as someone in the E or S quadrant. The government encourages and rewards these activities through tax breaks because the producers stimulate the economy and produce the food, fuel, and housing that the rest of the citizens need to live happy, productive lives. The B and I quadrants. There are rich people in all 4 quadrants. There are many rich employees and self-employed specialists, such as doctors, lawyers, sports stars, and artists. In the E and S quadrants, there are both rich and poor people. The richest people in the world live in the I quadrant. There are no poor people in the I quadrant. The amount of wealth they have may vary, but no one is poor. Question: So why do they pay the least in taxes if they are rich? Answer, because of the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. Question, so you play by the rules of the I quadrant? Answer, I do, and so can you. The rules do not discriminate. Question, and the rules for the E quadrant are different? Answer, very different. Question, how long did it take you to get to the I quadrant? Answer, it took a while. Nothing happens overnight. In 1973, I returned from Vietnam. My poor dad suggested I go back to school and get my master's degree and live my life in the E quadrant. My rich dad suggested I take a real estate investment course so I could one day live my life in the I quadrant. Question, what did you do? Answer, I did both. I flew for the Marines during the day and started night school for my MBA. I also took a 3-day course on real estate investing. Question, what happened? Answer, I dropped out of the MBA program after 6 months. Question, why? Answer, there were many reasons. One reason was the instructors. The instructors in the MBA program had no real-world experience. They were professional teachers teaching business courses. The real estate course instructor was a real estate investor. He inspired me to learn. The MBA instructors were boring. The real estate instructor was teaching me about the I quadrant. The MBA instructors were teaching me about the E quadrant. After 6 months, I was gone because I knew where I wanted to go. I wanted to one day live my life in the I quadrant as a professional investor. The 3-day real estate course, 40-plus years ago, cost $385, which for me at the time was half my monthly income as a Marine pilot. The course did not give me answers. The course taught me what I needed to learn and what I needed to do after the class was over. Today, I am still a student and still learning. Question, what was your return on the $385? Answer, millions. Most importantly, I learned to use debt and taxes to become rich. Question, debt and taxes have made you rich? Answer, yes. And it's the same debt and taxes that make most people poor. Debt and taxes make those with financial education richer. The knowledge gained from that $385 course was priceless. Question, should I go back to school? Answer, the type of school you attend depends upon which quadrant you want to live your life in. I wanted to live my life in the I quadrant, the same quadrant where the richest people in the world live. Once I completed that 3-day real estate course, I kept on learning and continued to take classes. I love learning in the I quadrant. Question, do you think people should enter the MBA program? Answer, absolutely, especially today. MBA programs provide a solid foundation for all quadrants. Once you graduate, they can decide which quadrant they want to live in. Keep in mind that it's not the profession that determines the quadrant. For example, a medical doctor could be an employee in the E quadrant, a doctor in private practice in the S quadrant, build a hospital in the B quadrant, and become a professional investor in the I quadrant. The difference is the mindset, skill sets, and financial education. If you want to live your life in the B and I quadrants, you must know how to use debt and taxes to get richer. Question, so your 3-day real estate course was your entry into the I quadrant? Answer, yes. But I can't stress this enough. That 3-day course was just the start. My instructor inspired me to learn more, and I kept on learning. I took courses on stock trading, foreign exchange trading, options trading, gold and silver investing, financial planning, debt, taxes, and how to raise capital, as well as different levels of real estate courses, from buying small homes to developing property. I love learning in the I quadrant. If you have ever seen the TV program Shark Tank, you've seen what real people in the I quadrant do. They look at investments, business or real estate, and startups, and then decide if the product and the entrepreneurs are worth funding. Question, is that what I quadrant people do? Answer: yes, it's a great life. It sure beats working. Question: how long did it take you to get to the I quadrant? Answer: I was 47 and Kim was 37 when we were financially free. There were many bumps along the way. Kim and I were homeless for a short while. In the process, we achieved not only wealth and freedom, but we gained education, knowledge, wisdom, experience, and friends who think like we do. Question: how long will it take me? Answer: that depends on you. I have met a number of people who are naturals in the I quadrant. I wasn't, so it took me a while. Kim is a natural. She loves her life in the I quadrant. Taxes are incentives. The point I want to make is that people on the E and S side of the cash flow quadrant pay the highest percentages in taxes. There is little a person like Tom can do for them unless they are first willing to invest in their financial education. I have met so many successful accountants, attorneys, and doctors who will tell me and Tom, you can't do that here. No matter where we are in the world, some expert will raise his or her hand and say, you can't do that here. It's illegal. The problem is that these experts are locked into the mindset of their quadrant. It requires financial education to move from the left side, the E and S side, to the B and I side. In 1994, after Kim and I made it to the I quadrant, she and I formed the Rich Dad Company in the B quadrant. The purpose for starting the Rich Dad Company was to provide financial education for those who wanted to migrate from the E and S quadrants and become B's and I's. As you know, there are no guarantees that anyone will make it to the B and I quadrants. Our first product was the Cashflow game, which was released in 1996, followed by Rich Dad, Poor Dad in 1997. In 2000, Rich Dad, Poor Dad made the New York Times list and remained on the list for more than 6 years. A month later, Oprah called, and I was her guest for her entire hour-long show. That day changed my life and the course of the Rich Dad Company. I have been called an overnight success many times. In some ways, that is true. In just 1 hour, talking to Oprah and her millions of loyal fans, telling the story of my 2 dads, one rich and one poor, and the importance of financial education, I went from unknown to world famous. Yet, I assure you, there was a lot of hard work and study long before Oprah called. A final word on taxes. The reason Governor Mitt Romney paid 13% in taxes and President Obama paid 30% is because Romney operates out of the B and I quadrants. Barack Obama operates out of the E and S quadrants. They see the world very differently. That is the power of real financial education. Incentives. When Tom and I teach together on stages all over the world, he explains that taxes and tax breaks are incentives, and incentives are different for the different quadrants. For example, people in the E and S quadrants respond to the incentive of more money, more income, higher pay, and bonuses. Those in the E and S quadrants work for money. People on the B and I side work for tax incentives. They make more money indirectly via tax breaks. For example, B quadrant people receive tax breaks for hiring employees. The government does this because the government needs jobs for people. There's a steady stream of tax dollars flowing into government coffers from employee paychecks, so the government offers the incentive of lower taxes. These are entrepreneurs such as Elon Musk. He receives billions in tax breaks from different states and from the U.S. government. In the I quadrant, I receive tax breaks for investing in apartment complexes. If I did not provide housing, the government would have to, costing taxpayers a lot of money. So rather than ask taxpayers to pay higher taxes, the government offers entrepreneurs like me tax incentives. I become a partner with the government. If the government had to build those apartment buildings, that would be socialism. If I build them, it's capitalism. Personally, I prefer to be a capitalist on the B and I side of the cash flow quadrant. Tax lessons from Tom. Government incentives. Even the E and S quadrants receive tax incentives. In the United States, for example, those who purchase houses can deduct the interest expense on their tax return. Those who save for retirement can deduct their investments through IRAs, RRSPs, and superannuations. Those who give to charity can deduct their donations. These are all tax incentives from the government. The B and I quadrants simply receive many more tax incentives from the government because the activities that take place in those quadrants perform vital functions that help the government do its job of improving the economy, providing jobs, and providing food, energy, and fuel to citizens and businesses. Now you may understand why Tom Wheelwright is my tax advisor and my adjuvant in this book. He makes sure I do the right things in business and that what I write about is accurate. I have no desire to go to jail or to misinform you. The reason Tom is my personal advisor is because every investment or business is different. Most deals do not work and we turn them down. But with every business opportunity or property deal we do our due diligence on, we become smarter together. Remember this. People who say you can't do that here probably live their lives in the E or S quadrants. So it is true, most of them cannot do it there. But you can, if you invest in your financial education for the B and I quadrants. Tax lessons from Tom. You can't do that here. When I hear this, I am hearing that the person speaking is saying that you can't do this in their situation. They are correct. In order to do what Robert and I do, you have to change your situation. For example, someone who rents their house cannot deduct their house payments, rent, whereas someone who owns their house can, interest. So in order to deduct a house payment, a person has to change their situation from a renter to a homeowner. The same is true with other deductions, credits, and tax benefits. A person must place themselves in the right situation in order to obtain the tax benefit. If they do, it doesn't matter if they are wealthy or not. They will get the tax benefit. The wealthy simply have learned to place themselves in the right situation more often than the poor and middle class. Later in this book, Tom and I will guide you through real deals that Kim and I have done. Deals that E's and S's cannot do. Chapter 4. Why mistakes make the rich richer. Poor dad. Mistakes make you stupid. Rich dad. Mistakes make you smarter. Have you ever watched a baby learning to walk? The baby stands, wobbles, then takes a step. Oftentimes the baby falls and cries. We all know the next steps. Soon the baby is at it again, getting up from the floor, standing, wobbling, falling again, and quite likely crying again too. The baby repeats the process until one day he or she walks, then runs, rides a bicycle, drives a car, and leaves home. This is the way God designed us to learn. Humans learn by making mistakes. If the baby were punished each time he or she fell, the baby would crawl for the rest of its life. The baby would never leave home. In school, students learn by lecture, reading and studying, and then take a test. Let's say there are 10 questions on a test, and the student makes 3 mistakes. The teacher awards a grade of 70%, and the class moves on to the next lesson. The school system discards the most important part of the test, the mistakes. Rather than learn from their mistakes, students are punished for making them. Many students leave school feeling stupid, certainly not smart, and fearful of mistakes, less confident about their ability to learn. Mistakes tell the teacher what a student does not know, and in many cases, what the teacher failed to teach. Mistakes are opportunities for both student and teacher to get smarter. A year after graduation, most students have forgotten 75% of the right answers. What they never forget are the negative messages. Don't make mistakes. People who make mistakes are stupid. Rich Dad had a tremendous respect for mistakes. He often said, mistakes are God's way of talking to you. Mistakes are saying, wake up, pay attention. There is something you need to know. After school, Rich Dad's son and I worked in his business 2 days a week. After work, he would sit down with us to debrief and discuss the day. He wanted to know what we learned, what we did not understand, and what mistakes we made. If we did make mistakes, he wanted us to tell the truth. He did not want us to learn to lie about them, and he believed mistakes are only sins when not admitted. Tax lessons from Tom. Specialists hate making mistakes. Accountants, attorneys, doctors, internet gurus, and other professionals usually stay in the E or S quadrants. They work so hard to be right, it's very difficult for them to be wrong and admit their mistakes. This is why so few of them make it to the B or the I quadrants. They just don't understand the benefits of making mistakes and allowing others to make mistakes. This is what holds them back. The best teachers in the world. Rich Dad's homework assignments were reading books about entrepreneurs. After finishing a book, we would get together for a book study and discuss what we learned. We read some great books about great entrepreneurs. Rich Dad often said, the best teachers in the world are in books. One of my favorite books of those we studied was about the life of Thomas Edison. Edison, who lived from 1847 to 1931, was an inventor and founder of corporate giant General Electric. In school, Edison's teachers said he was too stupid to learn and that he was addled. He left school and was educated by his mom at home, where he had the time to study what he wanted to study. One of his creations was the prototype for today's modern laboratory. In his laboratory, people could experiment as a team, and he and his team had the freedom to fail together until they succeeded. Some of the inventions to come out of his laboratory were the telegraph, phonograph, electric light bulb, alkaline storage battery, and a camera for motion pictures. Inventions that changed the world. Not bad for a student who was too stupid to learn. My favorite Edison quote is, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that don't work." And to people who quit, he said, "Many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they gave up." Many of you have heard these two quotes by Edison before, yet I ask you, how much of your life is limited by your fear of making mistakes, your fear of failing? What about fear of being fired, fear of not having a job, and fear of looking stupid? The Millionaire Next Door. Between 1971 and 2000, people did not need to change. They were protected by a rising global economy. In 1996, The Millionaire Next Door was published. It was a runaway bestseller, a reflection of the euphoria the world was experiencing. The middle class loved this book. It defined the millionaire as a middle-class college graduate with a good job and a house in the suburbs. These millionaires drove modest cars like Volvos and Toyotas and followed the financial planner's formula that prescribed save money, get out of debt, and invest for the long term in a well-diversified portfolio of stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. The millionaire next door became a millionaire by being in the right place, doing the right things at the right time in history. The problem is that these millionaires next door did not need financial education to become a millionaire. Then the world changed. If we consider the 120-year history of the Dow, we can see the bottom fell out soon after The Millionaire Next Door was published in 1996. By 2008, many of the millionaires next door were the foreclosures next door. Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published in 1997, with the opposite message. Rich Dad, Poor Dad was about what the rich knew that the millionaire next door did not. In 2008, the world nearly collapsed, and the governments of the world began printing trillions of dollars to keep the economy afloat. Many millionaires next door were spared from financial ruin. They were millionaires on paper, net worth millionaires. They were home equity millionaires and retirement account millionaires. The problem was, most had little to no financial education. In many ways, the same is still true today. Today, rather than looking ahead and planning for retirement, many of these millionaires next door are worried about losing everything. They know something is very wrong in the economy. Many worry about living longer and running out of money in retirement. What if I fail? This chapter is about mistakes. What most people learn in school is the fear of making mistakes. Their fear becomes a mental wall, a divider between what they know and what they need to learn. At the beginning of this book, I wrote about people asking me, what should I do with my money? Many people who asked that question are in trouble today. Question: why are they in trouble? Answer: because they are people who saved money, bought a house, got out of debt, and invested for the long term in the stock market. Question: those are the people who may be wiped out? Answer: yes. Question: what can they do? Answer: they do have options, but when I suggest they get a real financial education rather than turning their money over to experts, most say, but what if I fail? What if I make a mistake? What if I lose money? Isn't that risky? Won't that be a lot of work? I don't have to worry. I have Social Security. Question: so you cannot teach them anything if they are afraid of failing, or they don't want to learn? Answer: that's correct. The days of the millionaire next door are over. Gone are the days when you could turn your money over to an expert and wake up a millionaire. Another of Lord Rothschild's statements comes across as a dire warning. The 6 months under review have seen central bankers continuing what is surely the greatest experiment in monetary policy in the history of the world. We are therefore in uncharted waters, and it is impossible to predict the unintended consequences of very low interest rates, with some 30% of the global government debt at negative yields, combined with quantitative easing on a massive scale. Question: what does that mean? Answer: it means the world is in serious trouble. Between 1971 and 2000, people who had good jobs, saved money, and were passive investors in the stock market were the big winners. Just before retiring, the millionaires next door shifted to bonds for steady income during retirement. Between 1971 and 2000, bonds were bulletproof, virtually guaranteed safe and secure. Today's savers are losers. The stock market is in the biggest bubble in world history, and bonds, once safe and secure, are time bombs. If interest rates start going back up, the bond market may blow up. Weapons of mass destruction. Earlier in this book, I stated that one reason for the growing gap between the rich and everyone else is financialization, the production of toxic money and synthetic assets, sometimes called derivatives, or as Warren Buffett calls them, financial weapons of mass destruction. And Buffett should know. His company, Moody's, blessed these weapons of mass destruction, MBS, mortgage-backed securities. A MBS is made up of subprime mortgages from poor people. Then financial engineers take over and, like magic, turn subprime into prime. After Moody's blessed these weapons of mass destruction as safe and sound, they were sold into the world economy. The explosion that followed rocked the financial world. Question: derivatives could not have been sold without Moody's blessing? Answer: correct. Buffett and friends made billions while millions of people's lives were destroyed in the blast. Then friends in government bailed out Buffett and friends with trillions in taxpayer money. This is kleptocracy in its finest hour. Question: so it was financially engineered derivatives, synthetic assets that caused the real estate market to crash in 2007 and the banking crash of 2008? Answer: yes. The real estate market did not crash. Derivatives began exploding and the world nearly came crashing down. If you want to learn more about derivatives and their destructive power, the movie The Big Short does a great job keeping you entertained while educating you about financial weapons of mass destruction. But wait, it gets worse. In 2007, before the crash, there were $700 trillion in derivatives about to explode. Today, there are $1.2 quadrillion. Question: what if they go off again? Answer: this time, the millionaire next door may be wiped out. Question: are they safe today? Answer: no. On September 1st, 2016, the Wall Street Journal wrote about the troubles of the mighty Deutsche Bank, once the most powerful bank in the world, founded in 1870 and staffed by over 100,000 employees worldwide. The banking giant is selling parts of its business to raise money. Negative interest rates are like a cancer on a bank's business model. The Wall Street Journal also noted that the bank's derivative portfolio is starting to overheat, approaching meltdown like the Fukushima nuclear reactors did in Japan in 2011. Question: is there an easier way to understand derivatives? Answer: think of an orange. Orange juice is a derivative of the orange. Orange juice concentrate is a derivative of orange juice. A mortgage loan is a financial derivative of a house. What the financial engineers did was take millions of mortgages and turn them into mortgage concentrate and sell this toxic concentrate to the world. As long as subprime borrowers, in some cases people without jobs, could make their monthly mortgage payments, the world was safe and secure. Atomic war. An atomic bomb is a derivative of the chemical element uranium, symbol U, atomic number 92. As a kid in school during the 1960s, everyone lived in fear of atomic war. We were told Russia and China were our enemies and that they were going to attack us. In response to this atomic threat, we had ridiculous atomic bomb drills in school. On our teacher's command, little kids crawled under their desks and covered their heads. Today, foreign powers continue their saber-rattling. Atomic bombs and other weapons of mass destruction are real threats. Decimating ISIS and global terrorism threats are imperatives. Kleptocracy runs rampant in the world's governments, global corporations, central banks, and the financial services industry. And today, there is still little, if any, financial education in our schools. Prisoners of the E Quadrant. In many cases, school sets us up for life. It's both a foundation and a mindset that, without new ideas that rock people's boats, the die is cast. When a parent says to a child, "Go to school and get a job," the child is being programmed for life in the E Quadrant. The problem is that, for most people, the E Quadrant is the only quadrant they ever think about. Most people have no idea there is a bigger world outside the E Quadrant. We are all humans, but very different beings. The beings in the E Quadrant all say the same words in different languages all over the world. They all say, "I want a safe, secure job, a steady paycheck, good benefits, and time off." It does not matter if the being speaks English, Spanish, Japanese, German, or Swahili. The words are the same. A being. Being human. A human being is made up of 4 basic components. They are 1. Mind. 2. Body. 3. Emotions. 4. Spirit. Our current educational system is designed to program a student's mind, body, emotions, and spirit into a being who is an employee. Question: is that why it's so hard for employees to give up job security and a steady paycheck? Without real financial education, the emotion of fear runs them. Answer: absolutely. Without financial education, a being can only be human. Question: is that why there is no financial education in our schools? Answer: that's my opinion, based upon what my research tells me. The Western system of education is based on the Prussian system, an educational system designed to produce workers and soldiers, people trained to follow orders and do what they are told to do. I am not saying it's bad to follow orders. I follow orders. I obey the law. A person must be a good follower before he or she can become a good leader. When people stop obeying rules and laws, we have chaos. My concern is that our educational system uses fear to teach. That is why people cannot think. They worry more about making mistakes, failing, and looking foolish. Without high EQ, emotional intelligence, and financial education, most people leave school and become prisoners in the E quadrant. They cannot escape. The torture chamber. After graduating from college, many A students go on to graduate and professional schools, becoming specialists in the S quadrant. They become doctors, accountants, and lawyers. Many others become self-employed professionals in the S quadrant. They become real estate salespeople, massage therapists, computer programmers, web designers, actors, artists, and musicians. Some do exceptionally well financially, but most do not. Others become small business owners in the S quadrant. They may start a restaurant, open a boutique, or a fitness studio. Question: why do you call the S quadrant the torture chamber? Answer: because it is the worst quadrant. The first thing that happens to a person who leaves the E quadrant is that expenses go up and income goes down. Then government rules and regulations are piled on you. You have no benefits, no medical and dental insurance, retirement plans, or paid vacations. Your income goes down because you are no longer doing your job, which is to take care of your customers. Your new job is running and building a business and dealing with people who take your time and your money. Question: is that why 9 out of 10 businesses fail in the first 5 years? Answer: yes. Question: does it get better after the business is built? Answer: a little, but the torture never ends for the S quadrant entrepreneur. For example, those in the S quadrant will always pay the highest taxes, 60% or higher in some cases. In many cases, that is why most stay small. The extra income is not worth the hassle of making more money. Question: what is the good news? Answer: the good news is there are many more programs teaching people to be entrepreneurs. Today, many schools are offering entrepreneur programs, ways to make the transition from E to S less risky. And the bad news is, most programs are designed to teach people to be S quadrant entrepreneurs. Question: what are the benefits of being successful in the S quadrant? Answer: the S quadrant is the most important quadrant. Question: why? Answer: if you succeed, you become a real entrepreneur, and you'll never go back to the E quadrant. The best news: if you become rich and successful in the S quadrant, you are qualified to move on to the B and I quadrants. That is what Ray Kroc did when he bought McDonald's from the McDonald brothers. He took the brothers' business from the S quadrant to the B and I quadrants and made billions. Question: have you done the same thing? Answer: yes. Not on the same scale of McDonald's, but the path I followed is similar. I am not yet a billionaire. Question: was the process of going from being an employee in the E quadrant, then to the S quadrant, then to the B and I quadrants difficult? Answer: for me, the journey between quadrants was extremely difficult. Question: why? Answer: because the education for each being in each quadrant is different. The lessons are different, and so are the personal challenges. When I transitioned from E to S, my being had to change. I had to scramble and learn what I did not know. I had no steady paycheck, but I had employees who needed paychecks and benefits. I had to buy desks and office equipment. I had to raise money from investors to buy inventory for my nylon and Velcro wallet business. Every mistake I made or mistakes my employees made cost me money. Just as a baby falls before it walks, I fell every day and had to pick myself up. If not for my rich dad teaching me to respect the lesson in every mistake, I would have quit. I would have become what Edison called a failure. Repeating his quote, "Many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they gave up." I had to go beyond failure before I succeeded. That is how our being transforms and changes quadrants. Once I succeeded in the S Quadrant, I was ready to take on the B and I quadrants. Every successful entrepreneur I know has gone through the same process. Question: when will I learn about the B and I quadrants? Answer: that is what the rest of this book is about. For now, I want you to begin to understand the difference between human failures and rich beings. What it takes. Changing quadrants requires 4 things. 1. Spiritual intelligence. Your quiet intelligence knows there is a greater person in you, a person who can achieve their dreams. 2. Mental intelligence. The knowledge that you can learn anything you want to learn. 3. Emotional intelligence. Your ability to learn from your mistakes. In certain situations, emotional intelligence is at least 3 times more powerful than mental intelligence, especially when you are angry. Resist blaming others, even if it was their fault. Blame is a sign of low emotional intelligence. Blame stands for be lame, a lame being. Remember, all coins have 3 sides, heads, tails, and the edge. Emotional intelligence is the ability to stand on the edge of the coin and learn from the 2 sides. 4. Physical intelligence. Your ability to take what you learn, turn your ideas into action, and stand back up when you fall. If you can engage all 4 of your intelligences, you will win, no matter what happens in the economy. If you can do it every day, no matter what happens, you will become a strong and great person, greater than you are today. Chapter 5. Why crashes make the rich richer. Poor Dad: I hope the market does not crash. Rich Dad: I do not care if the market crashes. If Walmart was having a 50% off sale, you could not get into the store. If Wall Street has a 50% off sale, the millionaire next door runs and hides. The Planet's Friendly Genius. In 1983, I read the book Grunch of Giants, written by Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. After reading that book, I could see the coming of the financial crisis we are in today. Dr. Fuller is often called the planet's friendly genius. He is best known for designing the geodesic dome. In 1967, I hitchhiked from my school at Kings Point in New York to Montreal, Canada, to Expo 67, the World's Fair themed Man and His World. I especially wanted to see Dr. Fuller's massive geodesic dome, the U.S. pavilion at the Expo. The dome was unbelievable. In 1981, I had the opportunity to study with Bucky Fuller for a week at a ski resort in Kirkwood, California. That week changed the direction of my life. I studied with him again in 1982 and 1983. He was teaching our class how we could predict the future. Dr. Fuller passed away a few weeks after that last event. Fuller was known for many things. He was a scientist, an architect, a mathematician, and a futurist. Many of his predictions have come true with uncanny accuracy. For example, he predicted a new technology would come into this world before or around 1990. On schedule, the Internet arrived in 1989 as the ARPANET, 6 years after Fuller's passing. His book, Grunch of Giants, was released in 1983. Grunch is an acronym standing for Gross Universal Cash Heist. In that book, he explained how the ultra-rich are ripping off the world and what the future holds for all of us. Bucky was saying the same things my rich dad had been telling me for years. Who is Grunch? Fuller writes in Grunch, "Who runs Grunch? Nobody knows. It controls all the world's banks, even the muted Swiss banks. It does what its lawyers tell it to do. It maintains technical legality and is prepared to prove it. Its law firm is named Machiavelli. Machiavelli, Atoms, and Oil. Some think the second Mach is a cover for Mafia." The most important point I want to make is that we should all be aware of the fact that this game of money is rigged. It is not fair. The game of money that Grunch plays is to steal our wealth via our money, our monetary system. The world is waking up. Quoting The Economist from March 26, 2016, "America used to be the land of opportunity and optimism. Now opportunity is seen as the preserve of the elite. 2/3 of Americans believed the economy is rigged in favor of vested interests, and optimism has turned to anger. America is meant to be a temple of free enterprise. It isn't. The game may indeed be rigged." Question: Can we stop Grunch? Answer: You could try. But rather than take on Grunch, I decided to learn and understand the game Grunch plays. I decided I wouldn't be a victim. That is why in 1963 I began to look into the future, and chose not to play the game Grunch wants us to play. Question: What game is that? Answer: The game that begins with the instructions, go to school, work hard, pay taxes, get out of debt, and save money. To beat Grunch, I knew I had to learn to see the future and prepare for the future. How to see the future? The way to see the future is to study the past. Fuller called it prognostication. Let me teach you how Dr. Fuller taught me to see the future. Let's use the same 120-year history of the Dow that we've already studied. You will now learn how to see the future by simply considering, again, the past 20 years of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. 1913. Federal Reserve Bank is created. In that same year, the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was passed, authorizing the government to tax income. Question: The Fed was created the same year income tax was created? Answer: Yes. The Fed needs tax dollars to create dollars. Question: Why is this date so important? Answer: Because it was in 1913 that today's global crisis began. Today's financial crisis would not have happened without the creation of the Federal Reserve System and the IRS, the tax system. Tax lessons from Tom. Tax dollars create new dollars. The Fed can only create dollars because these dollars were backed by the U.S. taxpayer. Without the tax system, the Fed would have no backing and could not create dollars. Many experts agree that without the Fed, there would not have been multi-trillions in quantitative easing, the printing of money. Without the Fed, there would not have been the 2007 real estate market crash. Without the Fed, the giant banks would not have crashed in 2008, and without the Fed, the giant banks could not have been bailed out with taxpayer money. This is why 1913 is an important date in understanding the history behind today's crisis. 1929. The giant stock market crash. This crash led to the Great Depression. The Depression terrified the American people. Their financial insecurity led to the Great Society, the genesis of many of the social programs we have today, including the unfunded liabilities of entitlement programs that are bankrupting America today. The national debt of the United States in 2017 is estimated to be over $220 trillion when off-balance sheet liabilities, the insolvent programs like Social Security and Medicare, are included. 1935. Social Security is enacted by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Today, millions are counting on the government to take care of them when they retire. 1943. Current Tax Payment Act is passed, whereby Congress authorized taxes to be taken from employees' paychecks before the employee in the E Quadrant is paid. 1944. The Bretton Woods Agreement puts the world on the dollar standard. The United States agrees to back its dollar with gold. The world is required to trade internationally in U.S. dollars. Instead of saving gold, the central banks of the world were required to save U.S. dollars. The dollar was now as good as gold and became the reserve currency of the world. This gave the United States an unprecedented advantage in the world economy, and America and many Americans became extremely rich. 1971. President Richard Nixon violates the Bretton Woods Agreement. The printing of money begins. Today's crisis could not have happened if Nixon had not violated the Bretton Woods Agreement. 1972. President Nixon opens the doors to China. Job security is lost to lower-wage countries. In 3 decades, China went from a dirt-poor country to a world power. 1974. President Nixon signs petrodollar agreement with Saudi Arabia. The U.S. dollar is now backed by oil. All countries must now buy oil in U.S. dollars, which makes the U.S. dollar the most powerful currency in history. Petrodollars allowed the Fed to print money like madmen. The good news is that the U.S. economy boomed. The bad news is that terrorism is increasing. Thousands of people are dying at the hands of terrorists, and millions more are fleeing their homelands, displaced by war. War caused in large part by the petrodollar. The U.S. government's position, oftentimes, is that it is the world's policeman. That is not really true. America fights wars to protect the hegemony of the U.S. dollar. Question. What does hegemony mean? Answer. Hegemony is the authority of one nation over others. The agreement with Saudi Arabia and other oil producers gave Americans a stronger economy, an incredible lifestyle, a higher standard of living, and an unfair advantage over other people of the world. Question. What happens if the petrodollar as currency comes to an end? Answer. Good question. No one really knows. Trillions of petrodollars will probably come home as central banks dump their dollar reserves, which may cause massive hyperinflation in America. America's hegemony will come to an end, and the gap between rich and poor will grow wider. Question. So the crisis in the Middle East started in 1973 when the dollar became a petrodollar? You mean millions of people are migrating to Europe because of the petrodollar? Answer. A thoughtful question. You are now learning how to see the future by studying the past. 1978. The 401k is created. Today, 80% of all baby boomers feel they will become poorer in retirement. The 401k was not designed to make the baby boomers financially secure. The 401k was designed to make Wall Street richer. 1983. Bucky Fuller's Grunch of Giants is published. 1987. The stock market crashes. Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan, 1987 to 2006, enacts the Greenspan Put. Its official name is President's Working Group on Financial Markets. Insiders call it the Plunge Protection Team. Question. What does the Plunge Protection Team do? Answer. Every time markets crash, money from mysterious sources that many suspect are funded by the Fed, rushes in to prop up the market. Once Greenspan and the Fed prevented the 1987 crash, the rich knew the Fed was standing behind them. The rich could not lose. Consider 1987, and you will see that the markets took off after Greenspan signaled he would be their banker. The Fed issued a money-back guarantee to the rich, a safety net of sorts, if the markets crashed. The rich could not lose. 1987 to 2000. The Dow goes parabolic, and the millionaire next door gets rich. Millions of middle-class passive investors become millionaires via inflation in the value of their homes, their 401ks and IRAs, as well as company and government pension plans. It was very easy for Americans to get rich between 1970 and 2000. 1996. The book The Millionaire Next Door is published. Author Thomas Stanley praises the average person who becomes a millionaire by buying a house, living frugally, and investing for the long term in the stock market. Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan warns of irrational exuberance. His words were a signal that the party was coming to an end. He should know, he and the Fed financed the party. Irrational exuberance was his way of saying, "Boys, you're drunk. I'm going to take the punch bowl away." 1997. Rich Dad, Poor Dad is published, warning that the rich didn't work for money, savers are losers, and your house is not an asset. Question: did you write Rich Dad, Poor Dad as a warning? Answer: yes, I was warning that the sleigh ride was over. The boom was about to bust, and the cash heist was about to begin. Question: are you saying the baby boom generation may become the baby bust generation? Answer: yes. Today, as I write in 2017, the middle class is shrinking, and poverty is increasing. Consider the history and the solvency status of Social Security in the United States. There were surpluses from 1982 to 2007. Since 2008, there have been nothing but deficits. What do you see in the future for baby boomers, their children, and their grandchildren? You are now a prognosticator. What do you see as you look into the future? 1999. The European Union creates the euro. 2000. Saddam Hussein announces his intention to sell Iraqi oil in euros. 2001. The World Trade Center is attacked. 14 of the 19 hijackers are from Saudi Arabia. None were from Iraq. Flashback to June 28, 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand is assassinated in Sarajevo and World War I begins. On that same day, England signed an agreement for the oil rights in Mesopotamia, known today as Iraq. Mosul was an important city in 1914, and it is an important city today. Today, as I write this book, Iraqi troops fight to reclaim the city of Mosul from ISIS control. Oil has long played a role in history and in the world economy. In 1941, Pearl Harbor was attacked after the United States cut off oil to Japan. The Vietnam War was about oil, not communism. The United States did not want China to have access to Vietnam's oil. In my opinion, the petrodollar must be defended. If oil is not traded in U.S. dollars, the U.S. economy collapses. 3 giant crashes. There have been 3 major crashes in the first 10 years of this century, between 2000 and 2010. 2000, the dot-com crash. 2007, the subprime crash. 2008, the big bank crash. 3 giant crashes, thousands of times bigger than the giant crash of 1929. Many millionaires next door were wiped out between 2000 and 2010, and many more are likely to be wiped out in the coming crash. 2002. Rich Dad's Prophecy was published. In 2002, Rich Dad's Prophecy was published. I predicted the biggest stock market crash would hit in or around 2016. In that same book, I also predicted a smaller crash prior to 2016. That crash arrived in 2007 and 2008. 2008, the third crash was the banking crash. Approximately 6 months later, on September 15, 2008, Lehman Brothers, a 150-year-old bank and one of the oldest banks in America, filed for bankruptcy and was closed. On October 3, 2008, Ben Bernanke and Secretary of the Treasury Hank Paulson, a former Goldman Sachs CEO, created TARP, the Troubled Assets Relief Program. The program bailed out the biggest banks, including Goldman Sachs, Paulson's former employer. Taxpayers will be paying for this bailout for generations. 2009, Muammar Gaddafi proposes selling Libyan oil in gold-backed dinars. 2011, Gaddafi is killed. 2015, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, is snubbed by President Barack Obama. Israel disagrees with President Obama's efforts to normalize relations with Iran. Question: do you stand by your prediction of a crash in 2016? Answer: yes. In January 2016, the average investor lost 6.3% when the Dow plunged. The average NASDAQ investor lost 8%. The crash was halted when the Fed and the plunge protection team came to the rescue. Oil prices have plunged. Interest rates have never in the history of the world been lower. In August of 2016, it was reported that the mighty Deutsche Bank was in serious trouble. Steam was rising from its derivative portfolio. By the time you listen to this book, you will have a better idea of how pervasive this financial crisis is. In Rich Dad's Prophecy, 2002, I also predicted that terrorism would spread. One way to defeat America is to defeat the petrodollar. If oil is not traded in dollars, the U.S. economy is in trouble. In 2016, terrorist groups such as ISIS are growing. In 2016, 60 Minutes, a television news magazine, does a story on the lawsuit filed against Saudi Arabia for attacking the United States. In 2016, President Obama flies to Saudi Arabia to kiss the ring of the king. Saudi Arabia and Iran are mortal enemies. Saudi Arabia is not happy with President Obama for lifting sanctions against Iran. With low oil prices and Iran selling oil in euros, Saudi Arabia's economy and social welfare programs are in trouble. Saudi Arabia is threatening to sell Aramco, its oil company, on the public market. The Saudis want their money now. They know the game is over. China and Russia are building a pipeline and will trade oil in their currencies. The 1974 agreement that created the petrodollar is coming apart. The crash. The facts tell the story. In 2016, millions of Americans have not had pay raises, cannot afford to buy a home, have little saved for retirement, and have children who are buried in student loan debt. At the same time, the U.S. government goes deeper and deeper into debt. For millions of people, their giant crash has already begun. Not much has changed since 2007 and 2008. The problem only grows larger, and that is the real problem. Question: didn't you feel sorry for the people who lost their homes? Answer: yes. I hated seeing people lose their jobs, their houses, their retirement money, and their future. That is why I wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad in 1997 and Rich Dad's Prophecy in 2002. I was doing my best to warn people and to help them use financial education to prepare themselves. If it makes you feel better, we did not buy personal residences in foreclosure. Question: are you saying the banks that caused the crash purchased the houses of those who lost their homes? Answer: in many cases, that was exactly what happened. Another flashback. It's January 2013. The organizations that purchased most of the personal residences were hedge funds and private equity funds funded by Wall Street banks. Blackstone Group LP, the largest private real estate owner in the United States, accelerated purchases of single-family homes as prices jumped faster than expected. According to Bloomberg.com, Blackstone has spent more than $2.5 billion on 16,000 homes to manage as rentals, deploying capital from a $13.3 billion fund. The firm is seeking to transform a market dominated by small investors into a new institutional asset class that J.P. Morgan Chase & Company estimates could be worth as much as $1.5 trillion. In late 2015, Blackstone announced it had stopped buying private residences as prices began rising again. The biggest real estate sale in history was over. This is why crashes make the rich richer. Question: are you saying the markets are rigged? Answer: rather than answer your question specifically, I will tell you a story Warren Buffett told. He said, if you're sitting at a poker table and you do not know who the patsy is, you're the patsy. Now do you understand why Bucky Fuller wrote Grunch of Giants? Now do you understand why the crisis could not have occurred if the Federal Reserve Bank and the IRS had not been first formed in 1913? Now do you understand why there is no real financial education in our schools? Now that you have an idea of how to predict the future, what are you going to do? When to go shopping. Everybody loves a bargain. Everyone knows the best time to go shopping is when the things you want are on sale. Unfortunately, most people shop for things that make them poorer. Things like new flashy cars, new clothes, and jewelry. The rich shop for bargains that make them richer. They wait for stock market crashes to buy the best stocks at bargain prices. They're poised for crashes so they can buy real estate at bargain prices. They buy gold and silver and businesses at bargain prices. The rich do not invest for the long term or diversify and buy a little of everything, or buy anything that someone tells them to buy. That is what Warren Buffett says about diversification. Diversification is protection against ignorance. It makes little sense if you know what you are doing. The problem with mutual funds is a mutual fund is already diversified. The same with an ETF and an REIT. The same is true for a fund of funds. Question: what is a fund of funds? Answer: a fund of funds is a fund made up of other funds like mutual funds and ETFs and REITs. It is diversification taken to the extreme. All of these diversified products are created for the millionaire next door. Unfortunately, diversification does not protect you in a catastrophic crash, like the 3 crashes in the first of this century. In order to become a real investor in the I quadrant, you must learn to cherry pick. You must learn to see what the financially blind cannot see. Preparing for the crash. Real financial education prepares you for a crash before the crash hits. Question: how do you know when a crash is coming? Answer: there are many ways, and they include studying history, charts, reading, listening to wise men and women. In my experience, the way you know a crash is imminent is when idiots become investors. For years, I knew a real estate crash was coming. The euphoria was growing. People with no income and no jobs were buying homes. My apartment houses were running high vacancies. Tenants who could not afford their rent were suddenly buying luxury homes. I knew the end was near when the cashier at the grocery store handed me her card and said, "Call me. I have some properties you may want to invest in." In an effort to seal the deal, she added, "Prices are going up, so act quickly." The year was 2007. I thanked her and took her brand new business card. I knew the end was near, and that soon it would be time to go shopping for bargains. When to buy. This was when Kim and I began buying real estate with partner and rich dad advisor Ken McElroy. Chapter 6. Why Debt Makes the Rich Richer. Poor Dad. Debt makes me poor. Rich Dad. Debt makes me rich. Debt is money. One reason why the rich grow richer is because they use debt to become richer. Unfortunately, without financial education, debt makes the poor and middle class poorer. Donald Trump summed it up saying, "You know, I am the king of debt. I love debt, but debt is tricky and it is dangerous." The housing market crashed when mortgage bankers began lending money to subprime borrowers, people who, in many cases, were without jobs and were encouraged to buy homes they could not afford. Millions of middle-class homeowners lost their homes when they began using their home as an ATM. Today, student loan debt is over $1.2 trillion, greater than all credit card debt. It is the largest source of income for the U.S. government. Although student loan debt makes the students who do not complete school poorer, student loan debt makes the U.S. government richer. Deja vu. The Wall Street Journal, May 21, 2016. U.S. credit card balances are on track to hit $1 trillion this year as banks aggressively push their plastic and consumers grow more comfortable carrying debt. That sum would come close to the all-time peak of $1.02 trillion set in July 2008, just before the financial crisis. In addition, lenders have signed up millions of subprime consumers who previously weren't able to get credit. Credit cards are one of the few business lines working for banks right now. The dollar becomes debt. In 1971, when President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, the dollar became debt. This was one of the biggest economic changes in world history. In 1971, savers became losers, and debtors got rich. How debt makes the rich richer. When I speak to groups around the world, I am often asked this question: how does debt make the rich richer? I will use credit cards as an example to illustrate this. Let's say you receive a new credit card. There is no money in that credit card. All you have is credit. You go shopping and buy a new pair of shoes that cost $100. You use your new credit card and, like magic, $100 of money has been created. At the same time, $100 in debt has also been created. The $100 flows into the economy and people are happy. The problem is, you now have to work and pay off that $100 in debt. Question: so my ability to pay the $100 debt created the $100? My IOU, my promise, created the $100? Answer: yes. Question: so the $100 is debt? A promise? Nothing more than an IOU from me? Answer: yes. Question: did I create that money out of nothing? Answer: yes, in theory. Question: is that why credit card companies are always offering me more and more credit cards? Answer: exactly. Question: why? Answer: there are many reasons. One reason is that the economy grows when you and I create money by borrowing money. When you pay off your debt, the economy gets smaller. Another reason is that debt makes the rich richer. If debt did not make the rich richer, the rich would not issue you a credit card. The rich don't issue credit cards because they like you. They give you credit because they will make money via interest when you use your credit card. They'll make even more when you make only minimum payments on credit card balances. Question: so the government allows the rich to issue credit cards because the government needs the economy to grow and create jobs? Answer: yes, in theory. Like credit card holders, banks do not want countries to pay off their debts. Countries like Greece and the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico are facing default, which means they cannot make the minimum interest payments on their debt. The banks will allow a country to restructure their debt. Restructure means they will allow the country to refinance its debt, which means banks will lend them more money, which enables them to continue to make interest payments. Question: the banks will actually lend a country more money so they can make their minimum payments? Answer: yes, they will and they do. Question: is that why the credit card companies only ask for a minimum payment, so I never pay off the debt? Answer: yes. Your minimum credit card payment is like a renter paying rent. You never pay off your credit card debt, and the renter never owns the home or apartment he or she lives in. Your minimum monthly credit card payment makes the rich richer in the same way monthly rental payments make real estate investors richer. Money for nothing. In the example of the credit card and new shoes, the $100 was created out of nothing. The moment the credit card was used, the $100 of debt became an asset for the rich, and the same $100 became a liability for the poor and middle-class credit card holder. Question: So if I want to be rich, I need to learn to use debt to get rich? Answer: yes, in theory. You must be very careful with debt. It takes financial education to learn how to use debt to get rich. Debt is a double-edged sword. Debt can make you rich, and then suddenly something changes, and that same debt is making you poor. Very poor. That is what happened when the real estate market began to crash in 2007. Millions of people thought they were rich because they had equity in their homes, equity that many people had used as their personal ATMs. And then, suddenly, the market crashed, and they were upside down. They've owed more on their home than it was worth. Overnight, they were poor. Many lost everything. That is why Kim and I created the Cashflow board game. It is the only financial education game that encourages players to use debt to win the game. Question: learning to use debt with play money before using real money? Answer: exactly. But don't ever forget, debt can be dangerous. Debt is like a loaded gun. A loaded gun can save your life, but it can also kill you. Financial fools. When I say I use debt to buy assets, many people say that is risky. Yet those same people have no problem using a credit card to buy liabilities, such as a pair of $100 shoes. Rich debtors. Apple, one of the richest companies in the world, has approximately $246 billion sitting in the bank. Yet it has borrowed billions of dollars over the past few years because of low interest rates. Why does Apple borrow? Apple borrows because debt is cheaper than repatriating cash, which means bringing money back into the country and paying U.S. taxes on it. Rich CEOs. Many corporate executives are paid in stock options rather than money. This causes CEOs to borrow money and buy back their company shares. When the share price goes up, the CEOs and executives sell their options at high prices, making them richer, but making the company employees and shareholders poorer. Since the 1970s, many CEOs have been using debt to speculate in the stock market rather than use debt to grow the company and create more jobs. Learning to use debt. So how does a person learn to use debt as money? I'll start with a story you may have heard before. In 1973, the year I returned to Hawaii from Vietnam, my poor dad suggested I go to graduate school to get my MBA. My rich dad suggested I learn to invest in real estate. My poor dad encouraged me to become a high-paid employee in the E Quadrant. My rich dad encouraged me to be a professional investor in the I Quadrant. While watching television one day, an infomercial came on advertising a free seminar on investing in real estate. I attended the free seminar, liked what I heard, and invested $385 for a 3-day course. That $385 was a lot of money at the time because I was still in the Marine Corps and not making much money. The 3-day program was great. The instructor was real, a rich, experienced, and successful investor who loved to teach. I learned a lot from him. At the end of the program, the instructor gave me some of the best advice I ever received. He said, "Your education begins when you leave this class." His assignment was for all of us to get together in groups of 3 to 5 students to look at and write an evaluation of 100 properties that were for sale. He gave us 90 days to complete the assignment. He didn't want us to buy anything or invest any money for at least 90 days. Initially, there were 5 people in our group. By the first meeting, we were down to 3 or 4. By the end of the 90 days, our group was down to 2. Back to school. After 90 days of looking at and writing one-page evaluations on 100 properties, I identified my first real estate investment opportunity. It was a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condominium next to the beach on the island of Maui. The entire development was in foreclosure, and the price for the condo was $18,000. The seller was offering 90% financing. All I had to do was come up with $1,800 for a 10% down payment. I handed the real estate broker my credit card for the down payment, and the property was mine. I purchased my first investment property with 100% OPM, other people's money. I had none of my own money in the investment. At the end of every month, after all the expenses were paid, including debt service and management fees, the property put approximately $25 in my pocket. An infinite return on my investment. It was an infinite return because I didn't have any of my own money in the deal. While $25 a month is not a lot of money, the lessons learned have proven to be priceless. One of the lessons learned was that debt is money, and the other lesson was debt is tax-free. Question: why is debt tax-free? Answer: two very important words in financial literacy are debt and equity. In simple terms, equity is your money. Debt is OPM, other people's money. When a person buys a property, they generally start the process with a down payment. In most cases, that down payment, the owner's equity, is made with after-tax dollars. The owner has already paid the income tax on that money. Question: when you used debt as a down payment, there was no income tax to pay? Answer: correct. Debt can be very inexpensive money if you know how to use it to make money. Debt is extremely expensive if you use debt to buy liabilities, such as that pair of shoes, with a credit card and make only minimum payments. Question: so your first real estate investment was made with 100% debt, and you made a $25 net cash flow income every month? Answer: yes. And that $25 net cash flow income was also tax-free. Question: how did you do that? Answer: that is what financial education is for. Tom Wheelwright, CPA and my tax advisor, explained taxes and tax strategies in the previous chapter, why taxes make the rich richer. Tax lessons from Tom. Why debt is tax-free. The general rule is that all income is taxable. Income is money you receive that is yours to spend as you please with no strings attached. Debt is not income. You have to pay it back. So when you borrow money for an investment, it's really tax-free money. This makes debt less expensive than equity. Equity is your money that has already been taxed. So even if you have a 5 to 6% interest rate, the debt is far cheaper than if you had to use equity on which you paid 40% tax. Advanced strategies. Obviously, the $18,000 property on the island of Maui is an overly simplified example. Today, that same property is worth approximately $300,000, and I wish I hadn't sold it. Kim's first real estate investment was $45,000. She put down $5,000 and made $50 a month in positive cash flow. The deal. The bank allowed Kim to assume the seller's debt. The bank did not want the house. It wanted the monthly payments from the mortgage holder. 2 years later, Kim sold the house for $90,000 and reinvested her capital gains into additional investment properties. Today, Kim and I, along with Rich Dad advisor Ken McElroy, own approximately 10,000 rental units. We have cash flow, tax-free every month without working, and earn more money than many people earn in a lifetime. The real estate investment process is the same. The only thing that has changed are the number of zeros on the checks we deposit. What has increased over the years is our financial education and experience. I feel for people who, like Pavlov's dogs, simply do what they are told or what they're conditioned to do, mindlessly handing their money over Wall Street, investing for the long term, and learning nothing. This is a very big reason why the rich are getting richer. Question: isn't using your credit card, debt, for your down payment risky? Answer: yes. But much less risky than buying $1,800 worth of shoes. Real estate generally holds its value. Shoes lose 90% to 100% of their value the moment you wear them. Who wants to rent shoes? Many people love renting a nice condo on a white sand beach in Hawaii. This is yet another reason why the rich are getting richer. The rich focus on assets more than income, and they use debt to acquire and grow those assets. Expenses means debt. Poor people use credit card for living expenses, food, clothes, gas. Assets. Rich people use debt to buy assets. Liabilities. The middle class uses debt to buy liabilities, like a house and cars. In the cash flow game, there are big deals and small deals. It's interesting to observe people as they play the game. I've found that you can always spot a loser just by watching behavior. The loser always starts with the big deals. Bankers love real estate. There are 4 basic asset classes. They are 1. Businesses, 2. Real estate, 3. Paper assets, stocks and bonds, 4. Commodities. It is possible to secure financing, debt, in all 4 asset classes. Of the 4, real estate is the easiest. Bankers love lending money on real estate, and there are good reasons for that. Business loans. If you went to your banker and said, "I want to borrow $1 million to start a business," the banker may not talk to you. If they are accommodating, they may recommend that you apply for a SBA loan, a loan from the Small Business Administration. If you do not own real estate, it is not easy getting a business loan. Tax lessons from Tom. Banks want security. One reason a bank is less likely to loan for a business startup is because banks like security. Real estate is secure. The bank knows the real estate will likely hold its value, so if you don't pay the loan back, the bank has the security of taking over the property and getting paid by selling the property. The bank could not sell your business if it fails, so there is very little security for the bank in a business loan. That's why the bank wants the SBA to guarantee the loan, so the bank gets paid if your business fails. Loans for stocks and bonds. A stockbroker may let you invest in stocks and bonds on margin, which means you have some credit or credit line with the broker. If you make a mistake and lose money, the stockbroker will immediately issue a margin call and sell whatever assets you have put up as collateral. Tax lessons from Tom. Margin loans. Stocks are very liquid, so they do represent pretty good security for a loan. However, they move up and down very quickly. That's why the broker will only lend you a small portion, normally not more than 50% of the value of your stock portfolio. They need to be able to liquidate it quickly if you don't pay it back or if the stocks lose value. Commodity loans. If you plan on buying gold or silver with debt, I doubt many bankers will lend you anything. The bank may hold gold and silver as collateral, but I have yet to have a banker lend me $1 million at 5% interest for 15 years to buy gold or silver. Gold and silver coins have legs. Real estate does not move. Governments keep years of documents, legal descriptions, historical chain of ownership, and how the property was bought and sold. These are just a few reasons why bankers love real estate. If you are going into business or investing in real estate, investing in financial education first, then starting small to gain real-life experience is essential. The good news is you can get rich in all 4 asset classes if you are financially educated. Choose your quadrants wisely. Question: is that why your rich dad advised you to take a real estate investment class before you got out of the Marine Corps? Answer: that was one reason. His main reason was to have me focus on the I quadrant early in my life. My poor dad wanted me to focus on finding a high-paying job in the E quadrant. There are many ways to get to real estate heaven. The Real Book of Real Estate is a collection of strategies and formulas written by real estate investors. In that book, 2 of Donald Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, share what they have learned from their father. Once upon a time, governments would pay you interest income to encourage you to buy their bonds. Bonds issued to pay for a government that was living beyond its means and spending more than it collected in tax revenue. Once upon a time, banks would compete for your savings. Banks would offer free toasters and steak knives, even cash, to encourage you to deposit your money with them. Today, a growing number of banks in Europe, the United States, and Asia are actively discouraging deposits. Today, Europe and Japan are charging savers to save money. It is known as NIRP, Negative Interest Rate Policy. It's just a matter of time before the rest of the world follows suit. It's proof positive that savers have become losers. What does this mean? It means the world has too much money. Bankers do not want your savings because your savings are the bank's liability. The banks want debtors, people who know how to borrow money. That is why interest rates are so low. Once upon a time, people trusted bankers to channel their savings into productive projects, growing the economy. Today, bankers and corporate executives are not reinvesting savers' money to grow the economy. I dropped out of the MBA program after 6 months. Rather than learn how to grow a business, which is what I had expected, I was learning how to make a lot of money manipulating the markets. Today, our business schools continue to teach our best and brightest students how to make a lot of money manipulating the markets, rather than teaching how to invest in research and development, grow their businesses, and create jobs. The stock market and banks were created to help companies raise money to grow their businesses, and for savers and investors to grow with the company. It is the ultimate irony that our richest companies are actively involved in borrowing money from banks and investing in the stock market when they do not need money. This is another reason why the poor and middle class grow poorer. Finally, the American public is realizing how deeply and profoundly broken the economy is, and the extent to which it is not working for the majority of American people. This is why Senator Bernie Sanders' campaign cry was, "The issue of wealth and income inequality is the great moral issue of our time." That moral crisis begins in our schools. Our schools, K through 12, teach little to nothing about money. Most people still believe in saving money, not realizing that after 1971, debt is money. Without financial education, most people do not realize that the rules of money have changed. If you want to grow richer, invest in your financial education before you practice using debt as money. Learning to use debt to make you rich gives you unbelievable power, a power very few will ever experience. Part 1. Summary. The gap between the rich and the poor is caused by these things. 1. Financial advisors. 2. Taxes. 3. Debt. 4. Mistakes. 5. Saving money. 6. Crashes. Now that you have completed part 1, you are better able to see both sides of the same coin. I trust you can see that the way to the other side of the coin is through real financial education. But before going into financial education, it is very important to understand what financial education is not, as well as the price of financial illiteracy in your life. Part 2. What financial education is not. Introduction to Part 2. A Tale of Two Teachers. Many people believe they are financially educated. As you listen to this book, I am sure you will gain a better understanding about where you fall on the financial education spectrum. You may find that you agree with my rich dad and decide that you have a lot to learn about money and investing. Before continuing with what financial education is, I think it makes sense to cover what financial education isn't. For example, most people believe their house is an asset. Yet in most cases, their house is really a liability. Labeling a liability an asset is one of the main reasons there is a growing gap between the rich and everyone else. Financial illiteracy. After defining what financial education is not, the next chapter goes into financial literacy and, more importantly, what will happen to people who are financially illiterate when the economy changes again. So if you are ready to find out how solid your financial education is and how financially literate you are, you're ready for part 2. Chapter 7. What financial education is not. Poor Dad. Why do I need financial education? I have a great education, I have a great job, I have a house, money in the bank, and a government retirement. Rich Dad. If you argue with an idiot, there are 2 idiots. There is financial education for the poor and middle class, and on the other side of the coin, there is financial education for the rich. This is why Warren Buffett said, Wall Street is the only place that people ride to in a Rolls-Royce to get advice from those who take the subway. Before getting into what real financial education is, it is important to discuss the other side of the coin, what financial education is not. What financial education is not. Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published in 1997 and made the New York Times bestsellers list in the year 2000. Soon after making that prestigious list, I was a guest on Oprah and interviewed by Oprah Winfrey. In 1 hour, I went from unknown to almost famous. The phones began ringing, and I was soon a frequent guest on numerous television shows, radio programs, and interviewed for magazines and newspapers around the world. Most interviews were about the story of my 2 dads, one rich and one poor. No one asked me about financial education. Almost every person who interviewed me was educated and was certain they knew what financial education was. As Rich Dad says, if you argue with an idiot, there are 2 idiots. It was a test of diplomacy to explain that their idea of financial education was not the same as my rich dad's ideas on financial education. We were not on the same side of the coin. The following are examples of what highly educated people believe financial education is. Economics. Many journalists thought economics was financial education. While the understanding of economics is important, economics was not my rich dad's idea of financial education. Rich Dad often said, if the study of economics made you rich, why are most economists poor? Today, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank employs more economists with PhDs than any other institution. If economists with PhDs could make us rich, why is the U.S. economy in trouble? Consider the U.S. national debt, which has been rising dramatically since the early 1990s. You do not need a PhD in economics to know that those economists are being paid too much. Balancing a checkbook. During an interview, a famous American TV host said, "Financial education is knowing how to balance a checkbook." When I disagreed with him, he cut me off and went on to another subject. Balancing a checkbook is important, but my mom and dad could balance a checkbook, and they were still poor. Saving money. Every interviewer believed that saving money was intelligent, the smart thing to do. Most interviewers cringed when I said, savers are losers. A real financial education must include the history of money. Most interviewers were not aware that in 1971, the year President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, the United States and the world began printing money. Why would an intelligent person save money when governments are printing money? A financially educated person knows that when banks and governments are printing money, the value of money is going down and the cost of living is going up. As you know, it's the money, stupid. Knowing your FICO score. A FICO score is a particular brand of credit score. A credit score is a number that is used to predict how likely you are to pay back a loan on time. Credit scores are used by companies to make decisions on creditworthiness, on whether or not to offer you a mortgage, a loan, or a credit card. Your credit score is important, but it is not financial education. Many poor and middle-class people have great credit scores. Getting out of debt. My poor dad believed debt was bad. He believed in living debt-free. Given his limited financial education, living debt-free was a good idea. Living debt-free is good advice for the poor and middle class. Rich Dad often said, debt is money. He also said there is good debt and bad debt. Good debt makes you rich and bad debt makes you poor. If you want to use debt to get rich, you must invest in your financial education to understand the difference between good debt and bad debt, and how to use debt. True financial education must explain the big picture of the banking system. The banking system is a system of savers and debtors. Without debtors, the money system of the world would collapse. This is why most bank credit cards offer free travel or cashback and other perks to encourage people to get into debt. The banks make money from debtors, not savers. After the 2007 real estate mortgage crash, credit cards became the #1 source of income for many banks. Poor Dad used debt to buy his house and car. That's bad debt. Bad debt buys liabilities. Bad debt is debt you have to pay for. Rich Dad used debt to buy investment properties and grow his business. That's good debt, and good debt makes you richer. Good debt is debt someone else pays for. Governments give tax breaks to people who know how to use good debt. The world banking system is built on the fractional reserve banking system. This means that for every dollar a saver puts in the bank can lend a multiple of that dollar to debtors. For example, if the fractional reserve is 10, that means the bank can lend $10 for every $1 a saver deposits. If inflation is too high, the central bank, such as the Federal Reserve in the United States, can use its tools to effectively lower the fraction a bank can lend to, let's say 5, with only $5 available to the bank to lend for every $1 deposited by a saver. When banks lower interest rates, as they are doing today, they are saying, we do not want savers. We want debtors. Low interest rates on savings are forcing the middle class into the stock market and real estate markets, hoping for a better return on their money. The middle class is chasing bubbles in financial markets. If the bubbles burst, many in the middle class may lose everything. Low interest rates send this message: please come and borrow money. Money is on sale. For the rich, low interest rates make it easier to get richer. For the poor and middle class, especially savers, low interest rates spell financial disaster. Ironically, savings are taxed, and debt is tax-free money, which is another reason for the rich getting richer. Tax lessons from Tom. Savings and debt are opposite sides of the tax coin. Not only is interest on savings and debt taxed differently, savings is taxed and debt is not, the interest paid on good debt, debt used to buy assets, is deductible. So debt actually lowers your taxes, while savings increase your taxes. Living below your means. Once upon a time, living below your means and saving money made sense. You could achieve financial security, possibly even become rich by living frugally and saving for your future. After 1971, the year President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard and opened the doors for the banks and government to print money, living below your means and saving money made no sense. Living below your means and saving money is not financially intelligent. Today, living below your means only makes the poor and middle class poorer. Investing for the long term. Let's consider what has been happening over the last 120 years in the stock market. Taking the Dow's history into account shows that investing for the long term made sense from 1895 to 2000. Between 2000 and 2010, the world has experienced 3 major crashes. In 2000, we witnessed the dot-com crash. In 2007, it was the subprime real estate crash. And in 2008 was the banking crash. As discussed earlier, Warren Buffett's company is proof that even the greatest investor in the world could not prevent his company, Berkshire Hathaway, from losing money after 2000. I believe bigger crashes are coming. Many people say, don't worry, nothing will be as big as the giant crash in 1929. I'm not one of them. So I ask you, why invest for the long term if the next crash will be thousands of times bigger than the giant crash of 1929? In 2002, the book Rich Dad's Prophecy was published. It predicted that the biggest crash of all time was likely to occur in 2016, plus or minus a few years. So, what's next? If the markets keep going up, investing for the long term makes sense. If the market does crash, the rich will get richer. On the flip side, unfortunately, millions of people will be wiped out. If you want to get richer, you may want to stop taking advice from people who ride the subway. How bad can it get? Well, question. Is it possible someone will stop the insanity and save the world economy? Answer. Anything is possible. The problem is the world economy is a house of cards. Question. How fast could the economy come down? Answer. If it does collapse, the economy will probably come down in stages, which means you will have time to change with the changes if you are prepared. A book I recommend to everyone who is interested in the future of the global economy is When Money Destroys Nations by Philip Haslam. It is a great, financially accurate book and easy to read and understand. Philip Haslam is a very bright young man, a qualified chartered accountant, economic advisor, author, and speaker. He lives in Johannesburg, South Africa. When Tom and I are in South Africa, Philip joins us on stage, supporting Tom Wheelwright on South African tax law, the consequences of printing money, Bitcoin, and the global economy. Living in South Africa, Philip decided to cross the border into Zimbabwe to witness firsthand a modern-day financial collapse of a once extremely rich country, a collapse due not to war or a natural disaster, but to the unrestrained printing of money. The Six Gorges. In his book, Philip explains the 6 gorge moments of hyperinflation. In his South Africa, there is a deep ravine cut into the mountains and interspersed with 6 perilous waterfalls, known as Suicide Gorge. He describes leaping from the first cliff to a deep pool below. Looking back, he realized there was only one way out. He had to keep jumping, leaping off ever larger surging waterfalls into smaller, shallower pools. He uses his experience of Suicide Gorge as a metaphor to explain a 6-step financial collapse. He tells the story of Zimbabwe's 6-step collapse through the eyes of the people who actually went through the collapse. The stories are disturbing. If you want some motivation to do something now, please read his book. The following are excerpts from Philip's book, statements from people who lived through the collapse. They eventually had to sell their home, which kept them alive for 3 years. After that, he and his wife became destitute and had to move to South Africa to live with their son. 2 years later, they both died. My dad's friend was a partner at a legal firm, having worked there for 50 years. For that entire period, he had invested his retirement savings with Old Mutual, the investment company for employees. With hyperinflation, his retirement savings were decimated. Old Mutual sent him a letter saying it wasn't worth paying him monthly, so they paid him out the entire amount. With that payment, his entire life's pension, he bought a jerry can of fuel. How can you take money that is losing value? You can't. The government was forcing us to use the paper money. The pantry was kept under lock and key because food was our equivalent currency. It was our investment and savings. We could buy anything with our food, labor, sugar, rice, fuel, etc. It was our money. In women's prisons, there were shortages of tampons and sanitary pads. The demand for these was higher than US dollars, and sanitary products soon circulated as a medium of exchange in these prisons. Hyperinflation made everyone a criminal because you had to break the law to survive. An elderly lady who worked for us part-time went to buy books for the orphans we helped. She purchased a stack of books and paid the bookseller in US dollars. Just then, an undercover government agent pounced. They were forced to pay a bribe. I hate bribes, but when the choice is watching an elderly lady go to jail or paying a bribe, you pay the bribe. Their lives petered out to a withered end. They couldn't get any medication, food, or water, and few understood why their money couldn't buy anything. There were many stories of pensioners dying in their homes and many elderly couples quietly ending their lives together as they reached rock bottom. Once a rich country. Many people say, that happened in Zimbabwe because Zimbabwe is a poor country. I remind them that less than 50 years ago, Zimbabwe was a very rich country, known as the breadbasket of Africa. Today, Venezuela is in the same condition as Zimbabwe. Venezuela is also a very rich country, with the largest oil reserves in the world. So the question is, how did people in once rich countries allow this to happen to them? Philip's book tells the story. As inflation increased, Zimbabweans lost confidence in Zimbabwe dollars. The government resorted to extensive control measures. It managed prices, fiddled with inflation rates, and used obscure language that made it difficult to understand definitively what was going on. Fed speak. Alan Greenspan, former Federal Reserve Bank chairman, 1987 to 2006, is famous for Fed speak. These are Greenspan's own words. Since becoming a central banker, I have learned to mumble with great incoherence. If I seem unduly clear to you, you must have misunderstood what I said. Listening to Fed speak or to any central banker is definitely not financial education. It is financial misinformation. If Fed Chairman Greenspan, Ben Bernanke, and now Janet Yellen were honest, they would simply say, "It's the money, stupid." I asked Philip Haslam what gorge he thought the world was jumping into in 2016. His answer, "I believe gorge number 3, possibly gorge number 4. Now you have a general idea what financial education is not. The next chapter will explain the price of being financially illiterate. Chapter 8. Are you financially illiterate? Poor dad. My house is an asset. Rich dad. My house is a liability. My poor dad was a highly educated man. He was class valedictorian, graduated from college in 2 years, and went on to study at Stanford, the University of Chicago, and Northwestern University, ultimately earning his Ph.D. Unfortunately, he was not financially literate. He did not know the difference between assets and liabilities because he did not speak the language of money. His financial illiteracy required him to work harder, although he never got ahead financially. Every year he received a pay raise, but his expenses also increased. He did his best to manage his money, but money seemed to slip through his fingers. Although he was a highly educated, honest, hard-working family man with 4 kids and a pillar of the community, he died a poor man. The price of illiteracy. We all know the importance of literacy, the ability to read, write, speak, and do basic math. Literacy is a human being's connection to the outside world. The following are 5 statistics on illiteracy. 1. 2/3 of students who cannot read proficiently by the end of 4th grade will end up in jail or on welfare. 2. Over 70% of America's prison inmates cannot read above a 4th grade level. 3. 1 in 4 children in America grow up without learning how to read. 4. Students who don't read proficiently by the 3rd grade are 4 times more likely to drop out of school. 5. As of 2011, America was the only free market OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, country in which the current generation was less educated than the previous one. The price of financial illiteracy. I'm sure you'll agree that the price we pay for a lack of financial education is a high one. Financial illiteracy immobilizes people. Financially illiterate people live in fear, clinging to a false sense of security. Fear keeps people poor. Financially illiterate people cannot solve life's basic financial problems. Financial illiteracy destroys self-esteem. Without financial literacy, a person's self-respect and self-worth are often low, rendering them unable to act effectively and decisively. A financially illiterate person goes through life pretending he or she knows what they are doing with money. Financial illiteracy causes people to be frustrated and upset. The number one reason for divorce is arguments over money. Financially illiterate people cannot find the right answers to solve their money problems. Always worried about not having enough money, many are unable to live happy, prosperous, fulfilling lives. Financially illiterate people create fixed ideas. I've found that financially illiterate people have closed minds. Many believe the rich are evil, greedy, and cruel. Many believe more money will solve their problems. Financially illiterate people often say, "You can't do that here." They persist in this belief, even if financially literate people are doing it right in front of them. Their financial illiteracy limits lives. Fixed ideas block out the pain, confusion, stupidity, and helplessness that result from a lack of education. Financially illiterate people believe they are victims. Without financial literacy, a person does not know what is going on in the world economy. They tend to blame others for their money problems. Many blame the rich for their money problems. Most people are victims of the tax system. When they hear the rich pay little to nothing in taxes, they get angry. Rather than find out how the rich pay less in taxes, or how they could minimize the taxes they themselves pay, they call the rich crooks and cheats. Financial illiteracy causes blindness. Financially illiterate people cannot see the millions of dollars in opportunities right in front of them. Financially illiterate people trust strangers they have never met with their money more than they trust themselves. That is why millions of people ask, "What should I do with my money?" and then invest for the long term without ever really knowing who is managing their money. Financially illiterate people cannot see market crashes coming and operate on trust. Financial illiteracy causes poverty. The irony is that in a world awash with money, the middle class is shrinking and poverty is rising. Even though the banks have printed trillions of dollars, billions of people continue to say, "I can't afford it." And although interest rates are at all-time lows, billions of people cannot get a loan or afford to buy a home. Financially illiterate people make poor investors. Financially illiterate people are in the wrong place at the wrong time and usually invest in the wrong things at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. They buy high and sell low. When Walmart has a sale, they rush in and buy. When Wall Street has a sale, they run away from the best investments, investments that are on sale at low prices. Financial illiteracy causes poor judgment. A financially illiterate person does not understand value. Often this person buys cheap rather than paying for quality. A financially illiterate person cannot comprehend what is important, what is valuable, what needs to be done, or the consequences of their actions. Financial illiteracy causes a person to hate life. Millions are stuck in jobs they hate, not earning the money they want and need to earn. It is estimated that 70% of all American workers actually hate their jobs. They sell their most valuable asset, their life, for a paycheck. Financial illiteracy can lead to unethical actions. Financial illiteracy erodes moral, ethical, and legal values. We've all heard horror stories of people who start dealing or hooking or gambling just to make a little money on the side. Millions cheat, lie, and steal for money. Many people would cheat on their taxes rather than learn how to reduce their taxes legally. Tax lessons from Tom. tax cheating around the world. Several times each year, I will run into someone who wants me to help them cheat on their taxes, or at least condone their cheating. Each time I explain that when you understand the tax law, you don't have to cheat. Some people will listen and learn and stop cheating. Others will continue to cheat because they are too lazy to do it the right way. In Italy, the tax law actually refers to two levels of tax cheats. Minor tax cheating has one penalty, and major tax cheating has a different penalty. As we travel, Robert and I encounter people in countries where it is the norm for people to cheat on their taxes. This doesn't have to happen. With financial education, anyone can pay less tax legally and never have to fear that the tax collector will catch them cheating. Financial illiteracy distorts reality. When people are stressed and anxious because they are financially strapped, they don't always have a clear view of reality. They don't always see the options and opportunities open to them. For example, many believe a big home, flashy car, nice clothes, expensive wines, and bling make them rich. Step by step. As with many things in life, financial education is a process. Financial education improves financial literacy. Financial literacy increases a person's ability to solve financial problems. Solving financial problems makes the person financially smarter. And a financially smarter person is a richer person. Question: Are you saying the more money problems I solve, the richer I become? Answer: yes. A rich person can usually solve financial problems the poor and middle class cannot. Question: And are you saying that if I avoid solving my money problems, I become poorer? Answer: yes. And if you do not solve your problems, they pile up like unpaid bills, which leads to bigger problems. Question: Isn't our government doing the same thing? Answer: it is. Question: So how do we change the world? Answer: That's the question, isn't it? My rich dad often said, if you want to change the world, start by changing yourself. Whenever I was complaining and whining about something, he would have me repeat to myself, for things to change, first I must change. What is financial literacy? One of Rich Dad's most important lessons was, how you solve your problems determines the rest of your life. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published. It is a book on financial literacy about 9-year-old boys, Rich Dad's son, and me. For those who have read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, this will be a review, with a few embellishments. The financial statement. Rich Dad used a simple diagram to develop our financial literacy. It is Rich Dad's version of a financial statement. It consists of 4 simple boxes. At the top are 2 boxes stacked vertically, with income in the top box and expenses in the bottom box. Below these 2 boxes are 2 boxes placed side by side, with assets on the left and liabilities on the right. This simple diagram changed the direction of my life. If not for this simple way to visualize and understand income and expenses and assets and liabilities, I might have followed in my poor dad's footsteps and become an employee who worked hard and struggled with money all my life. The financial statement is at the core of financial literacy. That is why Rich Dad often said, "My banker never asks me for my report card. My banker does not care what school I went to or my grade point average. My banker wants to see my financial statement." Your financial statement is your report card after you leave school. Financial literacy, the basics at a young age, gave me a clearer direction for my life. People who cannot read financial statements are financially illiterate. As you know, there are many highly educated people that cannot read financial statements. This is the real financial crisis we face. Pictures, not words. Since Rich Dad's son and I were only 9 years old when our financial education began, Rich Dad used pictures and very few words. Today, as a grown man, I still prefer using pictures and very few words. Returning to the financial statement diagram boxes, Poor Dad focused on the income box, whereas Rich Dad focused on the assets box. My poor dad worked for job security and a steady paycheck. Rich Dad worked for assets that produced cash flow. Which column are you focused on? Income or assets? Tax lessons from Tom. The power of financial statements. I can tell a person's financial literacy by looking at which financial statements they use and how they use them. Employees tend to look only at income. On a tax return, employees only have to report their income. Very few of their expenses are deductible. So for employees, those in the E quadrant, their pay stub is their financial statement. Small business owners tend to look at income and expense. This is the income statement. It tells the story of what money they earned and what they spent. On a tax return, small business owners only have to report their income and expenses. They are not required to have a balance sheet. So for small business owners, those in the S quadrant, the profit and loss or income statement is the only financial statement they use. Those in the B and I quadrants use at least two more financial statements. They use a balance sheet, which reports their assets and liabilities, and they use a statement of cash flows, which shows where their cash came from and where it went. On a tax return, big business owners and professional investors are required to show their income statement and their balance sheet. They are expected to show their statement of cash flows to their banker along with their income statement and balance sheet. When we prepare tax returns at my CPA firm, we require all of our business and investment clients, no matter how large or small, to prepare both an income statement and a balance sheet. This way we have much greater assurance that the information they are providing is accurate. Tax collectors feel the same way. A business is 5 times more likely to be audited if they only show their income statement on their tax return than if they also show their balance sheet. 6 important words. There are 6 words at the core of financial literacy. They are 1. Income, 2. Expense, 3. Assets, 4. Liabilities, 5. Cash, 6. Flow. Ask any entrepreneur what the 2 most important words are, and they will say cash flow. Question: why are cash and flow the 2 most important words? Answer: because cash and flow determine if something is income, expense, asset, or liability. For example, income is cash flowing in, and expense is cash flowing out. In the real world, this might be a checkbook, income in and expenses out. Question: is that why you saying balancing a checkbook is not really financial education? Answer: exactly. Question: because a checkbook does not include assets and liabilities? Answer: exactly. My mom and dad balanced their checkbook, but had no idea what assets or liabilities were. That is why they were poor. Every month, they would wonder where their money went. Their money was flowing out via liabilities, such as their house and car, liabilities they were calling assets. Question: so assets and liabilities determine if someone is rich, poor, or middle class? Answer: yes. The different classes focus on different columns in the financial statement. The poor focus on expenses, the middle class focus on liabilities, and the rich focus on assets. Question: are you saying the poor are always trying to save money by reducing expenses? Answer: yes. Question: and the rich focus on assets? Answer: yes. Question: so why does the middle class focus on liabilities? Answer: because in most cases they do not know the difference between assets and liabilities. Question: is that why your poor dad called his house an asset and rich dad called his house a liability? Answer: yes. Question: why was that? Answer. The answer is financial literacy, and the other side of the coin, financial illiteracy. The power of words. Here are two important definitions, distinctions that Rich Dad made in helping us understand the difference between an asset and a liability. Assets put money in your pocket, whether you work or not. Liabilities take money from your pocket, even if they go up in value. Question. So the direction of cash flowing determines if something is an asset or a liability? Answer. Yes. Question. So a house could be an asset if the house was putting money in your pocket? Answer. You got it. Anything can be an asset or liability, as defined by the direction of cash flow. Most people have money slipping through their fingers because they insist their house or car is an asset. Tax lessons from Tom. Liabilities and cash flow. Another way to describe a financial statement is a statement of financial condition. A person's financial condition is good if their cash inflows exceed their cash outflows. If you had no job to rely on, your cash inflows would be determined solely by your assets, and your cash outflows would be determined solely by your liabilities. So assets can very literally be defined as something that creates cash inflows, and liabilities can be defined as something that creates cash outflows. The difference between your assets and liabilities, or cash inflows and outflows, is called your net worth, or wealth. To review, the 6 words at the heart of financial literacy are income, expense, asset, liability, and cash flow. Question. Is that why you named your game Cashflow, combining the 2 words into one? Answer. Yes. Because in the real world of money, the ability to control the direction of cash flow is most important. The rich know how to control cash flowing in, and the poor and middle class cannot control cash flowing out. Question. Is that why the world is in financial crisis? Because our leaders are creating liabilities and cash is flowing out? Answer. Yes. And on top of that, our leaders are printing money to cover the cash flowing out. A change of focus. The millionaires next door focus on these 2 assets, savings and stocks. The biggest problem today is these 2 assets, savings and stocks, are toxic. Remember that from 1971 to 2000, people who saved money and invested for the long term in the stock market were doing fine. Then, in 2000, the world changed. A financially literate person is able to review the history of the stock market and understand what that tells us about what to expect in the coming years. Question. Why are you scaring me? Answer. That isn't my intention, and I know it may be frightening, but my reason for the work I do in support of financial education is to prepare people for what is coming next. Question. What will happen next? Answer. I don't really know. No one really knows. We have never been here before. On September 7th, 2010, Warren Buffett said, "The one thing I will tell you is the worst investment you can have is cash. Everybody is talking about cash being king and all that sort of thing. Cash is going to become worth less over time." People who followed Buffett's advice, those who got out of cash positions and into the stock market in 2010, did very well. The problem is, as I am writing this book in 2017, the stock market is at all-time highs. The question is, can Warren save them in this crash? Consider again Buffett's performance during the first 3 crashes of this century. He lost money in the crash, but the markets are climbing again. The question is, can investors, even those as savvy as Warren Buffett, not lose money in the coming crash? Are you financially illiterate? As you consider these actions and reactions, these lessons on financial literacy and illiteracy, think about how you've responded. What have you been thinking and feeling? Here I have summarized how financially illiterate people are likely to respond in the real world if there is another crash. Financial illiteracy immobilizes people. Financial illiteracy destroys self-esteem. Financial illiteracy causes a person to be frustrated and upset. Financially illiterate people create fixed ideas. Financially illiterate people believe they are victims. Financial illiteracy causes blindness. Financial illiteracy causes poverty. Financially illiterate people make poor investors. Financial illiteracy causes poor judgment. Financial illiteracy causes a person to hate life. Financial illiteracy can lead to unethical actions. Question: so what can a financially illiterate person do? Answer: start getting financially literate. Start by understanding the 6 basic words of financial literacy. 1. Income. 2. Expense. 3. Asset. 4. Liability. 5. Cash. 6. Flow. Challenge yourself to understand how cash flow determines if something is an asset or a liability. Understand why a house is not an asset. Understand why savers are losers. Understand why your investment portfolio may be a liability, not an asset. Understand why the markets are in turmoil. Understand why the 2 primary assets of the millionaires next door, savings and stocks, may become liabilities. Understand why it's the money, stupid. If you can understand and explain these principles and ideas, you are on your way to becoming a financial genius. Part 2. Summary. Money is a language. Learning to be rich is much like learning a foreign language. It takes time, practice, and dedication. Poor people speak the same language. They speak the language of poverty. They think in the words of the poor and use those words when they communicate. Their most frequently used words are, "I can't afford it," and "I can't do it." Until those words change, little else will change. As Henry Ford said, "If you think you can, you can. If you think you can't, you can't. Either way, you are right." The middle class speaks the same language. The favorite words of the middle class are job security, steady paycheck, and benefits. They avoid the words risk and debt. They think the idea of saving money is smart, and it was until 1971. Until a person's words change, little else will change. The language of the rich is different. The rich, those with financial education, speak different languages. Entrepreneurs speak a different language than employees. Real estate investors speak a different language than stock market investors. A real estate investor will use words like cap rate, and a stock market investor will talk about P/E ratio, both meaning almost the same thing. The point is, words become flesh. Got real financial education? Part 2 has been about what financial education is not. What is financial illiteracy? Part 3 will focus on what is real financial education. The good news is that real financial education begins with words, the real language of money, the language of the rich. And the best news of all, words do become flesh, and words are free. Part 3. What is real financial education? Introduction to Part 3. Debt and taxes. I bet a lot of people would agree with me if I said that the 2 nastiest words in the world's financial vocabulary are debt and taxes. Debt and taxes are the real reason for the growing gap between the rich and everyone else. That is why 1913 is a critical year in world history. In 1913, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank was created. It was also the year the 16th Amendment was ratified, the action that led to the creation of the Internal Revenue Service, the dreaded and often feared U.S. Tax Department. These 2 institutions needed to coexist before what Dr. Fuller called grunge, the gross universal cash heist, could take place. Today, debt and taxes are like a cancer, eating away at the heart and soul of the poor and middle class. The U.S. national debt is a disaster waiting to happen. Yet, on the other side of the coin, debt and taxes continue to make the rich richer. Real financial education is not about which stocks, bonds, ETFs, or mutual funds to buy. Real financial education is not about diversification. As Warren Buffett states, diversification is protection against ignorance. It makes little sense if you know what you are doing. How can a person know what they are doing if they know so little about debt and taxes? Whenever I say I make millions and pay very little taxes legally, most people's hearts go into cardiac arrest and their minds slam shut. I doubt there are many people more feared than the tax man. Few things are more painful than a government tax audit. Yet it does not have to be that way if, as Buffett states, you know what you are doing. Having Tom Wheelwright as my mentor, teacher, and tax advisor gives me tremendous confidence to do what I do daily as an entrepreneur and professional investor. Before I do anything that could cross the line, I check in with Tom. Life is so much easier if you follow the rules, especially the tax rules and laws. As Tom always says, the tax rules are primarily incentives, government guidelines on how to be a partner with the government, doing what the government wants and needs done. That is why tax laws throughout the world favor entrepreneurs and big businesses. Simply put, the tax code punishes those in the E and S quadrants. The tax code rewards those in the B and I quadrants. This is why real financial education must start with debt and taxes. Real financial education must look at the other side of the coin of debt and taxes. Real financial education must teach the student how debt and taxes make the rich richer. Real financial education must also teach the student how debt and taxes can make them richer too. And this is why I asked my personal tax advisor, Tom Wheelwright, to be my adjuvant for this book. Debt and taxes are the heartbeat of real financial education. Tax lessons from Tom. The real purpose of tax law. While tax laws do raise revenue for the government, they also serve a very important purpose in encouraging people to follow government policy. Governments around the world want businesses to hire more people and investors to create more housing, energy, and food. That's why there are so many tax incentives in the B and I quadrants. Chapter 9. Why the Rich Play Monopoly. Poor Dad, get a job. Rich Dad, don't work for money. Over the years, I have attended many seminars, conferences, and lectures on money. The speakers have had one thing in common. They made things complex, confusing, and frustrating. Many of them seemed to speak a foreign language. I suspected many used financial jargon, not to communicate effectively, but to feel superior. They wanted to prove they were smarter than we were. Real financial education does not have to be complex or confusing. I think of the words often attributed to Albert Einstein. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. Real financial education can be very simple as playing Monopoly. 3 incomes. When you advise a young person, go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, and invest for the long term in a 401k, what is missing is a little financial education on taxes. The person who advises a young person to follow the go to school and get a job formula for success should also add, and you will pay the highest percentages in taxes. If the young person knew that tiny bit of information, they might ask, how do I pay lower percentages in taxes? That question would lead a person to ask other questions like, what is real financial education? That question, and ones like it, would lead a person to stand on the edge of the coin, a vantage point from which they could see both sides. He or she could look at the side of the coin where the rich live, the side of the coin that does not work for money. Real financial education on taxes does not have to be complex. The subject of money begins with income, the type of income a person works for. There are 3 types of income. 1. Ordinary income. 2. Portfolio income. 3. Passive income. Ordinary income is the highest taxed of the 3 incomes. When you advise or encourage a person to get a job, that person starts thinking like an employee and working for ordinary income. When a person says, go back to school and take your career to the next level, that too means eventually working for ordinary income. When a person advises someone to save money, that too makes a statement on taxes. The interest from savings is taxed as ordinary income. When someone advises save for retirement in a 401k, the long-term ramifications of this is that the income from a 401k is ordinary income. Tax lessons from Tom. Ordinary income is the worst income. Portfolio income and passive income are taxed at special rates and have special tax benefits. The government prefers portfolio and passive income, so it provides an incentive to earn income that is portfolio or passive. All other income is ordinary. The government chooses not to give a tax incentive for people to work or save money. The tax incentive for setting money aside for retirement, such as in a 401k in the United States or RRSP in Canada, is the ability to defer the tax on the income until it is pulled out. In addition to taxing the 401k at ordinary tax rates, the tax law penalizes someone who pulls it out before retirement age. So not only is it taxed at the highest rate, you have to leave it in until you retire or pay both a high tax rate and a penalty. Question. So going to school, getting a job, saving money, and investing for the long term in certain government-sponsored retirement plans is working for ordinary income? Answer. Yes. Question. And when a person becomes an entrepreneur and moves from employee in the E Quadrant to entrepreneur in the S Quadrant, the entrepreneurs in the S Quadrant pay an even higher percentage of income in taxes? Answer. Yes. Question. Why is that? Answer. The simple and short answer is because they work for money. Remember, Rich Dad's lesson number 1 from Rich Dad Poor Dad is, the rich don't work for money. Also remember that after 1971, all money became debt. Why work for money when more and more money is being printed? Why get out of debt when money is debt? Keep in mind that it all comes down to one thing. It's the money, stupid. Schools teach students to work for money. That is the primary reason why the gap between the rich and the poor and middle class grows. Giving people more money will not help. More entitlement programs only make the poor and middle class poorer because entitlement programs are paid for with taxes. Taxes paid by the poor and middle class, the people that work for money. Question. Is that fair? Answer. There's that F word again. Who said anything about fair? I didn't say it was fair. If life was fair, I would look like Brad Pitt. What is not fair is the lack of real financial education in schools. Without real financial education, billions of people are in financial crisis. Schools teach students to work for ordinary income, period. That is where the problem begins. Income of the rich. The rich work for portfolio income and passive income. Portfolio income is also called capital gains. A capital gain occurs when you buy low and sell high. For example, you buy a share of stock for $10 and you sell for $16. You have a capital gain of $6 per share. The $6 is portfolio income. The same is true when you buy real estate in a crash and then wait until it increases in value before selling it. Buying and selling real estate for a gain is the same thing. You buy low and sell high. Technically, ordinary income occurs when you work for money, and technically, portfolio income occurs anytime you buy low and sell high, when your money works for you, instead of you working hard for money. Portfolio income is taxed at 20% in the United States. Tax lessons from Tom. Portfolio income around the world. It's not just the United States that favors investment. Most countries have a lower tax rate for portfolio income than for ordinary income. Most governments want their citizens to invest, so they give them an incentive to invest. Special tax rates for portfolio income. Passive income is cash flowing from an asset. Your asset is producing money. In real estate, passive income is called rental income. For example, if I buy a rental property for $100,000 and my net monthly rental income is $1,000 a month, the $1,000 is passive income. Passive income from real estate is the lowest taxed income, sometimes at 0%. As you can tell, this is where things can begin to get confusing. There are many different words saying basically the same things. Real estate guys say it one way, stock guys say the same thing differently, and bond guys speak another foreign language. So to keep things simple, I just remember there are 3 types of income: ordinary, portfolio, and passive. If I am at a conference and the speaker is speaking a foreign language, I simply raise a hand and ask, is that ordinary income, portfolio income, or passive income? If the speaker does not know the differences between the 3 types of income, that person does not know what they are talking about. As I've quoted earlier in this chapter, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. Question. So real financial education must include knowing the differences between the 3 types of income? Answer. Yes. That is where the gap between rich, poor, and middle class begins. It begins with what type of income they work for. Playing Monopoly. Rich Dad used the game of Monopoly as a teaching tool. The board game was his classroom. He was teaching us to not work for money, for ordinary income. He was teaching us to work for portfolio and passive income. For example, if I had one greenhouse and the rental income from that house was $10, that $10 was passive income, the lowest taxed of the 3 incomes. Question. So at a young age, you knew the difference between the 3 different types of income? Answer. I did. As the introduction to Part 3 of this book states, real financial education must teach the student about debt and taxes. Most importantly, how debt and taxes can make them richer. Playing Monopoly laid the foundation for understanding how debt and taxes could make me richer by understanding the 3 types of income. After playing Monopoly, Rich Dad would take us to see his real greenhouses, his rental properties. He used words like rental income and cash flow. He would always tell us, someday these greenhouses will be a red hotel. After looking at Rich Dad's greenhouses, I would go home and my poor dad would ask, have you done your homework? If you don't get good grades, you won't go to a good school and you won't get a good job. Question. So one dad was advising you to work for ordinary income and the other for portfolio and passive income? Answer. Yes. Obviously, being a 9-year-old kid, I did not yet understand the 3 types of income, or debt and taxes, but Rich Dad was laying the foundation for my future. I was on the other side of the coin, and I could see my future. I could see that my journey to the other side of the coin would be my learning to play Monopoly in real life. Big Red Hotels. 10 years later, when I was 19, I returned home to Hawaii from school in New York for the grand opening of Rich Dad's Red Hotel, right smack in the middle of Waikiki Beach. It was on one of the most prestigious pieces of real estate in Hawaii and the world. Today, my wife Kim and I own a Big Red Hotel in Arizona with hundreds of employees on a property that includes 5 golf courses. All we did was play Monopoly in real life. Kim and I did not get rich working for ordinary income. We worked for portfolio and passive income. Question. Is that why you and your wife developed your game Cashflow? To teach people how to understand investing? Answer. Yes. Kim and I were financially free by 1996. Kim was 37 and I was 47. It took 10 years. As a young married couple, we had started with nothing. We achieved financial freedom without jobs, without saving money, and without a 401k. When people asked us how we achieved financial freedom, we could not explain exactly how we did it. We even tried playing Monopoly with people in an attempt to explain the process we used. That led us to develop the Cashflow game, launching the commercial version in 1996. Rich Dad, Poor Dad was self-published in 1997, more as a brochure to explain the cash flow game than as a book. It was a brochure I wrote to sell the game. As you know by now, every publisher we approached turned the book down. Question: the publishers you contacted could not see the other side of the coin? Answer: that's what we assumed. They seemed to have difficulty understanding why the rich do not work for money, why savers are losers, and why your house is not an asset. Most of the publishers were employees who worked for money, ordinary income. My book and the cash flow game teach people about portfolio income and especially passive income. Question: the publishers may not have understood the message in your book, but Oprah Winfrey must have. Is that why she invited you on her show in 2000? Answer: Oprah is one of the richest women in the world. She understood the story of Rich Dad and Poor Dad. Her life started on the poor side of the coin and moved to the rich side. Today she definitely lives on the other side of the coin. Oprah does not need a job. Why the stock market bubble? Earlier in this book, I cited financialization as one reason why the rich get richer. The financialization industry brought us this financial crisis by building weapons of mass financial destruction, a mysterious product known as derivatives. The financialization industry keeps the world economy in a bubble, pumping in trillions in debt and keeping interest rates below zero, in the hope that the financial crash does not arrive. Financialization affects corporate executives' pay. According to the Economic Policy Institute, CEO pay has grown exponentially since 1970. Since 1970, CEO pay has risen almost 1,000%. Employees' pay has risen roughly 11% during that same period of time. Corporate executives do not work for money. In the corporate world, a large part of an executive's compensation is in stock options rather than a paycheck. The top executives do not want large paychecks. They do not want ordinary income. Let's say the CEO has an option to buy his company's stock at $10 a share. The CEO does a great job, and the stock price goes up to $16. The CEO then exercises the option to buy the stock at $10 a share and often sells the shares immediately for $16, netting $6 per share in profit. If he or she has 1 million shares, the capital gains are $6 million. Capital gains taxes on $6 million in portfolio income is a lot less than ordinary income taxes on $6 million in salary. If the CEO had received $6 million as ordinary income, a paycheck, he or she would have paid approximately 45% in federal and state taxes. $6 million at 45% equals $2.7 million in taxes. Choosing to take $6 million as long-term capital gains or portfolio income, he or she would have paid approximately 25% in federal and state taxes. $6 million at 25% equals $1.5 million in taxes. Employees of the same company work for ordinary income, while the executives work for portfolio income. Yet another reason why the rich are getting richer. If an executive is confident that he or she can get the employees to work hard and increase the stock price of the company, the executive may take $1 in salary, ordinary income, and the rest in stock options or portfolio income. Lee Iacocca did this as CEO of Chrysler, and so did Steve Jobs at Apple. Again, the rich do not work for money, and one reason is taxes. Bubble vision. After the 2008 crash, U.S. businesses were struggling to grow. If the business did not grow and share prices did not go up, CEOs and executives would not make a lot of money. This is when massive financialization took off. With interest rates at all-time lows, CEOs began borrowing money, using the company's good credit with banks to buy the company's stock. It was called share buyback. What share buyback means is that the CEO and his or her staff cannot grow the business. So rather than borrow money to invest in R&D, research and development, and creating new products and markets, which would make the company stronger, the CEO borrows money and invests in the stock market, buying back the company shares and pushing the share price of the company up. The CEO then sells his shares, earning portfolio income instead of ordinary income. Most mom and pops, the millionaire next-door investors, think share buybacks are wonderful. Their retirement portfolio goes up as the share prices go up. They believe the company is stronger. They believe the CEO has done a great job growing the business. The problem is that in most cases the company is left weakened, uncompetitive, without new products or vision for the future, and deeply in debt. The executives then exit the company floating on golden parachutes with bags filled with portfolio income. The employees are left on a sinking, debt-laden ship, still working for ordinary income, saving money to earn interest, which is also ordinary income, and investing in a 401k retirement plan, also for ordinary income. Without real financial education, how would an employee know why working, saving, and investing for ordinary income is not the best idea? How would an employee know why the gap between the rich and themselves keeps growing? Time to strike. After a while, the workers know something is wrong. They smell a rat. Their wages are not rising. Union leaders call for a strike, demanding higher wages. The workers win. They earn more ordinary income. Higher wages make the company weaker. The company becomes a takeover target. The existing board of directors, the same people who made millions in portfolio income, agrees it is time for a change. They have made enough money, so they sell to a new owner. Once the company is sold, the new owners clean house. Very often, one of the first things they do is fire employees. Laid-off workers go back to school, many taking on student loans, the worst type of debt known to man, hoping to find a new job, working again for ordinary income, and the gap between rich and everyone grows wider. Rather than going to union meetings demanding more ordinary income or going back to school for more ordinary income, the employees should have played Monopoly at lunchtime. They could have learned why the rent from a green house was better than a paycheck. Tax lessons from Tom. Education taxes. When someone goes back to school to get a job, the cost of the education is not deductible. This is because they are getting an entire new profession. If they go to seminars for financial education to improve their investing, however, the education can be deductible as an improvement in their business and investing skills. Chapter 10. Phantom Income. Income of the Rich. Poor dad. I need my paycheck. Rich dad. I don't need a paycheck. Describing phantom income is like attempting to describe a ghost in a room. This is a very important chapter, and I have done my best to keep it simple. Phantom income is the income of the very rich. It is income that very few people are aware of. Here is my suggestion. If you find this chapter confusing, partner with a friend, someone who likes math. Listen to this chapter on your own and then discuss the chapter together. If the concept of phantom income is still not clear, talk to an accountant and do your best to understand this very important subject. Without real financial education, most people are blind to phantom income. This chapter is very important because phantom income is the income of the rich. A higher level of financial intelligence. When I returned from Vietnam in 1973, Rich Dad suggested I begin my financial education by taking classes on real estate investing. Get my real estate license? I asked. Rich Dad laughed and said, No, real estate licenses are for people in the S Quadrant. You want financial education for the I Quadrant. Real estate agents work for ordinary income, and real estate investors work for portfolio and passive income. There is nothing wrong with having a real estate license, but most real estate brokers are not real estate investors. As Rich Dad often said, the reason they are called brokers is because they are broker than you. At the time, I was still flying for the Marine Corps. One night after a night mission, I returned home to my condo in Waikiki. It was late, and I turned on the TV and caught an infomercial on real estate investing. The promoter promised to teach me how to buy real estate for no money down. Since Marine Corps pilots did not make much money, the idea of buying real estate in Hawaii, some of the most expensive real estate in the world, for no money down, interested me. I called the number on the TV screen and made a reservation for the initial free seminar. At the free seminar, I saw many people just like me, people looking for a different path in life, people who were tired of their 9-to-5 jobs. The seminar that was being promoted was 3 days long and cost $385, a fortune at the time, and nearly half of my salary as a Marine Corps pilot. When I asked Rich Dad if he thought my going to a seminar a good thing or a bad thing, he smiled and said, How would I know? I have not done the course. There is only one way to find out. You just do it. You will always learn something. Doing something is better than what most people do, which is nothing. Academic man versus seminar man. This was another difference between Rich Dad and Poor Dad. Poor Dad was an academic man. He believed in traditional education. If a brand name university did not present the course, it was not real education. If the instructor did not have PhD after their name, the instructor was not a real teacher. Rich Dad was a seminar man. He especially loved Dale Carnegie courses. To him, they were practical, useful, and a relatively inexpensive investment in terms of both money and time. Rich Dad was not concerned with the teacher's credentials. He was more concerned about the teacher's charisma. If the instructor was boring, he was certain the Carnegie Company wouldn't tolerate it. They'd fire the instructor, so he was pretty sure that the instructors would hold his attention and teach him a few things. Poor Dad was especially concerned about degrees and titles. He loved moving from high school valedictorian to Bachelor of Arts degree to Master's degree to PhD. Titles and degrees are important in the world of the E and S quadrants. Rich Dad was only concerned about achieving success in the B and I quadrants. Warren Buffett, seminar man. Even Warren Buffett attends seminars. I heard that he once said, I do not display a college degree on my office wall. I do proudly display my certificate from my Dale Carnegie public speaking course. I had to learn how to keep my hands and feet from shaking whenever I spoke at shareholders' meetings. Warren hosts one of the most popular seminars in the world, the Berkshire Hathaway Annual Investor Conference. It is called Woodstock for Capitalists. Real teacher. The 3-day real estate seminar was fantastic. My instructor was a real estate investor. He was rich, he was financially free, and he was happy. Everything I wanted to be. The course was practical, no BS. The instructor used real-life examples, not textbook theory. He spoke of his wins and his losses, and like Rich Dad, he emphasized the importance of mistakes, that mistakes were priceless taps on the shoulder, telling you, wake up, you don't know everything. Here's something you need to learn. He spoke of the importance of having good partners and the painful lessons from bad partners, especially dishonest ones. He spoke of the value of trust, honor, and humility, of treating everyone you worked with kindness and respect. To him, thinking you were smarter or better than the next person was a sin, a crime against your fellow human. At the end of the 3 days, I discovered that being a real estate investor was not about making money. Being a real estate investor was about being an entrepreneur in residential real estate, providing safe, affordable housing for people. If you did a good job, you made a lot of money. If you did a good job, the banks would lend you more money. And if you did a good job, the government gave you tax breaks. You were a partner with the government, doing what the government wanted done. Being a real estate investor was not about flipping property for capital gains. People who flip houses are property traders, a different class of property investor. People who flip property tend to make housing more expensive. They want prices to go up, so flippers pay a higher tax rate. Most stock market investors are like real estate flippers. They do not really want the asset. They just want the price of the asset to go up. As soon as there is enough of a capital gain, they sell, often selling in a matter of days or even hours. That is how they make money. That is why taxes on capital gains, especially gains from flipping stocks, are higher than taxes for passive investors, especially real estate investors who invest for cash flow. Traders believe in the greater fool theory of investing. A trader buys, then waits for a fool greater than they are, someone willing to pay a higher price than they paid. Traditionally, a trader does not add any value to the asset. A few real estate flippers do fix up the property, then flip it. Flipping a property or a stock is working for income. Stock and property flippers pay a higher tax rate than real estate investors. Tax lessons from Tom. Flipping creates ordinary income. Flipping requires the personal efforts of the investor, so flipping is taxed as ordinary income, and flippers pay the same tax rates as anybody else in the S Quadrant. Market crashes. Flippers or traders do well as long as the greater fool shows up. When fools stop buying, markets start crashing. That is what happened in 2000, 2007, and 2008. Crashes occur when fools stop being foolish. Cash flow investors wait for market crashes. Fools run and hide, and the real investor comes out of hibernation looking for bargains. Phantom cash flow. The instructor at the 3-day seminar went far beyond how to find and buy property for nothing down. Like Rich Dad, he spoke about phantom cash flow, the invisible income. He taught phantom cash flow is the real income of the rich. Phantom income is the income the poor and middle class cannot see. In other words, he was saying phantom cash flow is not ordinary, portfolio, or passive income, income you can see. Phantom cash flow is invisible to people without financial education. Phantom cash flow is invisible income, a derivative of debt and taxes. Question: Debt and taxes produce phantom cash flow? Answer: yes. That is why real financial education is centered around debt and taxes. Always remember this: real financial education is about debt, taxes, and phantom cash flow, the invisible income of the rich. The remainder of this chapter is about how you can see the invisible, the ghosts in the room, phantom income. Please note, all the examples I offer are extremely simple, for instructional purposes only. For those who want greater detail, I will list 7 books that I believe are essential for those who want to live their lives in the I quadrant. Debt is phantom cash flow. When people put money down, a deposit, on a house, they generally use after-tax dollars. For example, let's say a $100,000 property requires a 20% down payment. That means the property buyer must come up with $20,000. If the investor is in the 40% income tax bracket, that $20,000 really cost the investor approximately $35,000 in ordinary income or paycheck money. Approximately $15,000 went to the government in taxes. Borrow the money. The question is, what if the investor borrowed the $20,000 rather than used his or her own after-tax paycheck money? The answer is the investor saved $15,000. The $15,000 is phantom income, money the investor did not have to work for, did not pay taxes on, and did not have to save. Question. So by using debt, the investor is ahead of the game by $15,000? Isn't that like giving a runner a head start in the race? Answer. It is. While mom and pop are saving after-tax dollars for a down payment, the professional investor who knows how to use debt as money is way down the road. The professional investor is on to the next investment before mom and pop leave the house. Question. Just because the professional investor uses debt and the amateur uses after-tax savings? Answer. You're getting it. Think about it. Think about how much time and money you would save if you did not have to work, pay taxes, and live frugally just to save the $20,000 down payment. Question. You mean just borrow the $20,000? Answer. Yes. Think about this. $20,000 is not a lot of money for many people. Yet what happens when you need $200,000 or $2 million or $20 million for a down payment? Question. I could not afford the down payment, so the rich get richer because they know how to borrow the money for larger down payments on properties? Answer. Yes. If you are a working person in the E Quadrant and you are trying to work and save your way to riches, it is difficult to play the game in the I Quadrant. The I Quadrant is about debt, taxes, and phantom income. Without real financial education, people in the E Quadrant cannot see what is really happening in the I Quadrant. That is why stocks, bonds, and mutual funds are best for those in the E and S Quadrants. You do not need down payments for paper assets. Most people just pay cash. Question. So debt is the key in the I Quadrant? Answer. Yes, and taxes and phantom income. Remember that debt is tax-free. You save a lot of time and money renting money rather than working for it. Question. But that takes a lot of skill, doesn't it? Answer. It does. And that's where financial education comes in. I'll repeat Donald Trump's words. You know, I am the king of debt, and I love debt, but debt is tricky and it is dangerous. Question. So that is why Rich Dad suggested you take a real estate course before becoming a real estate investor? Because real estate is about debt, taxes, and phantom income? Answer. Yes. Question. Why didn't he teach you himself? Answer. He said he had taken me as far as he could. It was time for me to seek better teachers. That is what he did. He was constantly flying to seminars in different cities, seeking new teachers. Rich Dad often reminded me of the 3 wise men following a star in the heavens. Although they were already rich and wise, they never stopped seeking new and wiser teachers. Sophisticated investor. As stated earlier and as a review, there are 6 basic words of financial education. These are the words of a financial statement: income, expense, asset, liability, cash, flow. Remember that your banker does not ask you for your report card. Your banker wants to see your financial statement. And sadly, most people do not have one. Next, let's review the 3 types of income: ordinary, portfolio, and passive. The percentages are approximate and for emphasis and illustration purposes only. Ordinary, 40%. Portfolio, 20%. Passive, 0%. The poor and middle class in most cases have only ordinary income, the highest taxed of the 3 incomes. Savings and 401k income are also taxed as ordinary income. The millionaire next door works for ordinary and portfolio income. The sophisticated investor works for phantom income. Phantom income requires a much higher level of real financial education and literacy because phantom income is invisible income. The following are examples of phantom income. Debt is tax-free money. The phantom income from debt is the time and money you save renting money rather than working to earn it, paying taxes on it, and saving it. The example used earlier explained how a $20,000 down payment really costs $35,000 in ordinary income. The $15,000 difference is phantom income, money and time saved. You can get richer faster if you know how to use debt as money. Appreciation is phantom income. Appreciation occurs when the price of a property goes up. For example, a $100,000 property increases in value to $150,000. The $50,000 is phantom income known as appreciation. The problem is that most people have to sell the property to get their hands on the $50,000. Selling triggers a taxable event, capital gains taxes. If the capital gain is $50,000, $50,000 times 20% tax equals $10,000 in taxes. A less expensive way. Rather than sell a property, Ken McElroy, and I have a different strategy. We pull out our $50,000 in appreciation through debt rather than sell the property. Homeowners do this all the time. It's called a home equity loan. The appreciation, the phantom income, comes out as debt and into our pockets tax-free. The big difference is that the tenants pay the interest expense on the $50,000 on our rental property. In the case of a home equity loan, the homeowners themselves pay the interest on the loan. More often than not, many homeowners take the $50,000 loan and pay off credit card debt and other higher interest loans, like school loans. This may reduce a family's total monthly interest expense, but they are not getting ahead financially. The professional investor will take the $50,000 and use it as a down payment on more rental properties. Let's say the professional investor takes the $50,000 from an existing property and acquires 2 more rental properties. Their financial statement now has 3 rental properties in the asset column instead of just 1. Question: but didn't the investor's debt go up with 2 new mortgages? Answer: yes. But if the investor was a good investor, so did his passive income. That pays the interest on the new mortgages and puts passive income into his or her pocket. Question: and the investor receives more phantom income? Answer: the following are more examples of an investor's phantom income. Tax lessons from Tom. More real estate equals more phantom income. Suppose your one rental property cost $100,000. You have no debt, and you have $100,000 of property, all of which came from after-tax income. Instead, you borrow $200,000 and buy 3 properties. Now you have real estate worth $300,000. Let's say your appreciation is 10% on your properties. If you have 1 property, your appreciation or phantom income is $10,000, $100,000 times 10%. However, if you have 3 properties worth $300,000, your appreciation or phantom income is $30,000, $300,000 times 10%. In this case, your debt tripled your phantom income. Here are more examples of an investor's phantom income. Amortization is phantom income. Amortization is the reduction of your debt. Every time you make a mortgage, car, or credit card payment, your loan balance is being amortized or paid off. Mom and Pop amortize their debt with after-tax, ordinary income dollars. They use their money. That's very different than real estate investors' debt that a tenant amortizes. The reduction in debt is another source of phantom income for professional investors. I love real estate because my tenants amortize my debt, not me. Remember, good debt is your debt that someone else pays for. Every month, Kim and I get richer because every month our tenants are amortizing our debt. Depreciation is phantom income. Depreciation is also known as wear and tear. The tax department gives you tax write-offs because, in theory, your investment property is going down in value due to wear and tear. Even if your property is appreciating, going up in value, the taxman gives you a tax break for depreciation, as if the property's going down in value. Depreciation is a major source of phantom income for professional real estate investors. Tax lessons from Tom. The magic of depreciation. In Chapter 7 of my book, Tax-Free Wealth, I explain in great detail the magic of depreciation. It truly is phantom income. Imagine receiving a tax deduction that you don't have to pay for. Even if you borrow the money to buy the real estate, you get a deduction for depreciation. Even if the property goes up in value, you get a deduction for depreciation. Most countries allow this deduction, but only for property that produces cash flow. Personal residences do not create depreciation deduction. Why savers are losers. Savers are losers because 1. Savers pay taxes on interest earnings, often with after-tax dollars from ordinary income. 2. Savers are losing money as the purchasing power of their savings goes down due to the banking system. Both quantitative easing, QE, and fractional reserve banking are factors. Question. So savers are taxed while their money loses value? Answer. Yes. Question. And real estate investors win because they are given tax breaks as their property appreciates in value? Answer. Yes. This next example is how phantom income really makes the rich richer. McDonald's money is phantom cash flow. Ray Kroc once said, McDonald's is a real estate company. McDonald's is one of the world's largest chains of fast food restaurants and a real estate company for a reason: phantom income. Let's say McDonald's fast food business earns $1 million in taxable income. And let's say McDonald's real estate business has $1 million in depreciation. The $1 million in taxable income from the business is offset by $1 million in depreciation from the real estate business. That means McDonald's fast food business pays 0 in taxes. Tax lessons from Tom. Taxable income. If McDonald's did not have any real estate, it would pay about $450,000 in taxes on its $1 million of taxable income, $1 million times 45% tax rate. The depreciation deduction reduces McDonald's taxable income to 0, $1 million income less $1 million deduction. So McDonald's pays no tax on its $1 million of fast food income and saves $450,000 in taxes. Question. So McDonald's gets richer many ways other than just income? Answer. Yes. A few more examples are 1. The $1 million in depreciation from real estate is phantom income. 2. Their real estate appreciation is phantom income. 3. The increase in the value of McDonald's hamburger business is phantom income. 4. The debt on both the business and real estate is being amortized by the business, which is more phantom income. 5. Many U.S. companies earn income outside the United States and keep that income outside the country, out of reach of U.S. taxes, more phantom income. 6. This list could go on and on depending on how smart the business tax strategies are, on how smart their tax strategists, their Tom Wheelwrights, are. Employees at McDonald's. Meanwhile, the employees at McDonald's work for a paycheck, save money, struggle to get out of debt, and invest in a 401k, all subject to ordinary income taxes. And we wonder why the rich get richer. Question. Do you follow the McDonald's formula in your business? Answer. We do. All you have to do is change McDonald's to the Rich Dad Company in the B quadrant of the Cashflow Quadrant. The Rich Dad Company is in the B quadrant, and my personal real estate company is in the I quadrant. The depreciation deduction that applies to the I quadrant offsets the tax expenses in the B quadrant. One difference is that we bring all income earned overseas back to the United States, where we're headquartered. We believe that's the right thing to do. Question: even if you bring all your income from the Rich Dad Company onshore, you can still pay zero taxes? Answer: yes. When we make more money in the Rich Dad Company in the B quadrant, we buy more real estate in the I quadrant businesses. Question: so you get richer in both the B and I quadrants. You also increase income, increase debt, pay less in taxes, and increase phantom income? Answer: you're getting it. Question: can someone in the E and S quadrants do the same thing? Can they receive phantom income? Answer: yes, but they must be a professional investor in the I quadrant. People like the millionaire next door do not qualify. They tend to invest in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and pension plans. Passive investments for passive investors do not receive the same levels of phantom income. Question: so is that why you talked about taking real estate seminars before investing? Answer: yes. Investing in real estate requires far more financial education than investing in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. Understanding the asset classes. Paper assets are liquid. If you make a mistake investing in paper assets, you can get in and get out quickly. You can cut your losses immediately. If, on the other hand, you make a mistake in real estate, the mistake could take you down into bankruptcy. Real estate is not liquid. You cannot cut your losses quickly. Question: what real estate courses do you recommend? Answer: there are many companies offering real estate courses. Rich Dad does too. The Rich Dad Company offers many real estate coaching options and courses. While I believe Rich Dad offers the best courses and coaching programs, it is important for you to decide which programs are best for you. Another resource you can use is Rich Dad Radio and our weekly radio program with podcast access anywhere in the world via richdad.com. Every week, Kim and I interview cutting-edge thinkers on a wide variety of topics that are especially relevant to entrepreneurs and professional investors. I also encourage you to check out RDTV at richdad.com/RDTV. Start with books. The greatest teachers in the world are in books, and the best news is that books are inexpensive and teachers can go into greater detail. Best of all, perhaps, is that they teach on your schedule when you have the time, and they come to you. If you did not understand something, the teacher is happy when you can go back and reread the parts you did not understand. Over the years, I have asked my personal advisors to write books explaining in detail what they do. All of my Rich Dad advisors are entrepreneurs, self-made successes, and geniuses in their different fields of work. There are advisor books for the S and B quadrants and books for the I quadrant. If you want to learn more about phantom income and the I quadrant, there are several of the advisor books that I recommend. Rich Dad advisor Ken McElroy has written 3 books for people interested in investing in real estate from the I quadrant. Ken, Kim, and I have made millions together, often using 100% debt, much of which is tax-free. Ken is one of the brightest minds in real estate today, and an expert on using debt to acquire multi-million-dollar real estate projects. Ken McElroy's books are The ABCs of Real Estate Investing, The ABCs of Property Management, The Advanced Guide to Real Estate Investing. You might also enjoy Garrett Sutton's book, Loopholes of Real Estate. He is an attorney and real estate investor. But of course, real estate is not for everyone. For those who prefer paper assets, Andy Tanner is my advisor. His book is titled Stock Market Cashflow. This book is priceless for the millionaire next door, a person who has a lot of money tied up in poorly performing or non-performing paper assets. Andy teaches a subject every investor needs to know: how to make money when markets are going up and when markets are crashing. As Andy often says, market crashes make the rich richer. Although paper assets do not offer the same debt, tax, and phantom income advantages that real estate does, paper assets do offer many other advantages to the professional investor in the I quadrant. By now, I'm sure you'd agree that Tom Wheelwright, my CPA and tax strategist, is a genius in how to pay less in taxes legally. He has saved Kim and me millions of dollars in taxes. Tom's Rich Dad Advisor book is titled Tax-Free Wealth. If you plan on becoming rich in the I quadrant, you must know how to protect your assets from two predators, lawsuits and taxes. Garrett Sutton is an attorney and my legal advisor on asset protection. If not for Garrett, Kim and I would have lost everything due to frivolous lawsuits. He is a genius on asset protection and protecting your wealth from other people and the government. To do that, you must protect your assets the way corporations in the B quadrant protect their assets. Garrett Sutton's books on asset protection are Start Your Own Corporation, Run Your Own Corporation, How to Use LLCs and LPs. If you want to become a professional investor in the I quadrant, these books are essential for your library. The Spirit of the Law. As the real estate instructor in that 3-day course said many years ago, the purpose of a residential real estate investor is to provide safe, secure, and affordable housing. If you will do that, most governments of the world will partner with you by offering tax breaks and phantom income opportunities not available to the E and S quadrants. Tax lessons from Tom. The government wants you to be rich. The government loves partnering with investors and business owners. It partners with McDonald's by giving it $450,000 of tax breaks for investing in real estate. This is like a $450,000 investment in real estate by the government. If you build housing, the government will give you tax breaks so you don't have to take all of the risk. The government shares in the risk by giving you tax breaks against your other income. It is essential that you follow the rules, real estate laws, finance laws, tax laws, and corporate laws. Following the spirit of the law as well as the letter of the law is required for those who live in the I quadrant. Tax lessons from Tom. Following the law. By now, it should be clear that the rich have different rules than the average person. They also have stricter requirements for following the rules. If someone in the E or S quadrants fudges a bit on their tax return, they get a slap on the wrist. If someone in the B or I quadrant ignores any part of the law, they go to prison. So if you want to be in the B or I quadrants, you have to learn to obey the letter and spirit of the law precisely. Question: does a person need to be a big real estate investor? Answer: no. Let me give you an example of a smaller investor. Again, I will keep it as simple as possible. Mary is a 40-year-old employee who earns $100,000 a year and pays, 30% tax bracket, $30,000 a year in income tax. In her spare time, she is a professional real estate investor in the I quadrant. After a few years, she owns 10 rental properties worth $1 million. She earns no income from her properties. The depreciation from her rental properties is $100,000 a year. Total taxes paid on her income, $30,000. Depreciation on her rental real estate, $100,000. Taxes paid, $0. $100,000 of income less $100,000 of depreciation. Question: so she earns no net rental income from her properties, yet she saves $30,000 in taxes on her ordinary income from her job because she does not have to pay the $30,000? Her phantom income is $30,000? Answer: yes. $30,000 is money that did not leave her checkbook. Question: and she is still receiving phantom income from appreciation and amortization? Answer: correct. Question: and when she retires, her properties will be free and clear, debt-free? Answer: yes, provided that she does not refinance or sell her properties. Question: and she will receive rental income for life? Answer: yes, if she takes care of her tenants and her properties. Question. She won't have to worry about a giant stock market crash? Answer. No. Even if the stock market crashes and we enter another Great Depression, people still need a roof over their heads. Question. And she can earn more money and pay less in taxes? Answer. Yes. In the spirit of the I quadrant, if you take care of your tenants and your property, the government will take care of you. A most important lesson. At the end of the 3-day real estate class, our instructor said, "Your education begins the moment you leave this room." He then had us get into groups of 3 to 5 people as we waited for his homework assignment. Your assignment is to look at 100 properties in the next 90 days. You are going to learn how to find the best investments. You are going to put what you've learned into action. You will make many mistakes. Your real education is about to begin, he said. Your education begins when you knock on real estate agents' doors, go to open houses, scour the newspaper classified ads for opportunities, and drive neighborhoods looking for sale signs. When you find a possible deal, you are to physically inspect it, analyze it, and write up a 1-page report on the pros and cons of the property, possible income growth, forecast on debt, taxes, and phantom cash flow. You are to have 100 of these reports on real properties in the next 90 days, he instructed. Why are we doing this? Asked one of the students. Because that is what real investors do, the instructor said as he smiled at us. This 100-to-1 ratio is how real investors find the best investments. I believe there were initially 5 people in our group. We all agreed to do the assignment. As you might imagine, it wasn't long before some of my teammates were too busy, had kids' soccer practice, needed to work late, or had wife or husband problems. At the end of the 90 days, there were just 2 of us left. We had our binders with 100 projects analyzed and evaluated. Even today, after more than 4 decades as a real estate investor, it was the best financial education process I have ever gone through. I purchased my first property, a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo across the street from a beautiful beach on the island of Maui. The property market had crashed. Buyers were in hiding. The property was in foreclosure. It was perfect for an investor. The price of the condo was $18,000, and I needed a down payment of 10%. I pulled out my credit card, charged the $1,800 down payment, purchasing the property with 100% debt. I made only $25 a month in positive cash flow, but it was an infinite return because I used 100% debt and none of my own money. A short while later, I was offered stupid money for my property. The buyer offered me $42,000, more than twice what I had paid. Although I had no plan to sell, the ROI was too good to pass up. I sold the condo, placing the transaction into what is called a 1031 tax-deferred exchange. Question. What is a tax-deferred exchange? Answer. It means I do not have to pay the capital gains tax on the sale. My $24,000 capital gain from the sale was tax-free, as long as I followed the rules for a 1031 exchange. Question. Tax-free capital gains. More phantom income? Answer. Yes, as long as I followed the rules of the 1031, which required me to invest in more real estate. I could not spend the $24,000 on just anything. I soon purchased 3 more properties using the $24,000 as real money down payments on these new properties. Tax lessons from Tom. 1031, like-kind exchanges. In the United States, the government is willing to forego the taxes on the sale of real estate as long as it is immediately invested in other investment real estate. The gain on the sold property is transferred to the new property, so it will eventually be taxed if the investor cashes out of their real estate before they die. However, if they hold their real estate until they die, the gain is forgiven forever and no tax is due. I started with debt from a credit card and kept going, following the rules of phantom money. Question: what is that first $18,000 property worth today? Answer: I went by it a few years ago. Properties in the same condominium complex were selling for $300,000 to $425,000. I am sure prices are higher today. Question: don't you regret selling your unit? Answer: yes and no. Due to the lessons from my 3-day real estate course, I was able to turn my $24,000 into many millions of dollars. Today, Kim and I own over 5,000 rental properties, 3 hotels, 5 golf courses, and more, all from debt, taxes, and phantom income. So while I wish I had kept my first property, I was better off starting with 0 and turning 0 into millions. The velocity of money. Turning 0 into millions of dollars is known as the velocity of money. How fast can I keep my money moving, acquiring more assets, then pulling the money out of those assets without selling the assets and buying more assets? Another reason why the rich get richer is because the poor and middle class park their money in savings or invest for the long term in a pension. Rather than park their money, the I Quadrant investor keeps their money moving. Tax lessons from Tom. Taxes on parking income versus velocity. Income that is parked in long-term investments is taxed at capital gains rates. When an I Quadrant investor keeps their money moving through debt and investing, they pay no tax on the movement because it's debt and can actually get additional phantom income from depreciation. Question: so the average person cannot see money moving? Answer: true. All the average person knows is to park their money while people in the I Quadrant borrow their money and move it at high speed. Question: is that why so many people say to you, you can't do that here? Answer: yes. I hear it all the time, and that's because most of them are in the E and S quadrants, and these people challenge what we do. I can look out the window and see the large buildings of the people who are doing it, there. If you did not understand any parts of this chapter, please find a partner or an accountant and discuss it. It is a very important chapter. If you understand this chapter, you will see what most people never see, even if it is right in front of their eyes. Chapter 11. I Quadrant, Masters of Money. Poor Dad: go back to school and get your MBA. Rich Dad: become a master of money. In the spring of 1974, I was flying my last flights with the Marines. Flying between the spectacular islands of Hawaii made leaving the Marine Corps even more difficult. I absolutely loved flying, yet I knew it was time for me to move on. In June of 1974, I drove off the base, returned the guard's salute for the last time, and left for my new life in downtown Honolulu. In a few days, I would start my new life with the Xerox Corporation. No MBA. My poor dad had wanted me to get my MBA and climb the corporate ladder. I dropped out of the MBA after 6 months. After flight school and flying for 5 years, I could not stand the boredom of traditional education. My dad was disappointed, but he understood. He knew I had come to a fork in the road. He knew I was not going to follow in his footsteps. He knew I was not going to climb a corporate ladder. He knew I wanted to become an entrepreneur. Skills for an entrepreneur. My rich dad had suggested I get a job in sales, saying, the number one skill of an entrepreneur is his or her ability to sell. He would repeatedly say, sales equals income, and if you want more income, sell more. While still in the Marines, I applied to Xerox because Xerox had the best sales training in corporate America. Soon after being hired, I was flown to Leesburg, Virginia for a 4-week sales training program. It was a fabulous 4 weeks. I had been in military school and in the military since I was 18 years old. In 1974, at the age of 27, I was finally back in the real world. The problem was that even with the best sales training, I was still struggling. I was on the streets of Honolulu, knocking on doors and having doors literally slammed in my face. I wasn't making any money because I was not selling. I wanted to quit, but I could hear Rich Dad's words. Failing is how you learn in the real world. In the real world, you fail until you succeed. So I kept knocking on doors. 2 years later, I was doing a little better. My mind and my body had embraced the salesman's motto, selling begins when the customer says no. At first, every no hurt. After 2 years and hundreds of no's, I actually got excited when the customer said no. I knew every no meant it was time to start selling, although I was very shy and terrified of rejection. I actually learned to love selling. I learned to love rejection. As Rich Dad taught his son and me, your life transforms when you learn to love what you fear. I had learned to love my fear of rejection. Overcoming rejection and turning around a customer's objection became a game. This works in romance, too. All my life, I have been terrible around women. I had no guts. I was a stud flying planes and a wimp around women. Learning to love my fear of rejection changed all that. The first time I saw Kim, my old fears came up. She took my breath away. I almost went back to my old behavior and did not ask her for a date. In 1984, when I asked Kim out, she turned me down. She was polite, but clear she had no interest in me. I got creative without being obnoxious and kept asking. She rejected me for 6 months before she said yes. We went on our first date, and we have been together ever since, and recently celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary. I would not be where I am without her. I know she did not marry me for my money because when we met, I had no money. I was a struggling entrepreneur in the S and I quadrants. The best training for entrepreneurs. Rich Dad was very happy I took a job with Xerox. He said, "Every day you will go to real business school. Every day you will learn to become a better entrepreneur." After my second year on the streets, I understood what Rich Dad was talking about. Every day, my job was to go into a business and study their paper flow. I had to learn how paper documents flowed from department to department in a business. After studying the paper flow, I could make a more educated recommendation for a new Xerox machine. Studying paper flows allowed me to study many different businesses from the inside out. Small entrepreneurs. Since I was a junior sales rep, I was not allowed to sell to major corporate accounts, B quadrant businesses. I was only allowed to sell to small businesses run by small entrepreneurs, S Quadrant businesses. Doing business with many different small business owners was a priceless experience. I came to the conclusion all small business entrepreneurs are crazy. Everyone is different, everyone a character. The employees who worked for the entrepreneurs were basically the same, sane and stable. The entrepreneur was frantic and frenetic, a few steps from the funny farm. Their strengths and weaknesses were obvious, and it was obvious their strengths were also their weaknesses. They would never be good employees, and they were too independent to grow their business into the B quadrant. I was learning a lot about people, the most important component of a business. I realized most were trapped in the S quadrant. As my sales and my income improved, I knew I was getting closer to the day I would leave the E quadrant. When the company announced that I was #1 in sales, I announced my resignation from Xerox. It was time to move to the S quadrant. In 1978, I left the E quadrant. My fellow Xerox employees gave me a small going-away party. Several said, "You are going to fail, and you'll be back." They had seen people like me before. Several Xerox employees had left, failed, and come back. Smiling and thanking them for 4 years of friendship, I said, I know I will fail, but I will never come back. Transitions. My last day in the E Quadrant was my first day in the S Quadrant. A day of joy, doubt, terror, and excitement. 2 years later, I did fail. I was one of the 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs who fail in their first 5 years in business. I did lose everything, but I never went back to the E Quadrant. I was in deep in S Quadrant Hell. There is a saying that goes, when you're going through hell, keep going. That became my mantra. So I kept going. For years, there were days when I would wake up without a penny in my pocket and employees to pay. By dinner time, I paid my employees and I had money to pay the company's bills. I was learning another entrepreneurial life skill: how to make money quickly. The 4 quadrants. Earlier, I presented the Cashflow Quadrant. Most people go to school and end up in the E Quadrant. Most people never leave the E Quadrant. Training for the S Quadrant. A few go to school to gain professional training for the S Quadrant. These students go to medical school to become doctors, law school to become attorneys, real estate school to become real estate agents, or trade schools to become electricians or contractors. Having some type of professional education helps when moving from the E Quadrant to the S Quadrant. The journey from E to S is very difficult if the entrepreneur has no professional qualification to soften the transition. For example, if an employee quits his job to start a new restaurant, he or she is going to spend some time in S Quadrant Hell. The right side of the Cashflow Quadrant. Sometime in early 1980, I was finally doing well in the S Quadrant. My manufacturing company was building products for the surfing industry and the rock and roll industry. The rock and roll division was building licensed merchandise products for rock bands like The Police, Duran Duran, Pink Floyd, and Judas Priest. MTV came on the TV scene and pushed our rock and roll business from small to big. We had new problems. In the beginning, failure nearly killed me. Now success was killing me. I could not keep up with demand. I was constantly raising money and out of money. For example, I would raise money in April to build products. Then I would go on sales trips to sell the products the business was to produce. I promised all my retail customers delivery in October, in time for the holiday season. December would come and go, and I'd wait until April for the retailers to pay me. After paying back investors, I had to borrow money again for the next holiday season. As I said, success was killing me. I found out success is expensive. A visit to Rich Dad. Rich Dad was my mentor and coach during this crucial period of my life. I was doing okay in the S Quadrant and doing okay in the I Quadrant, but I was not setting the world on fire. I was always out of money. I was tired of being poor. I was tired of employees always calling in sick and asking for more money, more time off, and more benefits. I was tired of salespeople who could not sell. I was tired of retail customers wanting lower prices, greater discounts, more free products, and longer payment terms. I was tired of government regulations and government inspectors. S Quadrant Hell. I was in S Quadrant Hell. I was grossing millions of dollars, yet millions of dollars were going out faster than they were coming in. Rich Dad was my coach. I visited him on an irregular basis, generally when I was going through hell. Sitting in his office one night, I told Rich Dad I wanted to give up. I was tired. I was not successful. I was thinking about going back to flying. I heard the police department was looking for former military pilots to fly for the department. The pay was good, lots of time off, benefits, and government retirement. Just what my poor dad had wanted for me. Rich Dad just laughed. He had known all along this day would come. He pulled out his yellow notepad and he drew the Cashflow Quadrant with these words in each quadrant: mind, body, emotions, spirit, rules. Rich Dad went to explain, we are all humans, but different beings. All humans have a mind, body, emotions, and spirits. Our differences in mind, body, emotions, and spirits make us different beings. Most employees do not leave the security of the E quadrant due to the emotion fear. Their fear and need for job security keep them in the E quadrant, even if they know they should leave. And right now I am stuck in the S quadrant, I said, and I can't get out. I asked Rich Dad, "Is that what you are getting at?" "Yes," said Rich Dad, smiling. "You have not yet mastered the S quadrant. The S quadrant is the worst quadrant for many reasons, one being the rules of the S quadrant. Tax rules and government regulations kill small entrepreneurs in the S quadrant. Yet, haven't you said the S quadrant is the most important quadrant?" "Yes," smirked Rich Dad, "if you survive." He then asked, "When you were a sales rep for Xerox, didn't you see those small business owners fighting for survival?" "Yes, every day. I'm doing the same thing now." Always remember a baby learning to walk and a kid learning to ride a bicycle. That is what happens in each and every quadrant. You learn to do well in the E quadrant working for Xerox. Then you moved on to the S quadrant. Today, you are a kid riding a bicycle in the S quadrant, but not going anywhere yet. I thought about this, then asked him, "My mind, body, emotions, and spirit have not yet matured in the S quadrant? I have not yet grown up?" "Correct," said Rich Dad. "You're doing well. You're close. There are still a few pieces missing. The pieces could be mental, physical, emotional, or spiritual, or all of them." He reminded me that life is like learning to play golf. In theory, golf is a very simple game. 60% of the game is won with a putter, and almost everyone can hit a putter. In reality, golf is the toughest game of all. The game is played in our mind, body, emotions, and spirit. The same is true in business. There is nothing outside of you. Everything is inside, Rich Dad said. I left his office confused. I did not know what I did not know. In my mind, I was doing all the right things. I stopped by a local Chinese restaurant and struggled with my emotions. As I was leaving, the waitress said, "Thank you," and handed me a fortune cookie. Breaking the cookie, I pulled out my fortune, which read, "You can always quit. Why start now?" The next morning, I taped my fortune to my telephone, so I would see it every day, and got back to work, dialing for dollars and putting out fires. As the saying goes, when you're going through hell, keep going. Masters of money and what they do. A few months later, I was happier and felt like a human being again. During my coaching session with Rich Dad, I asked him, "What is the end game? How do I know I've won as an entrepreneur?" He smiled at me. The smile I had come to recognize, the one that meant he was happy with my question. Taking a breath, he said, "When you reach the I quadrant." "What happens in the I quadrant?" I asked. "You become a master of money. You are no longer a slave to money." "And what does a master of money do?" I asked. "Masters of money do not need money to make money. Masters of money are alchemists. They turn ideas into gold. They turn ideas into international businesses," Rich Dad said. He continued, "And after a person becomes a master of money, they do what I am doing with you." "And what are you doing with me?" I asked. "I'm guiding you to one day become a master of money like me." "How do I know when I've become a master of money?" "When you develop your Midas touch, when everything you touch turns into gold, in today's world, money." "Then what do I do?" I asked. "Then you teach. It is your responsibility to teach, to guide, to develop others like you. The world needs great entrepreneurs. Without great entrepreneurs, the world economy begins to collapse. Capitalism will evolve into socialism, possibly communism, a world of terror, a world of limited freedom, a world of dictators and despots." "But I have to make it to the I quadrant first before I can teach?" "Yes. I think it is better you get to the I quadrant first. The world is filled with charlatans, false prophets, people who promise to teach you to be rich, but they themselves are not rich. Do not be one of them. Teach from the I quadrant. Rich Dad's Classroom. I was 9 years old when I first sat in Rich Dad's office. His office was our classroom. At first, his office was small, at the back of his first hotel in the small town of Hilo, Hawaii. By the time I was in my mid-30s, Rich Dad's office was in a luxury high-rise office building near his massive hotel on Waikiki Beach. I was older and could hear things he could not tell me when I was younger. Many people want to be rich, but they take the easy road, rather than spend time learning and studying, especially about debt, taxes, and phantom income. They do foolish things like cheat, lie, and steal. The world of business is filled with these people. They will say anything. They make promises they never intend to keep. They bend the rules, break the rules, then wonder why their reputation is that of a cheat, a sneak, a flim-flam man, a liar, a smooth talker, a BS artist, a con man or woman, a con artist, a dreamer, a bully, a gambler, a two-bit hustler, a petty thief, a person not to be trusted. Someone whose word is no good, someone who will trade sex for a raise and promotion. A few do reach the I quadrant, but they pay a very high price. The price is their soul. Looking across his desk at me, he said, "Don't be one of them." The good news. Rich Dad smiled again, saying, "The good news is these people will be your best teachers. They will teach you lessons about yourself even you did not know. They will find your weaknesses and exploit them. They will teach you your weaknesses, the flaws in your thinking, and how naive you are. They will smile at you and pick your pocket at the same time. If you want to learn to do business in the real world, these people will be your best teachers." Rich Dad reminded me of what His Holiness the Dalai Lama said after China invaded Tibet and pushed him out of his temple and home. His Holiness said, "Mao Zedong is my best teacher." Rich Dad explained that there are rich people in the E, S, and B quadrants, but they all work for money. The masters of money live in the I quadrant. These are rare individuals who do not need money. They can create money out of nothing. A true master is a teacher, just as a martial arts master is a teacher. Yet not all people in the I quadrant are teachers. Some use the I quadrant to rule the world. They have the power to buy and sell politicians. They influence elections. They make the rules. They know the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. "So you follow the rules of the I quadrant?" I asked. "Yes," said Rich Dad. "I follow the rules, but I do not have to do what they do. I do have a soul." Core Values. Rich Dad drew a Cashflow Quadrant diagram, explaining the core values of the different beings in each quadrant. In the E quadrant was, "I need security." In the S quadrant was, "I need independence." In the B quadrant was, "I need a team." And in the I quadrant was, "I need entrepreneurs." Why does someone in the I quadrant need entrepreneurs? I asked. Because we all need to give back, every one of us. A person in the I quadrant needs to train new entrepreneurs. I need you just as much as you need me. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When you reach the top, you give back. If I was a master chef, I would need to train new chefs. It's like the old apprentice system, I said. Yes, exactly, said Rich Dad. Unfortunately, today, the ancient apprentice system has been replaced by a government school system, a system that trains employees, not entrepreneurs. That is why we are in trouble as an economy. Rich Dad was concerned. My son Mike is fortunate. I made the journey through the quadrants for him, and I trained him well. As you know, I did not give him anything. That is why the two of you worked for me for free. I am a rich man who started with nothing. I know there is nothing more helpless than the child of a wealthy man. There is nothing more self-destructive than a child born with a sense of entitlement. That is why I treated you both the same. I refused to pay you. I wanted both of you to be humble. Rich Dad had more to tell me. Humility gives you the ability to see yourself in the context of a much larger world. I wanted you to work with the lowest paid people at the lowest levels of my business. I wanted you to get to know the workers doing the most humble of jobs. I wanted you to know them as human beings, not just as low-income employees. We are all human beings. That is why I had you do their jobs, working alongside them, doing the same work for free. The people you and Mike worked alongside are the invisible workers in any business. They are the engines of the business. They make the engine of business run. Your job as an entrepreneur, the owner of your business, is to work for them. Your most important job is to protect them and their families from the harsh realities of this world. Taking a breath, Rich Dad paused to see if what he said was sinking in with me. When he was certain I heard him, he spoke again, saying, "Too many young people with MBAs are people like you, people from middle-class families. After getting their master's degree, they enter a business at the top, the executive level, never knowing the wonderful people at the bottom. Many executives think they are smarter, more intelligent, better than the workers below them. Many lose touch with reality. Many lose touch with their own humanity. To them, employees are just numbers, human beings that can be hired and fired as needed. They fail to realize that all living things rely on each other. No man is a slave to another." He concluded by saying, "MBAs are trained to lead via numbers, spreadsheets, and quarterly reports. They never learn that kindness is the greatest trait of a leader. They forget that manners are not trivial and respect is everything. They work hard, hoping to one day join the rare few in the I quadrant, but few will make it. It is almost impossible to get from the E quadrant to the I quadrant by avoiding the S and B quadrants. You cannot teach what you do not know. Yet many do." Rich kids. Rich Dad had some thoughts on rich kids. Many people in the I quadrant are children of privilege. They grow up rich in the I quadrant. They come from multi-generational wealth. Their grandparents made their money. They go to expensive, exclusive, private elementary and high schools, only knowing other children of privilege. Many go on to the finest, most prestigious universities in the world. After graduation, their parents get them positions as apprentices at the top of the corporate and banking worlds, being groomed to one day run the company, without having to start with nothing, without having to learn how to build a business out of nothing, without knowing the real people of the world. It is the ability to build a business out of nothing that makes a person a master of money. If you are simply born rich, you may not have what it takes. You are often rich and smart, but out of touch with the real world, and yet they are the ones who make the rules that make the rich richer, but leave the poor and middle class poorer. Testing my humility. "So you were testing my humility before you were willing to teach me?" I asked. Rich Dad only nodded. "Is that why you had Mike and me do jobs like picking up cigarette butts for free before you were willing to teach us?" Rich Dad nodded, saying, "When you demonstrated your willingness to learn with humility, I was willing to teach you what I know. If you had said, 'Why should I pick up cigarette butts for free?' I would not have wasted my time teaching either of you. I have more important things to do than to teach two brats how to be rich." As I left his office that night, Rich Dad asked, "If you make it to the I quadrant, I want you to promise me that you will teach what I have taught you. If you teach, you become a true master of money." As I turned to leave, he said, "If you teach, then you, me, and we can change the world from the I quadrant. good news. Today, due to this global economic crisis, there are many programs on television depicting what real people in the I quadrant do. CNBC, the international financial television channel, has TV programs such as Shark Tank and The Profit. I love those programs. The sharks and the profit are doing what real I quadrant people do. They teach and sometimes finance a business, partnering with future entrepreneurs. If you have ever watched those programs, you may have noticed one thing that drives the sharks crazy. When a shark asks, "What will you do with the money you're looking for?" and the wannabe entrepreneur says, "I am going to finally pay myself a salary," the sharks check out. When the wannabe entrepreneur says, "I've been knocking on doors selling my products and I've sold over $1 million, and I am now looking for guidance to take the business to the next level," sharks like Mark Cuban or Barbara Corcoran jump up and say, "You're the kind of person I'm looking for." It was 1983. In 1983, my rock and roll business was up and running. More money was coming in than going out. The business was finally stabilized. Something inside of me told me that it was time again to move on. That same year, Bucky Fuller passed away on July 1st, 1983. A few months later, Fuller's book, Grunch of Giants, was published. After reading Grunch, which stands for Gross Universal Cash Heist, I knew it was time to move on. In 1984, I sold my business and decided to become an entrepreneur in education. That same year, I met the most beautiful woman in the world, Kim. In December of 1984, we held hands and took our leap of faith. Once again, with nothing. Once again, learning to walk in a new S Quadrant business that tested our mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual intelligences. Kim and I were following lessons Bucky Fuller had passed on to me. One lesson was, I do not work for me. I work for everyone. Another lesson was, find out what God wants done and do it. That's what we set out to do. Kim and I were homeless for a short while. Our spiritual intelligence, our faith was being tested. Once again, I better understood why Rich Dad did not pay his son and me. Like true entrepreneurs, Kim and I did not let the lack of money stop us. We met some horrible people who took advantage of us and our situation. Today, they remain our greatest teachers. We learned a lot about people and ourselves. And we met some of the greatest people in the world, people in all parts of the world, people we would never have met if job security was our life's priority. In 1994, Kim and I made it in the I quadrant. We had $10,000 a month in passive income coming in from real estate investments and only $3,000 in expenses, including a personal mortgage payment. We were free. We had mastered debt, taxes, and phantom income. We no longer needed money. We could create abundance out of nothing. Kim was 37 and I was 47. We celebrated for a week on luxurious Turtle Island in Fiji. In 1996, keeping my promise to Rich Dad, who had since passed away, Kim and I produced the Cashflow board game. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published, and in that same year, the Rich Dad Company was formed, and we began teaching via the B quadrant. We were out of the S quadrant. Our products were now teaching throughout the world. In 2000, Rich Dad, Poor Dad made the New York Times bestseller list, the only self-published book on the list. That same year, 2000, I was Oprah Winfrey's guest on Oprah, and I learned the power of the Oprah effect. My world changed overnight. On February 1st, 2004, the New York Times ran an article about our board game Cashflow stating, "Move over, Monopoly. A new board game that aims to teach people how to get rich is gaining fans the world over." I kept my promise to Rich Dad. Today, all across the world in big cities and remote villages, in many different languages, there are thousands of teachers teaching thousands of people the lessons my Rich Dad taught me, learning by playing the Cashflow game and reading from Rich Dad books. As Rich Dad said, you, me, and we can change the world from the I Quadrant. Today, as I Quadrant entrepreneurs, Kim and I invest in entrepreneurs. We do not invest in the stock market. Kim and I invest in S Quadrant entrepreneurs, just as they move to the B Quadrant. The problem with S Quadrant entrepreneurs is most only create lower-paying jobs. For example, a medical doctor employs lower-paid employees. A B Quadrant entrepreneur creates high-paying jobs for CEOs, CFOs, CIOs, and presidents. When we partner with businesses doing what the government wants done, creating high-paying jobs, providing housing for low-income workers, and developing energy, the government becomes our partner by offering us tax breaks. That is why the people in the I Quadrant are the masters of money. Food for the journey. If you are thinking about leaving your job and starting your own business, or you have already left your job and want to move through the quadrants, there are 2 books I highly recommend. They are The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod, The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. I wish I had these books while I was going through S Quadrant Hell. Both books are non-religious books written for the human spirit. Both books have taught me to get my emotions out of the way and allow my spirit to grow stronger and lead the way. I have read both of these books twice. Each time I learn more about my spirit. Kim and I have spent many mornings discussing passages from each book. My advisors and I have gathered for 3-day study sessions for in-depth study of both books. That is how important we feel these books are, especially for entrepreneurs. We have all heard of the entrepreneurial spirit. I believe that means that being an entrepreneur is about a spirit more than a profession. Chapter 12. Do you have a plan B? Poor Dad. I am looking forward to retirement. Rich Dad. I retired a long time ago. My poor dad had a great plan A. He was an academic genius. He loved school. He did well in school. His plan A was to become a teacher, work for Hawaii's Department of Education, and retire. Unfortunately, he ran for lieutenant governor as a Republican against his boss, the Democratic governor of Hawaii, and lost. His plan A did not work. My poor dad had no plan B. A new plan B. Unemployed at the age of 50, poor dad's plan B was to go into the S Quadrant as an entrepreneur. He withdrew his life savings as well as some government retirement money to purchase a cannot-fail national ice cream franchise. And the business failed. He was successful in the E Quadrant, but lacked the skills and mindset for the S Quadrant. He simply did not know how to make money as an entrepreneur. Preparing for the coming crisis. Today, millions of baby boomers all over the world are in the same predicament that my poor dad was. The crisis will be their retirement. The good news is that most will live longer than their parents did. The bad news is most will run out of money during retirement. This is why the creation of the 401k in 1978 is significant. The 401k shifted the responsibility of an employee's retirement from the employer to the employee. If the employee ran out of money or lost money in a crash, the corporation was no longer responsible to pay the employee a paycheck for life. In 1978, millions of baby boomers suddenly became passive investors without any financial education. It gets worse. But wait, it got worse. Today, with low to negative interest rates, printing money, and a stock market bubble, it appears many managed retirement funds are in serious trouble. Worth repeating here is a quote from Philip Haslam's book, When Money Destroys Nations, a book on the collapse of Zimbabwe. My dad's friend was a partner at a legal firm, having worked there for 50 years. For that entire period, he had invested his retirement savings with Old Mutual, the investment company for employees. With hyperinflation, his retirement savings were decimated. Old Mutual sent him a letter saying it wasn't worth paying him monthly, so they paid out the entire amount. With that payment, his entire life's pension, he bought a jerry can of fuel. Question: Are you saying everyone should have a plan B? Answer: Yes, especially today. When most people lose their job in the E quadrant, most simply look for another job in the E quadrant. Without financial education, few people ever change quadrants. In 1973, my plan A was pretty solid. I was in my 20s, had a college degree, and 2 high-paying professions, as a ship's officer and a pilot. I could have returned to Standard Oil and sailed tankers or flown for the airlines, as many of my fellow Marine pilots did. Yet my poor dad's unemployment disturbed me. I suspected I was seeing the future, not of my dad's generation, the World War II generation, but of my generation, the Vietnam War generation. Rather than follow my plan A, sailing or flying professionally, I switched to plan B and followed in Rich Dad's footsteps. At the age of 25, my plan B was to become an entrepreneur in the S Quadrant and, at the same time, a professional investor in the I Quadrant. My goal was to retire young and never need a paycheck again. Golden parachutes. Most public company CEOs have a plan B. It is called a golden parachute. In employment negotiations, Plan B is just as important as Plan A. If the CEO does not do a good job, the CEO simply pulls the ripcord on their Plan B parachute, often very rich when they leave the company. Unfortunately, when a CEO does a poor job and employees lose their jobs, employees do not have golden parachutes. Employees are lucky to receive pay and benefits for 6 months. Wall Street tells you the world economy is getting stronger, yet in August of 2016, Cisco announced it would lay off a record number of employees, 14,000, representing 20% of its global workforce. These are more than just 14,000 individuals. It's 14,000 families that are affected. I wonder how many of these families have a Plan B. For millions of people, young and old, their Plan B is go back to school. I ruined my life. The August 26 cover of Consumer Reports blares, "I kind of ruined my life by going to college." The article was an investigate report on how student loan debt is ruining the lives of millions of people, young and old. Believing in the fairy tale of a good education, millions take out loans, go to school, and graduate, but are unable to find employment nirvana, and, ironically, leave school learning little to nothing about money. Today, 42 million Americans owe approximately $1.3 trillion in student loan debt. According to the U.S. Government Accounting Office, GAO, interest on student loan debt is one of the federal government's largest assets. Student loan debt makes the Department of Education one of the biggest banks in America. Consumer Reports states, and in one of the industry's greatest lobbying triumphs, student loans can no longer be discharged in bankruptcy, except in rare cases. Most school kids and their parents are financially illiterate. A financially illiterate person would not understand what the words "no longer be discharged in bankruptcy" means. If anyone ever attempted to get me to sign such a contract, I would toss it back to the educator asking, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Being unable to discharge your loan in bankruptcy makes student loan debt the worst of all types of debt, worse than credit card, mortgage, and business debt. For millions of students, student loan debt will never be forgiven. The student loan will never be allowed to start over. This is why the cover of Consumer Reports gets it right, quoting a student who said, "I kind of ruined my life by going to college." Millions of students all over the world are ruining their lives, not only with debt, but by remaining financially illiterate. the corruption of education. For many students today, the price of a good education is too high, and the ROI is too low. Today, millions of people, young and old, are leaving school deeply in debt and unable to find that mythical, high-paying job for life. Like it or not, life costs money. Yet we teach students little to nothing about money. Even when students graduate from school, many with advanced degrees, most leave school financially illiterate. I've asked myself this question thousands of times. Why is that? Little Red Riding Hood. In the story of Little Red Riding Hood, the big bad wolf runs ahead of the young girl to Granny's house, eats Grandma, puts on Grandma's clothes, and waits for Little Red Riding Hood's arrival. This is what the financial services and education industry are doing to students today. When Little Red Riding Hood says to the big bad wolf, "What big teeth you have! Why is the cost of education so high?" The big bad wolf replies, "With a good education, you will get that high-paying job, so don't worry about the cost of your education. Just sign this student loan agreement, and you too will become a college graduate." Student loans can never be forgiven, save for rare exceptions. It is the kind of debt banks love. Banks love debt that can never be discharged in bankruptcy. When a student cannot repay their loan, the banks have a customer for life. Who is behind student loans? No surprise here. It's the same banks that brought the world the subprime mortgage crisis that are behind the student loan debt crisis. Giant banks like Citibank and Goldman Sachs, via private equity companies, are funding debt collection companies for the sole purpose of collecting monthly payments from delinquent students and their parents. The longer the student does not pay, the more money the banks make. Again, the student loan crisis is an example of financialization and kleptocracy, and financialization cannot occur without kleptocracy. The movie The Big Short is about financialization and kleptocracy. Today, the same kleptocracy and financialization that brought you The Big Short are active in the business of education. This is why Consumer Reports states, "Today, just about everyone involved in the student loan industry makes money off the students, the banks, private investors, even the federal government." Simply put, going to school may not be profitable for students, but student loan debt is very, very profitable for the kleptocracy. Not worth the cost. Consumer Reports states that 45% of those with student loan debt said college was not worth the cost. The August 1st, 2016 edition of the Sydney Morning Herald states, "Australia's universities have left many graduates with broken dreams and a large student debt." The article also states that students are being used as cash cows. To be fair, if a student can afford a great education, they should. Education is extremely important. Yet, if the long-term cost of education is too high and ROI too low, the student and parents may want to reconsider their options. I have met 2 medical doctors who left school, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, yet were able to retire their debt because they went on for professional education and did find high-paying jobs. Students who struggle. The students who struggle are students who graduate with a college degree but no professional license. Examples are degrees in art, music, or general science. Today, many college graduates work at jobs that do not require a college degree. Today, people are recommending going to a trade school to become an electrician, mechanic, or massage therapist rather than going back to school for a college degree. Students who fare the worst are those who take out loans and then drop out of school. Taxing graduates. Desperate for more money to fund education, England, Ireland, and South Africa are toying with the idea of taxing college graduates. The tax will force college graduates to pay even more for their education, this time funding the college education for future students. Even if they have no student loan debt, they will still be paying for education. But wait, it gets worse. In the United States, public education is funded by real estate taxes. Due to mismanagement of teachers' union pension funds, many cities cannot afford to pay the pensions of retiring teachers, forcing many cities to raise property taxes. In other words, the homeowner is taxed to pay teachers' salaries while they are teaching, only to shoulder more taxes to pay for teachers' retirement. Prices are falling. Prices are falling on many of life's expenses, such as gasoline, clothing, interest rates, and electronic products. Yet the price of education keeps going up. Rising costs of education is another reason why the gap between rich and poor widens. Education is making life more and more expensive for taxpayers, parents, and students. Ironically, money, the very subject not taught in schools, is costing all of us a lot more money. Our greatest expense is a world run by highly educated but financially illiterate leaders. My Plan B. As I've said, my Plan A was solid. I could have done very well in the E Quadrant as a pilot or ship's officer. I loved both jobs. I would have made a lot of money. Yet, if not for my poor dad's Plan A failing, I would not have reconsidered my life's plan. My Plan B started with real financial education. My Plan B began when I signed up for that 3-day real estate investment course for $385, and I have never looked back. The day I completed the 90-day assignment of looking at 100 properties and writing the one-page evaluations, I was on my way. I knew I would one day make it to the I Quadrant. I did not like high school. For me, school was boring. I was studying subjects that I knew were important, but subjects I had no interest in. When I got to the academy in New York, school became a bit more interesting. I loved sailing ships, and when I got to Navy flight school, I was in heaven. Students would study in the morning and fly in the afternoon. Flight school was my kind of school. It was learning by doing. It was active learning. It was real education, not theory. Transformational education. We all know a caterpillar crawls for the first part of its life. Then the caterpillar spins a cocoon and emerges from that cocoon for the second half of its life as a butterfly. That is known as metamorphosis, a transformation. Metamorphosis means a marked change in appearance, character, condition, or function. I think most people would agree that there is nothing about a caterpillar that would predict a butterfly. If you looked at a caterpillar, you might say, that bug will never fly. Becoming a butterfly. That is what happened to me in flight school. That is what happened to me the day I signed up for a 3-day real estate course. The day I entered the classroom, I sensed I was about to become a butterfly. I had found my subject and my classroom. I had found my cocoon. I emerged from flight school 3 years later, a combat pilot, prepared for the most hostile flying environment in the world, a war zone. I crashed 3 times in Vietnam, and my crew and I survived. We all came back alive. I emerged from a real financial education program prepared for another hostile work environment, the war zone of money. Every time a market crashes, my team and I do more than survive. We emerge richer. Real financial education. My first 3-day real estate course was certainly not my last. Kim and I attend seminars on a regular basis. We learn a lot together, and education makes our marriage stronger. After each seminar, we have a lot to talk about. We grow together, rather than grow apart. My team of advisors gets together on a regular basis, at least twice a year, to study. Our 3 days of study is our cocoon. We study books because the greatest teachers are in books. We study books on business as well as on spirituality. As I've stated earlier, we have studied both The Miracle Morning and The Untethered Soul, books about the power of the human spirit. Always remember, it is called entrepreneurial spirit, not job. Also remember that when a parent says to a child, go to school and get a job, they are programming their child only for the E quadrant. People like my poor dad get trapped in the E quadrant. When my poor dad attempted to move to the S quadrant, he found out his being was still an employee in the E quadrant. At that stage of his life, he did not have the luxury of time to transform his being from E to S. All humans are very different beings. The differences show up in the Cashflow Quadrant. Each quadrant is made up of these different intelligences: mental intelligence, physical intelligence, emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence. Different rules for different quadrants. My poor dad had the mental intelligence of a school teacher, not an entrepreneur. He did not speak the language of business or money. He had the physical intelligence of an employee. He avoided making mistakes. His emotional intelligence was based on fear, the fear of failing, the fear of not having a job, a steady paycheck, and a government retirement. And his spiritual intelligence was blocked. His fears and doubts diminished his spiritual intelligence of faith and trust. Moving from E to I is a process of transformation, of metamorphosis, much like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. There will be painful events along the way. The being will be challenged, and each challenge is important for the transformation. It's a process. It takes time. It takes willpower and spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical intelligences. The master intelligence. The master intelligence is physical intelligence. Humans learn by doing, and we are always doing something, and often we are doing something that may not be good for us. Let me ask you a few questions. Have you ever been sitting in class and your body was there, but your mind was gone? Your mind and body were not doing the same things. Have you ever been reading a book and found your mind wandering, doing something else? Have you ever been talking to someone and you knew they were not listening to you? The reason I loved flight school was because we studied in the morning and we flew in the afternoon. The moment I strapped into the cockpit of the plane, my physical intelligence took over. My physical intelligence commanded all the other intelligences to pay attention. This was now life and death. Playing Monopoly. My real financial education began when I was 9. Rich Dad, his son, and I played Monopoly together, and Rich Dad explained the real-life financial education behind each move. Later, he would take us to his real greenhouses and define further the theoretical lessons we learned playing Monopoly. My real financial education was much like flight school: study and fly. In academic education, the master intelligences are mental and emotional. Memorize, and then be afraid of making mistakes. In the real world, physical intelligence becomes the master intelligence. Physical intelligence transformed me from a caterpillar into a butterfly, from a poor man into a rich man. The cone of learning. The cone of learning, also known as the cone of experience, was developed by educational psychologist Edgar Dale in 1946. The cone of learning explains how we learn and remember information. After 2 weeks, we tend to remember 90% of what we say and do, doing the real thing, simulating the real experience, or doing a dramatic presentation. And we tend to remember 70% of what we say, giving a talk or participating in a discussion. Both of these can be considered active forms of learning. We remember much less of those things we learn passively. We tend to remember 50% of what we hear and see, watching a demonstration, looking at an exhibit, or watching a movie. We remember 30% of what we see, looking at pictures, 20% of what we hear, hearing words such as at a lecture, and only 10% of what we read. Professor Dale positions reading and lecture at the bottom of the cone of learning. At the top are simulations of the real thing, and then doing the real thing. The primary reason I did well learning from Rich Dad was because he used simulations via the game of Monopoly and doing the real thing, visiting his real green houses and understanding the role they played on the path to his red hotel. The reason my crew and I survived 3 crashes in Vietnam was because every day during flight school, we simulated in-flight emergencies, including crashing. One of the most important words in real financial education is the word practice. Practice in the cone of learning is the second line from the top, the words simulation of the real thing. A real plan B. A real plan B must include study and practice. For example, before I purchased my first property, I simulated finding a property 100 times. For 3 years, I attended courses on investing with stock options. I paper traded for 3 years before I did the real thing. Today, I love stock market crashes. In today's volatile world economy, I recommend that everyone have a plan B, especially for retirement. As stated earlier, the millionaires next door are probably the next to go. Anyone saving money or counting on the stock market or a traditional pension is walking on the edge of financial disaster. My poor dad had a great plan A. He did not have a plan B. He was never able to retire. He worked at odd jobs for the rest of his life. Think about this. Social Security and Medicare saved my poor dad. Today, Social Security and Medicare are the single largest unfunded and off-balance sheet liability of the U.S. government, estimated to be between $100 trillion to $250 trillion. What are the chances that the baby boom generation will be saved? Observing my poor dad struggling for economic survival taught me a very important lesson. Poor Dad inspired me to activate my Plan B immediately. My Plan B allowed me to retire early in life at the age of 47. A 5-year plan. My friend and mentor, Dr. Alexander Elder, author of the bestseller Trading for a Living, states that it takes about 5 years and $50,000 to learn to be a professional trader. I agree. It took me about 5 years before I became a professional real estate investor. The difference was it did not take me $50,000 to learn. Learning to become a real estate professional investor meant learning to use debt, taxes, and phantom income, not traditional money. Real-world education requires a willingness to learn, choosing your teachers wisely. For example, be careful who teaches you about money. You do not want someone from the E quadrant teaching you about the I quadrant. Practice. Practice is a most important word. Remember this. Professional soccer players practice 5 days for every day they play. Musicians rehearse for years before becoming rock stars. Doctors and lawyers call their business a practice. They practice on you and me. Practice is the environment where you make mistakes and correct. The more important the lesson, the more you should practice. For example, the closer I got to going to Vietnam, the more my flight crew and I practiced. Bear in mind that physical intelligence is the master intelligence. The moment you start doing something, the other intelligences fall in line. Education's biggest mistake. As we've covered in Part 1, mistakes make the rich richer. One reason that so many people struggle financially is because they are terrified of making mistakes. Rather than study and practice, they turn their money over to bankers and Wall Street, saving money and investing for the long term in the stock market, then wonder why they worry about money. Rather than study, practice, and learn, what most millionaires next door are practicing is worrying, complaining, and praying the markets will not crash. That is not an intelligent Plan B. Kim and I were able to retire early because we had a plan B. And one purpose of a plan B is to increase your mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual intelligences so you can change quadrants. I'll close this chapter with a question. What's your plan B? Chapter 13. How to End Poverty. Students Teaching Students. Poor dad, give people fish. Rich dad, teach people to fish. The September 2nd, 2016 issue of Newsweek ran a cover story about how growing up poor doesn't change the way you see the world. It changes your brain. The article stated, poverty and the conditions that often accompany it. Violence, excessive noise, chaos at home, pollution, malnutrition, abuse, and parents without jobs can affect the interactions, formation, and pruning of connections in the young brain. The article cites numerous studies on the effects of poverty on a child's brain. A few studies went as far as to use MRIs, magnetic resonance imaging, to measure and compare brain sizes between children growing up in poverty to children raised in wealthy families. A research project published in 2015 by Nature Neuroscience looked at 1,099 people between ages 3 and 20 and found that children with parents who had lower incomes had reduced brain surface areas in comparison to children from families with household incomes of $150,000 or more a year. The conclusion of most researchers was that it was more than just money that was the problem. It was growing up in environments of crime, violence, drugs, gangs, promiscuity, and single-parent households that were the real problems. It was living in chronic fear, physical as well as financial, that stunted brain development. The study showed that if parents, even poor parents, provided a safe, nurturing environment at home, a child had a better chance of normal brain development, even if the neighborhood was violent. The Newsweek article states, housing discrimination against minorities living in unsafe, dilapidated buildings, implicit racial bias by teachers, malnutrition, and underfunded schools in poor communities can hamper normal brain development. Some good news. Newsweek goes on to state the brain can change. The damage caused by early childhood poverty can be reversed. The article states, the brain's neuroplasticity, its ability to modify its own structure, is highest around birth and early childhood, and it decreases over time, but never to zero. And between the ages of 15 to 30, the brain undergoes a second spurt of increased neuroplasticity, which means that adolescents and young adults with coaching and practice are primed to adapt. Boys and Girls Clubs. In early 2000, a group of students, young adults from our Entrepreneur program, decided to pay it forward and put what they learned into action. They went to the Boys and Girls Club of South Phoenix, a tough, gang-ridden community, and taught students and their parents entrepreneurial lessons I had taught them. The club is fenced in order to keep the OGs, old guys, out. The OGs are recruiters looking for future pushers, pimps, and prostitutes. It is a terrifying environment to grow up in. The Boys and Girls Club provided a safe haven, even if just for a few hours. For 2 months, my students taught a course on entrepreneurship and investing, using the Cashflow game as the centerpiece of their training program. Their students were young people, ages 12 to 18, and their parents. The results were transformational. As the Newsweek article states, between the ages of 15 and 30, the brain goes through another increase in neuroplasticity. Everyone was amazed when one boy, about 15 years old, a boy people had labeled cognitively challenged, suddenly came to life. He had struggled with comprehending what he read, but playing Cashflow was a whole different thing. The lights in his brain went on. He could not stop playing the game. He could read the cards. He could do the math. He understood the difference between assets and liabilities. He would run to the club just to attend the class and play Cashflow. A reminder that physical intelligence is the master intelligence. He was not responding to just reading a book, which was why he was labeled cognitively impaired. Playing the board game required him to learn physically, reading, computing, and understanding financial terms, doing the math using a pencil, moving his game piece, and interacting socially with the other players. Every time that young man physically played Cashflow, all of his intelligences were engaged. Many of the parents went through their own transformations. They formed a club and began investing in silver coins. Eventually, the parent-student club got permission from the Boys and Girls Club to buy a vending machine. Unfortunately, the vending machine sold soft drinks, and this was a group that did not need any more sugar. Apart from that, the business lesson was important. The group shared their profits with the club. That 2-month project shifted the parents, students, and faculty from the E Quadrant to the S Quadrant with their vending machine, and to the I Quadrant with their personal investments in silver coins. Members of the student-parent group used copies of financial statements from the Cashflow game and filled in their own real numbers. The learning process followed the cone of learning, going from simulation to doing the real thing. There were many heart-to-heart discussions as parents and students realized they were focused only on income and expenses rather than assets and liabilities. I could sense changes were going on inside, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for both parents and students. St. Andrews College, South Africa. In 2015, Kim, 3 of her girlfriends, and I traveled to Grahamstown, South Africa, a city that has hosted festivals for 180 years, for the National Arts Festival. I am unable to describe the beauty of Grahamstown or the magic of the National Arts Festival. The best I can do to describe Grahamstown and the NAF is as a cross between Beatrix Potter and Harry Potter. I thought I had gone back in time to a time when life was peaceful, idyllic, and magical. Grahamstown is an academic town of approximately 70,000 residents. It is home to Rhodes University, named after Cecil Rhodes, the founding force behind the Rhodes Scholarship. Grahamstown is also home to St. Andrews College, an Anglican school for boys founded in 1855. Today, it is a full boarding school with 450 high school-age boys from all over the world. Its sister school is the Diocesan School for Girls. A friend, Murray Danquirtz, has 2 boys who attend St. Andrews. For years, he has raved about what a fine school it is. One day, he told me about an outreach program sponsored by the school. The program encourages their students of privilege to go into the African township that surrounds Grahamstown to teach less fortunate students. It is a program of students teaching students, and students being taught the importance of paying it forward, which is a key component in the educational program at St. Andrews. When I heard about this outreach program, I asked Murray if he could approach the school and offer to teach their students financial education using the Cashflow game. The school accepted my offer, and in July of 2016, Tom Wheelwright and I traveled to Grahamstown at our expense and put on a 2-day workshop. The difference. The difference was in the diversity of the group we assembled. I asked St. Andrews to include students, both boys and girls, white and black, and instructors from St. Andrews and Rhodes University, as well as Murray's friends, B and I Quadrant entrepreneurs from the Grahamstown area in the 2-day class. The reason for having teachers, as well as B and I Quadrant entrepreneurs, participate with students is because we all know how many business people complain about the lack of real-world exposure of many students. Having school faculty and entrepreneurs working together as teachers would give the 43 high school-age students an expanded reality of the real world of business. A magical event. The 2-day event was magical. The students were fabulous, as were the teachers and entrepreneurs. I saw the same lights going on for the students, teachers, and entrepreneurs as the awakening I had witnessed at the Boys and Girls Club in Phoenix. At each table were 4 to 5 students and an instructor or a local entrepreneur. After brief introductions from Tom and me, the playing of the game of cash flow began. The first hour. The first game was played for 1 hour. That hour was painfully slow, a bit of a struggle as the adults and students learned the vocabulary, math, and processes taught in the game. Although the game was not finished in the first hour, it was put away and discussion began. As you will recall, Dr. Edgar Dale's cone of learning says that participating in a discussion is very high on the retention of learning. Students, teachers, and entrepreneurs had a lot to say after just an hour of gameplay. The learning was beginning. The second hour. After lunch, the cash flow game was played for the second time, and again, only for 1 hour. This time the play had picked up speed. The lights were going on, and the second discussion was much more vigorous and in-depth. The next day. The third hour of play commenced the following morning. This time the game was almost out of control. The noise level had gone up. There was no doubt that both adults and students were into the game. The third round of discussion was loud and animated as more and more participants experienced lights going on in their brains. The interesting thing was, rather than people saying to Tom Wheelwright, "You can't do that here in Africa," the local entrepreneurs said, "We are doing it here." The 2-day program came to an end as Tom and I presented real-life problems to solve, problems such as how buying a Porsche can make you richer. The young boys especially liked that problem, just as I thought they might. Again, my joy was in seeing the lights of adults and students going on and staying on. The aftermath. Murray called me a few days after the event and said his phone had been ringing hot. He said parents were calling, wanting to know what happened to their child. One boy called his dad and asked to borrow 100,000 rand, South African currency, to invest in his first property. Obviously, he was asked to study the subject of real estate further. Other students were getting together to start their first businesses. St. Andrews College is a leader in education. They are forward-thinking. They think big. The leaders of St. Andrews, along with faculty and the local entrepreneurs, are getting together to discuss how real financial education can be implemented in St. Andrews as well as in the African township, with students of privilege teaching less fortunate students. Paying it forward is alive and well in magical Grahamstown, South Africa. This book is dedicated to the students, faculty, and entrepreneurs who participated in the 2-day program in July of 2016, hosted by St. Andrews College. For Tom Wheelwright and me, acting as catalysts amongst students, faculty, and entrepreneurs was a spiritual event. Ask any teacher how it feels to see lights going on for his or her students, and you will know why teachers teach. Spiritual education. My spiritual education began in August of 1965. After a year of competitive exams and interviews, I received a congressional nomination to the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, and the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York. I accepted the appointments to Kings Point because I wanted to sail the world as an officer in the U.S. Merchant Marine, not as a naval officer. Also, a consideration in that decision was the fact that King Pointers were among the highest paid graduates in the world at that time. In 1969, many of my classmates were taking jobs as officers on merchant ships, paying over $100,000 a year, which was a lot for a 21-year-old in 1969. Ironically, I activated my commission as a U.S. Marine second lieutenant and went to flight school in Pensacola, Florida, with starting pay of $200 a month. I volunteered to fight in Vietnam because of the spiritual education students receive at military academies. It may sound strange to hear that military academies teach spiritual education, yet they do. The first word taught at all military schools is mission. The next words were duty, honor, code, respect, and integrity, all words of spiritual literacy. One of the reasons I dropped out of my MBA program was because the words I was learning in that program were very different. Money, markets, and manipulation. As I stated earlier, I was still in the Marine Corps while in the MBA program. Having just returned from Vietnam, the words money, markets, and manipulation violated the code of honor that had been instilled at the Academy and in the Marine Corps. Justice. There is one thing every military officer has no patience for: injustice. At the Academy and in the Marine Corps, military officers are trained to fight for human dignity at all times. Returning from Vietnam in 1973, finding my dad unemployed and his spirit crushed, I found my next mission. That mission would one day become the Rich Dad Company mission, to elevate the financial well-being of humanity via financial education. To the students and faculty of St. Andrew's College, the Diocesan School for Girls, and Rhodes University, and the entrepreneurs of Grahamstown, thank you for inspiring me to write this book. I especially thank all of you for carrying on the spirit of paying it forward, which is the true mission of real education. What is real education? Real education should inspire. It should touch the student's spirit. Real education should also encourage. The word courage is derived from the French word le cœur, the heart, the ability to overcome the emotions of fear and doubt. Real education should empower. It should give the student the ability to operate effectively, making a difference in the real world. Real education should enlighten. Real education should open the student's mind to the wonders of this world and make them a student for life. Part 3 Summary. The baby boom generation is the luckiest generation in history. They were born at the end of World War II, just as the world economy was set to boom. Even if a baby boomer did not go to college, there were plenty of high-paying jobs. College graduate boomers did find jobs that turned into high-paying careers. Savers were winners. With interest rates over 15%, baby boomers could actively save money and become rich. The suburbs boomed, and many boomers paid off their credit card debt by refinancing their homes or became rich flipping McMansions. Many boomers got rich riding the stock market boom from 1971 to 2000. A whole new world. Times have changed. The children and grandchildren of baby boomers face an entirely different world. What does a person do in a world of accelerating globalization, lower-paying jobs, low interest rates, dangerously high government debt, rising taxes, and rising bureaucratic incompetence? This is when real financial education becomes vital, not just for success but for economic survival. Real financial education requires that we look at all three sides to the coin of money. Debt and taxes. Real financial education must be about debt and taxes. Debt and taxes are our greatest expenses. It is naive as well as ignorant to believe that paying taxes is patriotic. America was born out of a tax rebellion in 1773. America was basically a tax-free nation until 1943, when the Current Tax Payment Act was passed. The Current Tax Payment Act gave the government permission to put their hands into the pockets of all workers to pay for World War II. This is why so many people believe paying taxes is patriotic. Today, taxes feed the warfare state of America and the welfare state of America. Today's reality. Real financial education must be about being an employee in the E Quadrant to gain real-world experience, as well as an entrepreneur in the S Quadrant, having a part-time business, as well as a professional investor in the I Quadrant. It is not enough and financially ignorant to simply say, I have a job. Real financial education is not about mindlessly turning your money over to a financial expert and expecting that money to be there when you need it. Build your team. It is foolish to think you can solve financial problems on your own. The rich have the best accountants and attorneys working for them, solving their problems. You can do the same. All my personal advisors have written their own books to support you and your real financial education. To mindlessly save money, invest for the long term in the stock market, or count on a government pension for financial security will be financial suicide in the future. Tax lessons from Tom. A team of specialists. The biggest challenge for someone in the S Quadrant is that they are smart. I get it. I was always the A student. What happens is that because they are smart, they can do everything. They can do the sales, the marketing, the production, the administrative work. They can even develop the product. This is what keeps them in the S Quadrant and out of the B and I quadrants. They don't see a need for a team and believe that the team could never do it as well as they can. They simply do not trust others to do their job. If you want to move to the B and I quadrants, you need smart people on your team who are better and more specialized than you are, and you need to trust them to do their jobs. One of the most frequent questions I am asked is how to find good advisors. Whether it's a tax advisor, financial advisor, or legal advisor, the key will be their understanding of money and their level of education. For a tax advisor, here is the range of education. The more education, the better the advisor. The more educated the advisor, the better the advice. There are many types of advisors. Here are some of the kinds you will find, starting with the least educated and ending with the most educated. Corner store advisors, high-volume advisors, state auditors, IRS auditors, local firm advisors, industry advisors, regional firm advisors, Big Four firm advisors, and Big Four national tax advisors. Part 4. No Fun Economics. Introduction to Part 4. Life in the Fast Lane. Most financial experts say the same thing. Study hard, work hard, pay your taxes, live below your means, save money, eat at home, pay your bills, live debt-free, and drive cheap cars. I call this no fun economics. When Tom Wheelwright and I went to teach at St. Andrew's College and the Diocesan School for Girls in South Africa, we taught the way I was taught, by playing games, with real teachers and real entrepreneurs as teachers, and using real examples of how I got rich. In many of my talks, I often say, I may be Japanese, but I do not look good in Toyotas. I look better in Corvettes, Porsches, and Ferraris. At the 2-day seminar for students in Grahamstown, I used a real-life example of how buying a Porsche made me richer. The students were much more receptive to Porsche economics than no-fun economics. The following chapter is the same example we studied with the students in South Africa. One of the advantages of a real financial education is you can have fun, live above your means, and still get richer. Chapter 14. How a Porsche can make you richer. Poor dad, live below your means. Rich dad, expand your means. Money breaks up many marriages. More couples fight about money than any other subject. As a young boy, I remember the pain I felt listening to my mom and dad fight about money. That was not the kind of marriage I wanted. I wanted a rich, happy, and loving marriage. The vow. A vow is a solemn promise you make before God. When Kim and I decided to get married, one of the vows we made to each other was this. We could have anything we wanted, but rather than say, we can't afford it, Kim and I vowed to work together to be able to afford anything she or I or we wanted. There was one condition. That condition was we had to first purchase an asset, and that asset would pay for the liability we wanted. In other words, we vowed that the liability would make us richer, not poorer. The Porsche problem. This is where the problem of the Porsche came from. This Porsche problem was the same one Tom and I presented to the students of St. Andrew's College and the Diocesan School for Girls in Grahamstown. I am a car nut. Kim is not. For years, I wanted a 1989 Porsche Speedster. The problem was they were very rare and very expensive. I believe there were fewer than 700 shipped to America. Rich guys were buying the cars and putting them up on blocks, waiting for the prices to go higher. At one time, I saw one come up for sale for $120,000. Then the bottom fell out of the economy and Porsche Speedster prices started to come down. One day, my friend Gary, the Porsche dealer, called and said, "I have the car you have been waiting for. It is the rarest of all 1989 Porsche Speedsters." "Why is it the rarest?" I asked. "Because it is Speedster number 1, the first 1989 Speedster ever produced. It was the car on the cover of the Porsche catalog. It was the car that Porsche showed at the major car shows all over the world. I have all the records, catalogs, and plaques commemorating this very special car." "How much?" I asked, hoping he would say $120,000, to which I would say, "Thanks, but no thanks." The year was 1995, and I was still building up my asset column and had no room for a car. "You won't believe this," Gary said. "The owner only wants $50,000. "What?" I gasped. "What is wrong with the car?" "Nothing," said Gary. "My mechanics went over the car yesterday, and everything is perfect, and it only has 4,000 miles on the odometer. I am calling you first. If you say no, I will sell it to someone else. Today. I have a long list of people who want this car, especially at this price." One of the things Rich Dad taught me was to buy, inspect, and then reject. Rich Dad said most people reject without buying the time to think, to figure things out. In the vocabulary of money, it is called optioning. I bought the option, the time to think, before buying the Porsche. So I told Gary, "I'll take it." Now I had to figure out how to sell the idea of a new Porsche to Kim. The Vow Revisited. And this is where the vow between Kim and I kicked in. All I had to do was buy an asset that would give us the cash flow to offset the purchase of my Porsche, the liability. This is the same challenge, the Porsche problem, that Tom and I presented to the students in Grahamstown. Obviously, they were more excited about learning how to buy a Porsche than how to live below their means, save money, and drive a cheap car. KISS. Keep it super simple. I will present the Porsche challenge in the same way I presented it to those young people. Keep in mind that the numbers have been rounded off and the steps simplified for an understanding of the process. An additional note, the numbers on both the Porsche and the mini storage are low because both were purchased during a crash in the economy. The Porsche challenge will be presented in 3 levels. Level 1, the marriage vow. Level 2, Robert's level. Level 3, Tom's level. Level 1 is the level I used to pitch the Porsche deal to Kim. Level 2 is the level I used to put the deal together. Level 3 is Tom's professional level of thought. I do not fully understand Tom's level, but Kim must have Tom's blessing for the deal to work. Truthfully, I still do not fully understand how buying a Porsche made Kim and me richer, at least not at the level Tom does. That is why he has his own level. Every time Kim and I test our marriage vow, Tom expands his role from accountant to marriage counselor, guiding me and Kim through the process. Not only do Kim and I get everything we want, but we get richer and smarter in the process. And it sure beats arguing about money. Level 1, the marriage vow. Kim and I had $50,000 in cash in the bank. We could have paid for the Porsche in cash. The problem was we would then have a Porsche, but no asset and no cash. The solution? Find an asset. Use the $50,000 as a down payment on the asset. Use debt plus the $50,000 to buy the asset. Borrow $50,000 to buy the Porsche. The cash flow from the asset would make the monthly payments on the loan for the Porsche, and when the Porsche was paid off in a few years, Kim and I would own the Porsche and the asset, plus the cash flow from the asset. We would also receive phantom income from appreciation, depreciation, and amortization of the Porsche and the investment. When Kim understood the Porsche plan, I proceeded to put the real deal together. Level 2, Robert's level. Step 1 was find an asset. Without a great asset, the deal would not work. In fact, it would backfire, costing more money than I would have saved. I started calling real estate entrepreneurs I knew and asking if they had anything that might fit what I was looking for. After 5 or 6 calls, a friend in Austin, Texas, named Bill, said he was just finishing a mini-storage, a mini-warehouse investment. The mini-storage had been in foreclosure. Bill had purchased it for about $140,000, made some improvements, and would sell it to me for $250,000. The deal was perfect. I trusted Bill, having done a number of deals with him in the past, so I bought the mini warehouse. A week later, I took out 2 loans, one for the Porsche and one for the mini warehouse. The mini storage created revenue that offset the expenses of the mini storage mortgage and the Porsche loan. The deal was complete. The cash flow from the mini warehouse was paying off the Porsche and the mortgage on the mini warehouse. I had an asset. I was making more money, paying less in taxes, and driving the Porsche of my dreams. We sold the mini warehouse a number of years ago, made a nice profit, and reinvested the profits tax-free. And I still own the Porsche. Level 3, Tom's level. Between his command of the tax law and his understanding of both the goals and challenges of entrepreneurs, it isn't surprising that Kim and I believe we've found the perfect partner in Tom related to taxes and wealth strategies. Here's a tax strategist's explanation of the process. Tax lessons from Tom. Accounting for the Porsche. What Robert describes very simply is precisely what happened when he first acquired the warehouse and then acquired the Porsche. Here are the accounting entries I would use to show the steps of this transaction and the fact that Robert's net worth went up by $1,100 in the first month of owning the Porsche. He started with $50,000 of cash and a $50,000 net worth. After 1 month of owning the Porsche, his net worth was $51,100. Follow me through these steps. Step 1. Purchase the warehouse. Robert paid $50,000 cash for the down payment on the $250,000 warehouse, leaving a mortgage of $200,000. Step 2. Monthly net income from the warehouse. Robert had a $1,200 monthly mortgage payment and $500 in monthly expenses. This was offset by a monthly net income from the warehouse of $2,700, leaving him with $1,000 in positive cash flow left over. Step 3. Purchase the Porsche. Robert spent $50,000 on a car loan, recorded as a liability. The $50,000 Porsche was then added to his asset column. Step 4. Pay monthly car loan. Robert had a $1,000 monthly car loan payment, which was covered by the $1,000 positive cash flow that came out of the warehouse. Again, if you do not fully understand this explanation, discuss these levels with a friend or find a person like Tom and have them explain the process to you. Real teachers, real lessons. The students loved this real-life example. One by one, students would stand and walk through the thought process, explaining to the group how buying a Porsche made me richer, not poorer. As the students took turns going through the process, Tom and I could see the change. We could see it in their eyes as the lights were going on. By the end of the 2-day seminar, students understood why a financial statement was important for anyone who wanted to have a Porsche make them richer. Many realized they could not use their banker's money if their financial statement, their real-life report card when they left school, was not impeccable. Tom and I did not have to cajole, threaten, harangue, or even encourage them to learn more. Most, although not all, wanted to learn more. Many went over the stack of Rich Dad Advisor books we had stacked on a table nearby, and I encouraged them to read the ones that interested them. The books were free. All Tom and I asked was that they pay it forward, passing on what they learned when they went into the African township to teach the cash flow game to other students. It was Tom who said, "The smarter you are, the smarter your African friends will be. Pay it forward." Lifelong learning. For millions of people, their education ends when they leave school. For many people, traditional education kills their spirit of learning. This is a socioeconomic tragedy. If not for my rich dad, I would have been one of those people. Inspiring me to become an entrepreneur, not for money, but for personal freedom, he taught me that learning to sell was my entry into the B quadrant, and taking a 3-day real estate course was my entry into the I quadrant. The love of learning and lifelong education are essential for success in the B and I quadrants. Today, Kim, my advisors, and I get together twice a year to study great books written by great teachers. The world is moving way too fast for us to stand still. For most people, their education ends when they leave school. That is the primary reason why the gap between the rich, the poor, and the middle class grows wider. Part 4, Summary. There are few things in life that are as powerful as doing the real thing. Some call it experiential learning. And it's at the very top of the cone of learning as the most effective way to retain what we learn. If you review the cone of learning again, I think you can better understand what happened during those 2 days in Grahamstown. After 2 weeks, we tend to remember 90% of what we say and do, doing the real thing, simulating the real experience, or doing a dramatic presentation. And we tend to remember 70% of what we say, giving a talk or participating in a discussion. Both of these can be considered active forms of learning. We remember much less of those things we learn passively. We tend to remember 50% of what we hear and see, watching a demonstration, looking at an exhibit, or watching a movie. We remember 30% of what we see, looking at pictures, 20% of what we hear, hearing words such as at a lecture, and only 10% of what we read. When the students played the cash flow game 3 times for an hour each time, they were at level 2, simulation. When they explained my Porsche challenge, they were explaining the real thing. Once they understood the power of real financial education, the power of the Porsche, and the ability to live the life of their dreams and teach others, they were more interested in the bottom level of the cone of learning, reading. Many were more willing to read and attend more classes of real financial education. I know the cone of learning process works because it illustrates the same learning process my rich dad used to teach his son and me. When we were 9 years old, we played Monopoly, worked in Rich Dad's office, and went to visit his real greenhouses. Houses that would one day become a big red hotel. As I've written about in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Rich Dad's refusal to pay us forced me to think like an entrepreneur and start my comic book business at the age of 9. As the cone of learning shows us, nothing is better than doing the real thing. At the age of 9, my comic books were putting money in my pocket without me working, and I had learned the difference between an asset and a liability. Those simple lessons have made all the difference in my life. Today, Kim and I are real entrepreneurs. We do not work for money. We create assets, create jobs, and play Monopoly in real life. And we partner with the government, doing what the government wants done, and in exchange, the government gives us tax incentives to be good partners. Most importantly, we surround ourselves with great friends and advisors. We know business, investing, and life are team sports. After achieving financial freedom in 1994, Kim and I created the Cashflow board game in 1996. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published. All we were doing was paying it forward and supporting the mission of the Rich Dad Company to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. This book, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer, is really Rich Dad Graduate School. Its release in 2017 celebrates the 20th anniversary of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Kim and I thank all the people all over the world who are playing the cash flow game, reading, teaching, sharing, and paying it forward. As Margaret Mead once said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Final words. Poor Dad. Give a man a fish. Rich Dad. Teach a man to fish. Obviously, our current education system is obsolete. It was designed for the industrial age. The good news is that we are in the information age, an age with greater opportunity for more people. While it is true that technology is taking away jobs from traditional employees, it is also creating very rich entrepreneurs who are creative, ambitious, cooperative, and invest in real financial education. In the next 20 years, it will be the tech-savvy entrepreneurs who will change the world, not our schools, government bureaucrats, corporate executives, or politicians. The biggest mistake most people make is that they believe the next 20 years will be like the past 20 years. Many believe we will soon get through this rough patch in the economy and everything will be okay again. Like it or not, we are going through the most dramatic change in human history. The cliches, tectonic plates are moving and our tomorrows will not be our yesterdays, are words of wisdom worth heeding. The question is, will our current educational system change with our evolution, or will it lead us to our extinction? Education is more important than ever before, but the pressing question is, what kind of education? Without real financial education, it is understandable why millions of honest people become tax cheats, doing dishonest deeds and hoping to make a few bucks under the table without paying taxes. That is tax evasion, and it is a criminal act. Without real financial education, most people do not know the difference between tax evasion, which is illegal, and tax avoidance, which is legal. Without real financial education, it is understandable why many people believe the best way to pay less taxes is to work less or not work at all. Without real financial education, most people do not realize the Federal Reserve Bank and the U.S. Tax Department are related, created in the same year, 1913. Without real financial education, it is understandable why people believe in taxing the rich as a solution to their personal financial problems. Without real financial education, it is easy to understand why so many people lie to cover the mistakes they make, rather than be truthful and learn from their mistakes. Millions of people would rather lie about their personal financial condition than admit they know little about money and then seek help. Without a real financial statement or financial literacy, most people do not really know how threatening their financial challenges are. At a time when truth and transparency are critical, our schools teach students that mistakes mean you are stupid, and in business, mistakes can mean you're fired. We have become a dysfunctional culture where lying is the best solution for self-preservation. Since the lack of real financial education is the real problem, then it follows real financial education is the way out. In closing, the most important question for you to consider is, what do you really want? Really? Do you want job security or financial freedom? The answer to that question will determine the type of education that is best for you. The best words of wisdom for this period of human evolution, in my opinion, come from F. Scott Fitzgerald. The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Thank you for listening to this book. Robert Kiyosaki. Afterword. So, how do we change the world? Rich Dad often said, if you want to change the world, start by changing yourself. Whenever I was complaining or whining about something, he would have me repeat to myself, for things to change, first I must change. He wanted me to think about how I could change. I would report back to him when I had new ideas. I was always surprised how things changed once I made changes. A message to millennials. The baby boomers have had a very easy life. They are not your best financial advisors. More than half of all baby boomers will retire in poverty. It's likely many will live with their kids and grandkids. You have two choices. Either the government will take care of you, or you can take care of yourself. You can fish, or be given fish. The choice is yours. What Americans really want, really. Poor dad, I want a safe, secure job. Rich dad, I want my freedom. Dr. Frank Luntz is one of America's most respected communications professionals. He is best known as a pollster, often seen on television measuring the mood of the American people. Frank is the winner of the Washington Post's Crystal Ball Award because he can see what is going on in the hearts and minds of the American people. Frank and I met in the green room of CNBC, the global financial television network, as we waited our turn to go on air. Frank has become a personal friend and a regular guest on the Rich Dad radio show. When Frank's book, What Americans Really Want, Really, 2009 was published, I ran out to get the book and read it. His work and research is essential for anyone doing business in America. You may notice I borrowed a few of Frank's words for the subtitle of this book. In What Americans Really Want, Really, Frank reports on a landmark survey he conducted in 2008 for the Kauffman Foundation, the leading entrepreneurial think tank in America. Dr. Luntz's survey found, it's hard to tell which has become a stronger emotion, respect for entrepreneurs or hatred towards CEOs. He goes into greater depth why Americans hate corporate CEOs. In his survey, he asked everyday people, if you had to choose, would you prefer to be 80% the owner of a successful small business you started that employs 100 people, 14% the CEO of a Fortune 500 company that employs more than 10,000 people, 6% don't know, refused. The answers to that question clearly revealed what Americans prefer. Building something from scratch now is held in higher esteem than rising to the top of the corporate ladder. In other words, what Americans really want, by an overwhelming margin, is to be entrepreneurs. The problem is our educational system continues to train people to be employees, which is why the mantra, go to school to get a job, is out of touch with what people really want. Forget business schools. Dr. Luntz has this to say about business schools. So, how to equip a generation of Americans for success in entrepreneurship? Forget about MBAs. Most business schools teach you how to be successful in a big corporation rather than how to start your own company. MBA programs train students to be employees, not entrepreneurs. The skills and mindset of entrepreneurs are on the opposite side of the coin from corporate executives, employees with MBAs who need a steady paycheck, benefits, and paid vacations. The problem is the educational system. A bigger problem is our existing educational system. The primary reason most people do not become entrepreneurs is because they lack any financial education. Most people live lives controlled by the size of their paycheck. Without real financial education, many of our highly educated corporate executives have become hell-bent on getting rich by being greedy, ruthless, hard, and insensitive. Dr. Luntz's survey finds a growing distrust of our highly educated leaders, both public and private, which is why the American public is realizing they need to become entrepreneurs, not employees. Simply put, many Americans no longer trust our schools, our government leaders, our politicians, and our corporate business leaders. This trend has influenced the rise of an entrepreneur like President Donald Trump, a president that does not need a paycheck. What Americans really want, really. In his survey for the Kauffman Foundation, Dr. Luntz found what Americans really want from education really is. 81% want universities and high schools to actively develop entrepreneurial skills in students. 77% want state and federal governments to encourage entrepreneurs. 70% believe the success and the health of the economy depend on teaching people to be entrepreneurs, not employees. Will the educational system change? That seems to be the million-dollar question. Question: can the American educational system deliver the entrepreneurial education the American people want? Answer: no, not for years. The two industries most resistant to change are construction and education. These two industries have a 50-year lag time. That means it takes 50 years for these industries to adopt new ideas, philosophies, or technologies. Compare the 50-year lag time to the lag time in the technology industry, where change occurs every 1.5 years. Also worth noting is that education and construction industries are highly unionized, an employee culture that is resistant to any change. Question: why are so many people afraid of becoming entrepreneurs? Answer: the failure rate for entrepreneurs is extremely high. 9 out of 10 will fail in the first 5 years, and 9 out of the 10 that do survive the first 5 years will fail in the second 5 years. That means after 10 years, only one entrepreneur out of 100 will be left standing. Question: so what do entrepreneurs need, really? Answer: entrepreneurs need real financial education if they have any hope of surviving the entrepreneurial process. A Tale of Two Teachers. The story of Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a tale of teachers. One, a highly educated employee, and the other, an extremely wealthy entrepreneur, without a formal education. The basic difference between an employee and an entrepreneur is financial education. The other side of the coin. Academic education is the polar opposite of financial education. They are on opposite sides of the same coin. For schools to teach true entrepreneurship, a completely different school would have to be developed. For example, rather than teach students not to make mistakes, a school for entrepreneurs would teach entrepreneurs how to intentionally make mistakes, as Thomas Edison did, and then learn from their mistakes. The U.S. Business Academy. The United States could lead the world in entrepreneurial education if it created the U.S. Business Academy for Entrepreneurs. The United States has 5 outstanding military academies, training grounds for the finest military leaders in the world. They are the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, New York, the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, the U.S. Air Force Academy at Colorado Springs, Colorado, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy at New London, Connecticut, and my alma mater, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York. These academies train the military's finest officers and future leaders of America. An example of great leadership is Dwight D. Eisenhower, a West Point graduate, a 5-star general, and, in my opinion, the last great president of the United States. I personally respect him for his leadership in war and in peace. I propose that the U.S. government create the United States Business Academy for Entrepreneurs, possibly in New York City or Silicon Valley. The United States would then train our country's best and brightest to be entrepreneurial business leaders of the future. The difference between traditional MBA programs and military academy programs is best defined by what is known as the BI triangle. Traditional schools focus on training students to fill the roles inside the BI triangle: product, legal, systems, communications, and cash flow. Military schools focus on the 3 elements that shape the BI triangle: first mission, then team and teamwork, and then leadership. On my very first day at Kings Point, the first assignment was to memorize the mission of the United States Merchant Marine Academy. By the end of the first day, we were learning how to lead as well as follow. Never during the 6 months I spent in an MBA program was the word mission ever mentioned, much less discussed. The word most repeated was money. Mission is a spiritual word, a word of love, the reason for starting a business. Money is primal, a word of fear. Self-defense. In the meantime, for people like you and me, financial education is a form of personal self-defense in a world run by greed, corruption, ignorance, and incompetence. Financial education is like taking a karate course, personal protection against being mugged by people we are supposed to trust. The following is an overview of what financial education is really. What is financial education? 1. Attitude. Attitude is at least 80% of financial education. My poor dad always said, "I'm not interested in money." How could he learn about money if he was not interested in money? He often said, "I can't afford it." It is easier to say, "I can't afford it," than to figure out how to afford something. He believed the government should take care of him. America is going bust as millions of Americans share my poor dad's attitude about personal financial responsibility. And finally, his attitude was that the rich are greedy. 2. Choose your teachers wisely. When we go to school as kids, we have very little control over who our teachers are. As adults, I encourage you to take the time to really know the people who are teaching you about money. Unfortunately, most financial advisors are salespeople, not rich people. And the only thing they teach you is how to turn your money over to them. Your most important asset is your mind. So be careful and choose wisely regarding who puts information in your head. 3. Learn the language of money. Learning to be rich is not much different than learning another language. When I took my 3-day real estate course years ago, I was learning to speak the language of real estate. Words like cap rate, net operating income, and discounted cash flow. Today, I make millions every year speaking real estate. When I trade options, I speak the language of options, using words like calls, puts, straddles, and leaps. The best thing about the language of money is that words are free. A giant reason why the gap between rich, poor, and middle class grows wider is because there are 3 types of income. 1. Earned. 2. Portfolio. 3. Passive. One reason the gap grows wider is because schools teach students to work, save, and invest for earned income. The rich work for portfolio and passive income. 4. What do you want to be when you grow up? Consider the Cashflow Quadrant once again. Poor dad is an E, rich dad is an I. The gap grows because most parents and schools encourage students to live life in the E quadrant. The richest and most powerful people live life in the I quadrant. It takes financial education to live in the I quadrant. 5. Taxes make the rich richer. Those in the I quadrant pay the least in taxes because it is the people in the I quadrant who make the rules. Tax percentages paid per quadrant. Those in the S quadrant pay 60%. Those in the E quadrant pay 40%. Those in the B quadrant pay 20%. And those in the I quadrant pay 0%. Tax laws are fair. Everyone is allowed to use the tax rules of the I quadrant. Unfortunately, without financial education, very few people will. 6. Debt is money. For the poor, debt comes in the form of expenses. For the middle class, debt comes in the form of liabilities. For the rich, debt comes in the form of assets. There is good debt and bad debt. The rich use good debt to acquire assets. The poor use credit cards to pay expenses. And the middle class uses debt to acquire liabilities like houses, cars, and student loans. 7. your report card. Your banker never asks you for your academic report card. Your banker does not care what school you went to. Your banker wants to see your financial statement, your report card when you leave school. When someone says, "My banker will not loan me any money," the reason is because that person does not have a strong financial statement. If the entrepreneur has 3 years of strong, audited financial statements, the banker is anxious to give the entrepreneur all the money he or she wants. If a person does not have strong financial statements, the banker is happy to offer that person a credit card. 8. The cone of learning. When it comes to Edgar Dale's cone of learning, the focus for Rich Dad was very different than the focus my poor dad had. Rich Dad focused on doing the real thing, an active form of learning that was easiest to remember. Poor Dad, on the other hand, focused on reading, a passive form of learning that results in the lowest retention of knowledge. Academic education is on the opposite side of the coin from the way humans really learn, really. 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was published, and the Rich Dad Company was formed. The company was founded to teach the world financial education the same way my rich dad taught his son and me. Rich Dad taught his son and me by 1. Playing games, simulations, making mistakes, and learning from our mistakes using play money. Playing games requires physical intelligence, the primary way humans learn. 2. Doing the real thing, working as apprentices in his office and visiting his green houses, then witnessing him buy his red hotel 10 years later. 3. Using simple pictures, diagrams of financial statements, the Cashflow Quadrant, and the BI triangle. 4. Participating in discussion, teaching us to cooperate, respecting the opinions and wisdom of others, and not needing to be the smartest person on the team, because business is a team sport. In school, participating in a discussion and asking for help is cheating. Although I was an average student all through school, today I make much more money than my smart classmates who went on to be doctors, airline pilots, and attorneys, classmates who were taught in school that cooperating is cheating. 5. Inspired learning. My rich dad did not give his son and me answers. Instead, he inspired us to learn and find our own answers. Today, I spend a lot of time at the bottom of the cone of learning, reading books and attending lectures. The difference is that I am studying because I want to learn, not because I need to pass a test. Why the gap will widen. Unfortunately, the gap between the rich and everyone else will only grow wider. Many of today's haves will become tomorrow's have-nots. All a person needs to do is be aware of the accelerating acceleration of technology. To remain competitive, businesses are replacing humans with robots. That is why the fairy tale that begins with "go to school to get a job" is just that, a fairy tale. Rather than job security, people need to focus on financial security, and real financial security requires real financial education. Why most people cannot do it. The problem many people encounter is that real financial education is counterintuitive. It does not make sense. Simply put, real financial education is on the other side of the coin from everything we've ever heard or learned about money. Many people who believe they are doing the right thing are actually doing the wrong thing. These are the same people who say to Tom and me, "You can't do that here." They can't do it because everything is opposite to what they were taught at home and in school. Everything is opposite. 1. Rich Dad's lesson number 1. The rich don't work for money. The people working for money are falling behind financially, and millions are falling into the gap. 2. Savers are losers. Why save money when the entire financial system is designed to print money? In banking terms, it is known as the fractional reserve system, which is why bankers love borrowers, not savers. 3. Debt makes the rich richer. The global financial system is built on debt. Money is only created when people borrow. People who know how to use debt as money to acquire assets are the richest people in the world. 4. Taxes make the rich richer. The tax system is an incentive program, encouraging people to partner with the government to do what the government wants and needs done. Governments do not need more employees in the E Quadrant or self-employed in the S Quadrant, so those people pay the highest taxes. Governments need more entrepreneurs in the B Quadrant and professional investors in the I Quadrant, which is why they pay the least in taxes. 5. Mistakes make the rich richer. God designed humans to learn by making mistakes. A baby cannot learn to walk without falling down, then getting up. That is why games or simulations are the best way to practice making mistakes, learning from your mistakes, then doing the real thing. 6. Crashes make the rich richer. The best time to get rich is when markets crash. When Walmart has a sale, the poor and middle class go bargain hunting. When financial markets crash, the rich go bargain hunting, while the poor and middle class go into hiding. 7. Your words become flesh. Employees always use these words: job security, steady paycheck, pay raise, medical plan, benefits, paid vacation, and overtime. Entrepreneurs do not use those words. Entrepreneurs must be smart enough to provide those words for their employees, and that requires real financial education. 8. Become a student of subjects schools do not think are important. The primary objective of schools is to teach students to be employees or self-employed professionals such as doctors and lawyers. For a person to become a successful entrepreneur, that person must become a student of subjects the school system does not think are important. Sales equals income. One subject is sales. The fact is that sales equals income. All entrepreneurs must be students of selling, always working to improve their selling skills. The primary reason 9 out of 10 new entrepreneurs fail is because they cannot sell enough to survive or grow. Donald Trump and I are the only 2 major financial educators who recommend individuals join a network marketing company. Network marketing teaches 4 essential skills required to be successful entrepreneurs. Those skills are sales, leadership, handling rejection, and delayed gratification. Handling rejection and delayed gratification are indicators of very high EQ, emotional intelligence. Employees do not need high EQ. Entrepreneurs do. In 1974, I left the Marine Corps and began the only real job I have ever had. Between 1974 and 1978, I worked for the Xerox Corporation, not for money, but to learn to sell. Once I became number 1 in sales, making a lot of money, I resigned to begin life as an entrepreneur. In high school, I failed the 10th grade and the 12th grade because I could not write and I made too many spelling errors. Today, many people say I cannot write. Although I remain a poor writer, I make millions as a best-selling author. My business is real estate. In 1973, I took my first of many real estate seminars. That initial 3-day course has made me a multi-millionaire, over and over again. More importantly, that 3-day seminar was my ticket to financial freedom because today, my real business is real estate. Lifelong learning. The biggest problem with traditional education is that many students leave school hating school. For millions of people, their education ends when they leave school. For many people, traditional education kills their spirit of learning. This is a socioeconomic tragedy. If not for my rich dad, I would have been one of those people. Learning to sell was my entry into the B Quadrant. It inspired me to become an entrepreneur, not for money, but for personal freedom. Taking a 3-day real estate course was my entry into the I Quadrant. the love of learning. The love of learning and lifelong education are essential for success in the B and I quadrants. Today, Kim, my advisors, and I get together twice a year to study great books written by great teachers. The world is moving way too fast for us to stand still. As my real estate instructor told us on the last day of class, your education begins when you leave here. For most people, their education ends when they leave school. That is the primary reason why the gap between rich, poor, and middle class grows wider. Good grades are not indicators of success in life. In fact, the relentless pursuit of good grades can cause serious personal malfunctions later in life. There is an American medical doctor who wrote about the effect of competing for a good grade on his life. He went to medical school in Switzerland, where there was a large contingency of Americans. He said many of the American students went into shock when there were no grades, no awards, no dean's list, no rankings in the school. Students either passed or failed. He reported that some Americans just could not take it. Most became paranoid, thinking there was some kind of trick. A few went to another school, one that did compare and rank students, one against another. Those who stayed suddenly discovered a strange thing that they had never noticed at American universities. Students, brilliant ones, sharing notes and helping fellow students pass the course. This same doctor wrote that his son, then in medical school in the United States, reported acts of sabotage among students. He cited examples of a student tampering with the microscope of a fellow student, requiring that student to waste valuable minutes of test time adjusting his microscope. Parents are just as guilty when they demand that their little Johnny or Susie beat their own classmates in sports or academics. And then we Americans wonder why the gap between the rich and everyone else grows. The gap between rich and poor, smart and stupid, begins in our homes and is reinforced in our schools. That is why Rich Dad taught his son and me to solve money problems as a team. We all know that it's called cheating in school. Rich Dad emphasized that his bankers never ask him for his report card, nor do bankers care what school you graduated from. Rich Dad always said, your financial statement is your report card when you grow up and leave school. The primary reason for the growing gap between the rich and everyone else is because most college graduates do not cooperate. They solve their money problems on their own. They take financial advice from Wall Street, and most have no idea what a financial statement is.